things you love the most don't get the support they deserve. That can be really frustrating. But today, we get the opportunity to shed light on a brand new opportunity with 60,000 Rand in cash up for grabs. 4 teams competing head to head. I am proud to be able to announce the MTNShift gaming experience welcomes Call of Duty to the inner circle, where the top 4 teams will be battling for their share of a massive prize pool. All the action will be presented to you live, and you can sign up right now at the MTNShift gaming landing page via acgl.gg/shift to get yourself registered and entered into the qualifiers. COD it's about time you get ready to go to land. You know, whenever I'm trying to figure out where my mom is or what she's up to, I just jump into a game of Call of Duty and I quickly find out.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Shift Gaming LAN experience. Oh my goodness, my name is Trout, I tend to yap. This is AR Gaming and we are here for a fantastic weekend of Call of Duty. I'm so excited, my voice is already going to leave me. How are you feeling?
You see, the thing is, you had practice to warm those vocal cords up. I'm just here going straight into it, and I am so excited to get over here. MTNShift Gaming Experience, we are finally here. 4 teams that we are going to witness, Trout, and a massive prize pool.
Man, talking about that prize pool, that's a fair amount of chicken nuggets that we could buy if we really wanted. 60,000 Rand up for grabs here, everybody. It is going to be an absolute banger. First place walks away with 30, second 15, third 10, and fourth place. So don't worry, if you get gotcha, that's good enough. You're walking home with a little bit of change in the back pocket with 5,000 Rand. Of course, only possible thanks to those lovely sponsors. And you go ahead and walk us through them, because it wouldn't be possible without them.
Yeah, of course. MTN, of course, for the Shift Gaming Experience. Toyota as well. Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First, making this possible. Now, Trout, you and I were discussing a little bit beforehand how hyped we are to get in here, how hyped we are to see certain teams as well make their debut in this land.
Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm looking at you, the Island boys. There's been a lot of controversy around the team that has worked its way down all the way from east of Mauritius, which is kind of crazy. That's a lot of water to cover, but they are here and they're going to make an impact. But that's our second series. Right now, we have got a fantastic one coming up. It is going to be Highborn versus Fear. Sort of like, I suppose we're going to say every single game is a battle of the Titans, but both of these teams have got something to prove. Fear coming in as the number 1 seed. They took the first qualifier in dramatic fashion, and then by the skin of their teeth, that seems a bit harsh. They made it comfortably. Highborn got in at the last qualifier there, eliminating Aerial. So both of these teams here to prove a point. First versus fourth. What are you feeling?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the thing about Fear is there's a lot of people that are split upon it. It's the fan favorite, but also a lot of people are saying they're the underdogs for this as well. Here's the thing. I got to witness that qualifier. I got to be there live. Dominance is what I saw first hand, and undoubtedly at a LAN experience like this with that big change over on the prize pool, they're going to be playing like that nonetheless. And Highborn, of course, we've seen Highborn time after time again. They have their own rights in dominance as well. You say that every game's going to be a clash of the Titans. This is the one that's going to set that foot forward.
Well, yes, absolutely. But I think the next one, maybe we'll get into that. There will be a little bit more to prove. But the underdogs from Fear is kind of a crazy shout, because they took out the literal Titans in that qualifier. But we're going to have to wait and see what they've got in store for us. But we're going to have a look at those rosters in a second here. But before we get into that, I want to hear your prediction, because I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh, God damn it. You know, he does this every time.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's actually a tough one to actually go with. But I'm going to back my boys Highborn. You know, I'm going to back my boys Highborn for this one.
Okay, I like that. Obviously, there's a little bit of ex-teammate rivalry going on there. Obviously, with Mage going over to Fear and Babes being on Highborn now. Both of them ex-Aerial players. Feels like Aerial stumbled so the rest could run. Because they're not even here. Unlucky Aerial. We'll see you in the next one, maybe. But either which way, it is going to be a banger. And let's go ahead and actually introduce our first team, which is going to be Fear. And, of course, the people behind the scenes throw together a fantastic video for you guys. Let's have a quick look at Fear.
My lord. Cinema. Pure cinema is what we're witnessing.
I wouldn't put it any other way. And let's have a look at these rosters here. We got Alex No Solutions, the man who came in with something to prove at the previous LAN, and he did exactly that. Mage or Run, the tried, true, and tested mullet warrior himself. Mikhail, the old-fashioned carpet cosplayer, and our coach, the new babyface, to take the stage. Right now, this is a stacked roster, and they're here to put on a performance for you guys. But on the other side of the stage, we have another team getting ready for the battle, and that is, of course, going to be Highborn. Let's have a quick look at their cinematic.
I mean, we talk about cinema. Both these teams. I mean, how do you choose who to root for when you're making these teams look so good? We've got Schemes, Bevs, Trip, 9, and Zaza. Look how locked and loaded it is. You can see them over there when they were making their ways to their PCs. How focused.
Highborn, no strangers to the scene of LAN. And of course, I'm loving Trip 9's little stash over there. He's got that 70s professional movie maker, if you get what I'm saying, as he's going to be having a good time. Of course, Akshay, Bevan as well, Schemes, everyone here, absolute shooters. They're getting a last little bit of a prep there from the admins before they're getting ready for the game. But having said that, we know exactly where this battle's going to be taking place. So let's have a quick look at the maps and modes.
I'm so excited for this as well. And of course, we are going to start over that hard point over on Skyline to go ahead and you talk about that old school stash. We're going to go into the old school with Rewind next on that SND. Of course, followed by Vault on that control. Hard point again. We're going to go back to that Rewind. Rewind it back to Rewind. And then, of course, Dealership as our final SND. Search for a used car. Search for the bomb to defuse. What are these teams actually going to do over there?
Looking at these maps, it's good to see that there's a mix of larger and smaller maps. Starting things off on Skyline specifically, we talk about how there is a chaotic map and where the SMGs really run wild. That's where we're going to have to keep our eyes on Bev specifically, because I don't know if you remember in the Vanguard season, there was a map called Bow Cage. It eventually got renamed to Bev Cage because the man would absolutely run around with that SMG and be a menace on the stage or online. Doesn't matter. Either way, the map was his home. But again, the maps are set up that I can't really tell which team is going to be favored because there's tailored towards both of them. And of course, with Rewind coming back into the rotation, it's lovely to see a nice, new, refreshed face on Call of Duty Black Ops 6, of course. But again, both of these teams have got something to prove. And if we don't see a Game 5, I am going to be upset.
No, absolutely. I mean, we should see a Game 5 over here. It's only right to go ahead and see so. And of course, Highborn fighting for that chance. They've always been a top team, but now they're trying to go ahead and solidify that top spot as well. And I mean, Fear looking to go ahead and continue that name for themselves and says, well, you look at our players getting ready, getting locked and loaded to go into that first map, of course, of Skyline, like you said. Man, can we just hop into it? I'm so hyped for this, man.
I'm so ready, but at the moment, I'm going to be honest, it looks like Coach is a little bit lost. He might be having some technical issues. We got some of the other... For everyone who's aware, that is Connor. He's also my name, so it's Connor squared right now here at the MTNShift gaming experience. Also, if you're in the Cape Town area and you're not here and you're a fan of esports, why aren't you here watching in person? Obviously, if you're over 18, let's make that clear. Big little asterisk attached to it, as you have to be because of the event rules. But either way, if you're in the vicinity, please come and pay us a visit. It is a fantastic time, and we are just absolutely counting the seconds before we get in. But let's go back to those maps. We can talk about exactly what we need to be seeing from both of these teams. Starting things off on Skyline, what are you looking for from, say, the core players that we tend to watch, like the SMGs or the ARs? What are you looking for on Skyline?
I'm looking for those SMGs, honestly. I really am looking for a player to just run through their opposition over here. We see it time to time, and it's so hyped for us to actually shoutcast when a player's going ham and just locking through, going through every other opponent. I want to see that over here. Of course, we are going to see perhaps a balance of players using that assault rifles as well in there. D1, what are you looking to actually see over on D1?
Like I say this every single time I cast an S&D, first bloods win you rounds. And the thing is, with both of these teams, I would argue that they're very aggressive. In terms of their gameplay, they try to run at each other as quick as possible, and that can either work and you completely disassemble your opponent, or you can just like run up against a brick wall. And whichever team can adapt quickest to the other's playstyle is probably going to be the team that takes the S&D. But again, these two teams have the ability to play either super creddy with the aggressive turn. So say now you are on rewind specifically, I'll put you through a play. We are going to go plant on A, somebody who hits your L, but they don't actually run it correctly, or correctly in inverted commas. As you can see, somebody will just be sitting in a corner, like maybe Akshay is sitting there waiting for you to make a bit of havoc on the map. But again, it is all time to tell where we're going. Again, guys, sorry for the delay. We're going to be getting into the match very, very shortly. Everyone has their headsets on from the side of Highborn, which means we must be only seconds away from loading into our first map. Goodness gracious me, am I excited. Look at Trip 9. Bro is whiter than flour at the moment, but that's okay. He can probably reflect the sun. All good. All that matters is he's locked in the game.
Brother, that's what it looks like when you're charging up your power level over 9,000.
Yeah, that's facts, bro. Bro's about to go Super Saiyan.
That's all I'm saying. And speaking of Trip 9, you mentioned something earlier on before we started. The highest kill streak that we've seen.
And that was at our first Shift Gaming LAN that we got to see here at Canal Walk. And it was 15 kills before dying. Ooh. Brother was halfway to a nuke on LAN?
On LAN.
No, that's kind of crazy.
Can we get that nuke here first?
Look, if we see a nuke, I'm streaking in my speedo.
Guys, you heard it here first.
No pressure, no pressure.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Will we see that nuke? Man, I'm so excited. But then also on the other side, Mix, highest kills on LAN as well. That in its own right. I mean, that's got to put a little bit of fear in the hearts of their opponents. Okay,
I see what you did there. A little bit of a wordplay. I like it. It's good, Onion. But no, seriously, Mikhail is one of those players that also came in for the first time at the previous LAN. It was the first time we ever got to see him play on LAN, and he really made an impact. And like I said, professional carpet player, brother is not afraid to go prone on the map, and that's normally where you take your gunfights with him. But again, every single person that has made it this far are straight beamers. So right now there is going to be a lot of pressure on them, and they're still fighting all of the little bit of nitty gritties. Of course, guys, it is the first match. We've got to work out those kinks as best we can, but it is going to be a banger nonetheless. And of course, Mage and No Solutions, those two together, it feels like they are not talked about enough, because No Solutions coming in, the man who had something to prove. Everyone talked about how he was this onliner, but he turned out to be a Lanimal in the end.
No, absolutely, and that right there is solidifying yourself. Forget about the team, personally as well. You're putting your name there, and once again, I'm going to make the pun, you're putting fear to every other team from your name alone. And like you said, this is first game. Obviously, we're working out the kinks over here, but there's still a second day as well of this trout.
100%. I mean, of course, unfortunately, one of the teams will be going home this evening, so they will only be 3 from tomorrow, let it be known. So we're going to see who is the weakest link, and I'm ready to say goodbye, but not yet, as we still need to get our first game underway right now. Goodness, I'm counting the seconds, like I said. I'm so excited.
When your tongue don't move fast enough to actually get your words out over there, that's Trout right now. He just wants to get into this action, but of course it wouldn't be LAN without a few issues here and there.
It wouldn't be a Call of Duty stream, let alone LAN. Let it be known, we've just come off of a cast in Lagos, and this is smooth sailing. Let it be known, we're having a good time over here. And like I said, guys, if you're in the Cape Town area, please come and pop in and show us some love here at the auditorium, if I'm not mistaken, the auditorium at Canal Walk. Please, it's free entry. All you got to do is sign up. It's that simple, guys. Come on.
Yeah, you get your tickets for 25 Rand actually on the ACGL site.
Oh, they're not free entry?
No. You got to pay to be in the big league.
Oh, no, fair enough. Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
$25 per ticket. Obviously, if you get in the weekend pass, 50 to go ahead and get it.
Yeah, just don't skip your coffee and you'll be fine. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm sure you can work your way in. You can get a couple of drips of coffee.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I can get behind that. But I mean, $25 to get to see these absolute legends play on stage? Come on, man. It's worth its weight in gold. Let's be real.
And then you can walk around as well during the breaks. We're in a mall, man.
That's also true, eh? Let it be known. We are in a mall.
We're in a mall. You go ahead, get your steps in. Go just check it out in the stores. Go to the food court if you need to, man. Like, I mean, this is where you need to be. The MTNShift gaming experience. A gaming experience like no other. Live and from Cape Town Canal Walk. Still tomorrow to go ahead, where we will do that grand final as well. Like Trout said, 3 teams only going to be here tomorrow. Let's see what happens though, because I mean, we know that these are 4 of the best teams right now. Of course, we yet to see one of those teams at the first ever LAN over here. That's what I'm most excited for to witness. I just don't know. Like, I'm turning to you now. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, exactly. No, it is the grand proving ground. Everyone here has got something on their shoulder. Everyone's feeling, and I haven't actually seen something that I'm missing. Is I want to see a bit more chirping between the two teams, you know, because there was very little of that going into this. And maybe after the first game, where everyone sort of finds their footing, they'll know exactly what's going on, and they'll feel a little bit more comfortable. And maybe we'll get to see a couple of at least points. I want to see a good old point, like you. Yes, you know what you did. You know, are you not entertained type entertainment? So, again, we're just waiting to get into this game, guys. Sorry for the delay. It is, of course, the first match. We're going to work out every little bit of technicality that we can. But then we're going to be bringing you guys some fantastic Call of Duty action.
Yeah, let's talk about that third map over there. We're going to Vault over under control. Walk me through Vault, because I'm not a fan of Vault personally.
I mean, rightfully so. I think that Vault is a very interesting map in itself. It is either fantastic, but again, I am a firm believer that because of the spawn system and it being control, obviously you have very fixed spawns, you can set up some devastating spawn traps. There's going to be a lot of pressure on these two teams to figure out exactly how they want to be moving around the map. But Vault in itself, man, I'm glad we're not seeing an S&D on Vault, because that is just absolute A plant, A plant, A plant. If you see a B plant, it's going to snow in hell type vibes. But again, very small close quarters map unless you're fighting down the street. It feels like everything is absolutely high octane, intense, head up against the wall, bang out, bang out, bang out. And then you got to slow it down if you're trying to get over towards B, because then you have to contend with someone like Mikal up in top art, where he's going to be literally handing out fresh fades and lead grills for everyone who tries to get onto the point. So again, it just comes down to whichever team is able to adapt best to the other play style.
Absolutely. You know, we even heard broadcasting, or I heard broadcasting. If they pick Vault, I'm going to be surprised. So obviously surprises all around for that pick. And then of course we're going back to the wine. And let's talk about Dealership over there. We've seen Dealership time and time before in Black Ops 6. I love the map. These players know how to work around the map as well. Give us your thoughts on it.
Dealership again, small map, and both of the sites are relatively well covered. You can get close to it. But again, because it's one of the newer maps and it is a map designed for BO6 specifically, it obviously, the timings have worked out a bit more around the omni movement and of course the tactical sprint, everything like that. But in actuality, it's straight away from the traditional 3-lane map, which I'm surprised we didn't actually see Hacienda, because a lot of the time these teams tend to go for the tried, true and tested maps. But again, these are newer players. They are newer players to the relative Call of Duty competitive scene, where you have to get used to not traditional 3-lane maps. And that's exactly what they've chosen here. Actually, just looking at the maps in general, the closest one that you could argue is a 3-lane map would have to be Rewind. And it came up twice, so maybe they are getting around that. But Dealership in itself, I don't like it, but that's okay. That I'm not the one playing, thank goodness. I'm better at talking than shooting. That's why I'm here. But again, you can get those bombs on either side very quickly, and that is something that we're going to have to see these teams do. A lot of the time, especially in South Africa, SMD becomes a TDN, and I'm not a big fan of that. Obviously, it works. You can either win by defusing, planting the bomb, destroying your objective, or just killing the other team. Very much like Control, but there are other factors at play there. Again, I don't like S&D TDM. I like true strats, even pre-placed nades, pre-placed stuns, just to get a little bit of an edge over your opponents and try to get that first blood and play your life, because your life is worth its weight in gold in S&D. Obviously, you only have one per round. So both of these teams, and I don't know. S&D for me at the moment is up in the air for these two teams, because we have to see how they play on LAN. Remember, online, different environment completely. On LAN, you've got to sit here, you've got your teammates right next to you, your opponents across the stage from you, you've got a crowd in front of you, you've got to deal with audio, you've got to deal with every bit of stimulus. I feel like my ADHD would low-key die on the stage. I think I'd just be overstimulated at all times and be like, don't touch me, I'm locked in. That's how it feels.
No, absolutely, and of course, the pressure as well. I mean, let's take a look at that prize pool again. 60,000 Rand on the line in a prize pool. First place with 30,000 Rand, second place 15, third place 10, and fourth place 5. Of course, all of this made possible by MTN Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First, powering the MTNShift gaming experience. And I mean, we have a whole weekend of this. That's the beauty of it. We have a whole
This is just the
weekend of action.
start.
It's just the beginning. It's just the start. I'm so excited to see who moves to that grand final.
Well, we're going to be finding out very short. Well, we're not going to know who's going to be going to the grand final specifically, but we're going to know who's going to be in the winners' finals at the very least. Because remember, this is a double elimination bracket, guys. Let it be known. There are only 4 teams, total of 6 matches, which means to get knocked out of the competition, you have to lose twice. So you have a lifeline thrown towards you, and I think this is definitely the type of teams, or the type of teams, that have the ability to make a bit of a losers bracket run. And of course, that is going to be coming up towards the end. And look, it's us again. Hey guys, how you doing? How's everyone in the crowd feeling? I actually haven't heard very much.
Here's something. Hear y'all. There we go.
That's what I like to hear.
They are ready. They are ready. Usually I'm the one asking, are you ready? They're ready. We don't even need to ask.
No, they're locked in. They're locked in right now. I saw Alexi a little bit earlier. He's patrolling. He's got his camera out. No one's camera shy, unfortunately. If you walk into the venue, you're going to be on camera at some point. So let it be known. It is a good one nonetheless. And we are literally moments away. I believe we're waiting for one of the players to get into the map. And then it is going to be... Did you hear that?
The energy took over.
Oh my goodness, I just hit... Oh no, I'm cooked. It's
he
over.
hit those notes.
No. So, okay. Right, guys. First map is coming up for you very, very shortly. Hard point on Skyline. It is going to be a banger. Again, what are your thoughts? Is it going to be close? 10 points? Or are we going to see like a runaway map?
I think it's going to be so even with these teams. I honestly feel like it's going to go for blow over this year right now. But the urge to just run out there, try to be on that camera, like you said, man.
Yeah.
You know, I want. Is this cable long enough for me to run with the headset?
I mean, it's possible. You could go stand there and then you could just like run past all the players, give them fist bumps on the way, you know, just... Oh, look at these angles. Production! Production putting in the work, baby!
I mean, absolutely. If there's one thing that we see about ACGL, it's production. It's absolutely production.
100%. These guys do the Lord's work. Could we hear that chant again? I missed it?
No.
No, I guess not. Can you hear what they're saying?
No, these headphones are really good.
No,
Really good noise cancelling.
No, again? Laka! The hype is in, everybody. I believe we are seconds away now. I've said that a couple of times. But again, we work on Africa time here. So we're going to be loading in very, very shortly. You can see the players. Look at Zaza. He's got like 5 o'clock shadow in terms of an actual shadow. I have to respect it. These guys are also locked in. But at this stage, when you're playing at this level, nothing matters except for the game. And they are here to prove a point.
What do you think the mindsets are right now? Of course, we talk about that pressure, the prize pool, the title, that trophy, the championship on the line. What do you think the mindsets are behind these players right now? Of course, the nerves are going to be there, no matter what. Nerves are always going to play a part in a LAN experience. What else do you think is going through their heads?
Man, that's a good question. I think that you got to be able to take it on the chin. A lot of the time, especially for the newer players to LAN, and on the rosters here, I think there's only one person who's new to LAN, and that's going to be our coach. So I suppose for your first timers, in this case our coach, there is a lot of pressure because you don't know what it's like to sit down and have your teammates right next to you and have all the pressure of viewers in person. You know, of course you can make big plays or you can make big mistakes, it doesn't matter. Either way, I think you just got to be cool, calm and collected, because that is the single most important thing. Clear comms, being able to know what you guys want to do and when you want to do it will like literally be the difference between winning the championship and going home first. That's how we think about it, right? The top 4 teams, it's 9 times out of 10 the team that makes the most mistakes that goes home first.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, even though you're getting that 5,000 4th place, you don't want to be the first one eliminated. No one wants to be the first one
of course
eliminated.
not.
Of course, when there's even the trophy on stage as well. I got to see it earlier on. Looks absolutely fantastic. These players want to be the ones as a group holding it high above their heads, getting the crowd chanting, the pictures taken, the social media posts as well. They want to be the winners of the MTNShift gaming experience.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be the winner of the MTNShift gaming experience. I want to hold it. I mean, I reckon we could hold it up, and I just want to hold the, you know, the you can get like a erasable board marker to write Trout and AR Gaming on the check.
You can hold the trophy. I'll hold the 60k.
Okay, fine. That's a good deal. That's a good deal.
Yeah.
Brownie points all round. Okay, guys, I think this is it. I think this is it.
Oh, we can hear the crowd making noise. I need y'all to be a little bit louder as we get into the first map, ladies and gentlemen.
That was your cue, crowd.
They voiced the energy just a little bit in the waiting, in the downtime.
Okay,
Understandable.
it's all good. Do we have crowd mics? Okay. So they're coming. The crowd bikes are coming, guys. It's so I actually cannot explain to you how cool it is to be in a LAN environment, especially when you think about Call of Duty, man. The Call of Duty LANs are what made gaming, in my opinion. Of course, there is. Here we go, everybody. We're loading in. Enough yapping. Map number 1. Hard point on Skyline. We can hear the crowd. We can feel the pressure. Goodness gracious me, this is where dreams are made or broken. Highborn versus Fear. Let's get it going here. Map number 1. Take us away, AR Gaming.
First map, Skyline. Players locked and loaded for this hard point. Now the question is, who's going to come out on top, dominant in this first map? Who's going to have that advantage? Who's going to get into the mental first of their opponents? That is the main question as we get the beautiful overview of Skyline.
Man, Skyline is where we are going to get the ball rolling. Who has favorable spawns? It does look like... Wait, do we have the... Is it the spawn? Or do we have the spawn issues? Have they fixed that? Does anyone know?
That is the question.
Yeah, we'll see in a second. Either way, favorable spawns right now looking like they are in favor of Highborn, and we... Oh, never mind. Okay, reset, second time's the charm. Let it be known that was all a bait. Haha, pranked. Okay, guys, don't worry. That's just how it goes. We're going to get back into it in a second. It wouldn't be a Call of Duty stream without a little bit of a technicality, but that's okay. We got our warm-up in. Second time will be the charm. I can feel it. I can absolutely feel it. Obviously, with the most recent update, there have been a few issues with the game, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We don't talk about it.
I mean, we usually experience that, but now it's the downtime. Now we get the crowd to get the energy back, to go ahead and get the hype up again once we get into that map. And just a little teaser of the map overview as well is what we witnessed over there. And I mean, of course, both these teams, they don't want this to happen. They've potentially got a long series ahead of them as well. They want to get straight into the action as well. So I mean, of course, they want to sort this out as quickly as possible.
100%. I mean, it's sort of like a hurry up and wait situation for the players as well. Everyone right now is on the edge of their seat, and if I was a player, I think if we, after a false start like that, when you jump the gun, or maybe it wasn't even jumping the gun, it could have just been something in the game, we don't know. Either way, that is, you get your adrenaline up, you get ready to go, first map's about to start, you quickly reset, but now this is where it's important, right? It's the LAN environment. These are the things you got to be able to roll with the punches, so you got to be able to reset, you got to be able to take it on the chin, and you have to be able to be calm, even with the hiccups, and this is where men are separated from the boys. Not saying that you can't be a female playing Call of Duty, because we saw some fantastic LANs last weekend as well. There were some insane plays, but that's just the saying that we would use. Anyway, looks like we might be having some PC issues, but it's okay. We'll get it sorted. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the one thing that sucks to actually have at a LAN experience. You got the crowd in front of you. You got your boys right next to you. You're about to get into it. Blue screen.
No, dude, don't even put that voodoo out there.
Worst thing to
No blue screens. 0 blue screens this day.
No, we have figured out that you and I are not the problem when it comes to caster cursing.
No, that's facts. It's just low-key the game.
It's just the game.
But that's okay, and we love the game, and we'll continue to support it because, man, I don't know about you, but there is just something about Call of Duty that is unmatched in every other title. I don't care what anyone says. You cannot match the pace. You cannot match the different game modes. You cannot match the crowds. Okay, maybe CS. But then again, CS, you have a best of 3 for a game. A game takes like 4 hours, it feels like sometimes. And then 90% of the gameplay is people just like...
You can't see it.
It's okay. We don't have to. It's okay.
The thing about COD is it always finds a way to bring me back.
100%.
That's the thing about it. There's always something that they do every year where it's like, you know what? This is the year. This is the year I stop.
They have got us all so good. You know, like we go through the Call of Duty cycle every year. This is going to be the one, get to the game, and everyone's like, oh, this game is awesome. And then you realize that there are a lot of vulnerabilities in the game. And then you're like, maybe this is not the one. Release the game trailer for the next one. And you're like, woo! Next year's the one! We get into it and you're like, yeah! And then the cycle repeats. But maybe, Black Ops 7, we get to see a direct sequel. That's going to be the next game coming up. And of course, with being on Xbox Game Pass, and they've got a bit of competition from another first-person shooter. So I think that this actually might be the year, but I am very much a half half full kind of guy.
There we
go. Verbal dyslexia is kind of insane. That is one of the strangest verbal typos I've ever had. Trip 9, quick break there. You had to go comb the stash. She's getting ready to get into it. I definitely know you heard me on that one. Josh, I see you.
You have to get it prepared for the game that's about to happen. It's got to hit the right buttons over there for you in case you need to go ahead and just wipe the sweat off of your hands, because this is going to be sweaty no matter what.
man, these guys are going to be sweating bullets by the end of it, let's be real. But I think that will be the end of our technicality here. And of course, guys, we are only a little bit behind, but that's just how it goes. You got to roll with the punches. First map again, Skyline. If you are just joining in right now and you would like to come and see it in person, please come on down to the auditorium. 25 ZARs will put you on the front seat. The front set of seats right now, and you can see exactly how these two titanic teams, whichever one is going to be sunk, we shall see.
Yeah, and those seats are filling up, so you want to be here quickly if you want to sit right at the front. Of course, there's a damn good view from up there as well, up top. I went over there, I was like, this is a good camera angle. We should get a camera up here. Fortunately, we didn't. No one heard me. I was alone over there. But
Loki, it was just like, guys, we should do this. Guys, we should do this. Let it be known we should do this. Why isn't anyone listening to me? I'm not whispering. Hey, everybody, we're going into the map. Let's go.
Back into it. Hopefully we actually load into this time. The crowd is going wild over there. We can hear them even through these noise cancelling headphones. And man, you can hear the chants going on as well.
Yeah, we can. Now that's so exciting. Yeah, Highborn and Fear, everybody. This is where it begins. Second time is the charm right now. And if we do a direct repeat of the previous start, it is going to be favorable sports. Yo, what is that, guys? We sleeping on the map right now, Loki. Mikhail, is that you? I see you. I see you prone already, getting ready for the rotations here towards P2. Doesn't matter. We are going to be loading in, everybody. And I think favorable sports for P2 at the very least are going to be in the hands of Highborn. And that is a lot of pressure, but absolutely not unsurmountable here for both of these teams. Chaos is where it will begin. P1 in the pool. Anyone feeling froggy, let's take that leap.
I mean, we love the chaos as well. It gives us something to be hyped about. You can hear the crowd right now getting hyped about it, doing those chants as well. Absolutely love to hear it over here. And that's the LAN experience. That's the experience that can't be beat as we get into that 5 seconds to begin this map.
And everybody, 2, 1, let's go! Map number 1 underway. P1 has just popped. It is going to be absolute chaos. Jumping on board here to see how the long-range fights begin. It's going to be a good set of trades to fly on through. No one getting time, but as I say that, it's going to be Bevan who gets the help there. But here comes the contest. Top ropes. It's going to be our coach alive for now, but time still ticking over. Having said that, No Solutions testing how well his ankles work at a height. Gets taken out, and now it's going to be Fear in the point.
Mix with a beautiful shot to get that elimination as well over on Schemes. The trades coming through as well. The contention for this point right now, Highborn on the lead as well. And just fighting every single angle. His Slipknot unfortunately gets taken down at the end.
He gets taken down indeed. 21 seconds left with his favorable spawns for P2 or in the hands of Highborn. But here comes the contest. It's going to be a huge 1v1 round the back. Depending on who wins it, it's going to flip out those spawns. But at the moment, it does look like it's going to go the way of Fear. These guys are getting going. Oh my goodness, as I say that, another player round the back, but he gets taken out. That's going to be P2 spawns in favor of Fear. And the first bit of time well and truly in the hands of them as well. Here we go, P2 about to pop. Checking if we could get in from the break from the front. Not quite. No Solutions doing what he does best, holding down the point.
Chips manages to get out of dodge over there for just a second, avoiding those shots. Stun comes through over on Coach, pops that reload as well. We are going to go ahead and see Fear push that points up past 44. And they're looking to go ahead and do it even more. Mix with a couple of shots. Gets a second. No, does not get a second over there. Unfortunately taken out.
Well, that was almost a perfect hold from the side of Fear, but they got broken and into the point go Highborn. They flip out those spawns, but from the front, knock, open up. Who's there? FBI. Mikhail trying to make it happen, but he gets traded relatively quickly. And right now the double is in. That's going to be Zaza with 2. Line him up and knock him down. Last 15 seconds. Even Stevens into the next. Here we go. Rotation coming through. It's going to be Fear there first.
I mean, we talked about how close the points were going to be. A 5-point difference right now and counting, as that last few seconds is going to tie us up. Trips gets the elimination, and we are moving points, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I like this play. I like that they didn't go for a straight bang out through the mid-map to try and get in. And here comes the break, indeed. Through the front doors, through the back. It doesn't matter. 2 or 4. 2-on-2 trade right now. But time still going the way of Highborn. Remember that the P3 or P4 spawns, are still in favor. And in the mid-map, it's going to be No Solutions. Devil 4! Oh my goodness, he only got 3, but the damage has been done. Into the point we go. Everyone picked apart Highborn. What was looking like a good hold. Broken wide open. And like you said, go. All 4 down. Highborn already on the back foot, off the back of a fantastic rotation.
And that was absolutely massive over there. Fear now getting those points up as well. Quick shots from Coach. Looks for a second, perhaps. Dodges down behind this pool. Bev's up top right now as well. He's playing out those deloads, and 10 seconds is all that is left on this point. Out is about to shift one more time with Fear in the lead.
Fear in the lead, and here comes the trades on from the top ropes. I mean, Babes still alive for now, trying to make it as mixy as possible, bearing in mind that the spawns and the first bit of time will be going the way of Fear here for a second, but it's going to be the break potentially. What's the timing going to look like? Not quite. It's still going to be shots raining true, but the streaks from Zaza are going to do the work. 3 will fall, spawns will flip, and into the point and into the break. Highborn, no one here taking this lightly. It's going hill for hill for hill. Right now we can hear the crowd getting loud. 2 players will fall, but it doesn't matter. Remember, those close spawns are in favor of Highborn, and I'm loving the pre-nades. Here comes the chow, but it's going to be backwards and forwards in the trade again. Fear, break on in.
Sweaty over here, so staying in the showers. Coach gets a couple. Unfortunately taken out. 100 has just been crossed by Fear. There's still 20 seconds left on this point. Trip with the beautiful shots to eliminate that player behind the hot tub as well. And 10 seconds is all that is left on this point. Highborn doing all that they can to get a few more points, but Fear locking out Highborn perfectly, and we are going to move to that next point.
Yeah, we're going back over to P1 right now. Second set of rotations about to come on through. No one really running away with the game. Having said that, there is a slight lead in favor of Fears. They find 3 on the rotation. Into the point we go. It's just Trip 9. He's trying to stay alive for as long as possible. I didn't know that this was an angle. We are learning things here at the final event of Black Ops 6 here in South Africa, but it was all up to Trip 9 to make it happen as the spawns have been flipped on out. Down from the top ropes we go. Schemes and Bevan back to back without Bazaza. They break on in. Right now, that was 5 in a row for Mix, but he gets taken out. And goodness gracious me, it is trade for trade for trade. But there is still about 40 points between these two teams, and we have to be thinking about those P2 rotations. Eventually, it's going to be the side of Fear that slow things down. Okay.
I think some players disconnected, if I'm not mistaken, from Highborn side. If I'm not mistaken over there, I did see the numbers of players just drop at a certain point in time. But, I mean, Fear had the lead there nonetheless. They had good positioning as well. That was absolutely fantastic to witness.
Man, that was good there. I mean, no solutions with a 3-piece, with a pistol whip in the middle. Almost got the 4th. Imagine getting a clean quad feed on land. That means you killed everyone. Insane. But either way, that was just a bit of a warm-up. I'm not entirely sure what the admin ruling is going to be. It's probably going to be a replay, I imagine. But still, that was a good first taster of what's to come here. Both of these teams playing very, very well. And it's not a runaway blowout type of game. It is really whoever breaks, or generally whoever rotates first gets the first bit of time. But then you can never count out players like Zaza or Trip 9 who get in the back, get those 2 pieces. And vice versa on the side of Fear, where they have players that they can just sort of like point in the direction of the hill, and all of a sudden 3 players are dead, and then you just waltz Matilda onto the point. But again, that was just a bit of a test run. We're just waiting on the admins to let us know exactly what happened there. Is that across the board? Okay, so a quick update for you guys. The reason why we had to reset there is looks like Battle.net had a little bit of a wobbly, but that is okay. That's how it happens. We'll be going in for a replay. At least we know now what the caliber is of these players on land. Seems like no one really struggling right now. They're doing a fantastic job. Unfortunate turn of events, but it's just the way of the road.
Now, I mean, that just shows you why you should be here at this land if you're watching from home right now. If you are in Cape Town, Canal Walk Auditorium is where the MTNShift gaming experience is happening. 25 Rand a ticket, 50 for the entire weekend pass. Come on down, sit in that spectator box and watch the action live.
100%, and that is some very intense action, like you said. We're just waiting for a quick reset here before we get on in. Is it still down? Do we know any updates from production? It's a bit difficult at the moment, guys. We are just as in the dark as you are. We're just waiting to see what the current fix is. But for now, you just have to keep listening to us, for a little bit. But again, let's talk about what we saw at the start of those first set of rotations before we had to reset things. Sort of like a full run around of the entire map. We've got to see at least 5 hard points. What do you think the 2 teams were doing good, and what do you think the teams weren't doing so good?
There was a certain point in time where you witnessed these players absolutely push onto the point. They overheated just a little bit over there. I mean, we saw almost that 4K that you talk about. That was so impressive to actually witness. I think maybe just overheating too much. Like you say, mistakes often go ahead and lead to a downfall. Can't make mistakes that easily. Still, both teams, though, managing to not make those mistakes. You could see how they were butting heads for that point. The scores so close. Like we said at the beginning, going blow for blow on those numbers. I think these guys are playing perfectly as is.
I think perfect is a good call. I think they're playing well. A lot of the time, rotations are coming down to 1 or 2 players, and then you have to hope for a hero play, which I suppose you can do because all these players have the capacity for that. But again, it is really, like you said, butting heads, blow for blow. whoever comes out on top in terms of the first set of engagements tends to find the majority of time. But even then, we saw like hills where it was looking like the perfect setup from the side of Fear, P2 for example, where they got 3 players down, it all came down to Trip 9. He finds a double, by some miracle the spawns flip on out, and then they get in and they immediately flip them out, and as a result Zaza found some streaks off the back of it. So it's really anyone's game, and I think that it would have been a change of lead if we went into the next hill there on P2, because obviously it was the spawns in favor of Highborn in the end. Okay, so quick update for you guys. It is not going to be a full reset. We are going to be going to a set target. It is going to be 133 for Fear to take the W and 166 for the side of Highborn. So it is just going to be a mini race to get to those lower titles right there.
I mean, that makes it more fair as well. It keeps the fairness going for this. Of course, Fear had a bunch of points built up. They're not going to want to go ahead and start off from scratch. In fact, neither of these teams want to go ahead and start off from scratch, especially with their opposition. Like we keep on saying, butting heads with each other over here. So 133 for Fear, 166 for Highborn. That's the targets that need to be met for these teams on that scoreboard as we are loading back in, slowly but surely, back onto Skyline for that hard point.
Man, that is actually crazy. So 33 points is all that is between these two teams right now. And that is truly the difference between one good break and a little bit of scrap time and a full rotation. So, man, that is just a testament. If they are within 33 points between or after the first set of rotations, it is a true indicator that no one has really taken control of the map, which is exactly what you want to see on LAN.
No, absolutely. We have to see it at LAN when these are the 4 best teams to actually be here at this LAN. That prize pool of 60,000 Rand, waiting for a victor to take that 30k, waiting for a victor to lift that trophy up, waiting for a victor to earn the title as champion. And one of these 4 teams, they will definitely be crowned for it. And one of these 2 teams that we're witnessing here, unfortunately, going to be pushed down into that elimination game later today.
100%. So all of it is on the line right now. Of course, we're having a look at the maps again. Post Skyline, we will be loading into some S&D on a rewind, but I'm sure you guys are as antsy as we are to get back into the game. And it is, I suppose, a little bit of a silver lining that we had just completed the first set of rotations, and it is effectively a full reset with a smaller target. It's not like they have to recreate some kind of a setup, or we have to worry about streaks. I don't think anyone had streaks from either side, so we got a little bit lucky in that sense, but of course we've got to roll with the punches. But man, I want to see a little bit more out of my ARs from the side of Highborn. I think that is where they're falling a little bit short at the moment, but that's okay. They can pick it up when they need to.
That's still a wild 33-point difference. That's crazy.
That's nothing. It's literally, it's one break, and if you can have people soaking up the time, and that's one thing we actually get to see a lot of here, is people are not afraid of playing in the hill. You can even have up to 3-4 players on the point at any given time to soak up as much time as possible. But of course, with the chaos that is Skyline specifically, you don't really want to be doing that, because that means you're going to be messing up the spawns, and then the timings will be a little bit out. But either way, a lot of the time, it's traditional Call of Duty is straight away from having, say, your anchor role, or one person that would always be the one to be at the back securing those spawns, because obviously the spawn system has changed up a little bit, or you'll have one person dedicated to specifically finding the time in hardpoint. Now you've got to be able to play off and around each other, bouncing the hill, playing whoever's closest to get the spawns, whoever's closest to sort of push out, get a bit more map control. And that's actually another thing, good point that I brought up for myself. Thank you, Trout. You're welcome, Trout. As we get to see the teams look for a little bit more of map control, because at the moment it didn't really feel as though that once they get the break, or they get the setup, they're sort of like, okay, what now? And they're not really taking as much space, which allows for a lot more sneaky plays, potentially more pinches. So that is also another difference that I'm going to be looking for between these two teams.
I think we actually saw that a little bit over on point 1, if I'm not mistaken, that pinch maneuver occurring as well. So yeah, the map control definitely needs to be a little bit worked on over here as well. But I mean, now with a easier target to reach per se, 133, 166, it's not the 250 that we need, but it's definitely more doable than, or doable quicker than what that 250 is. And then of course we will be moving over onto that SND. I'm excited for that SND. I'm excited to see what these teams do on D1.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the change of pace is going to be, because obviously it's a different game mode, different speed, but these teams right now, I think they just want to get the first map out of the way. If I was in their shoes, I would be like, okay, we just want to get it going, we want to hit the ground running, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing here in a second, as we should be loading in any moment now. But I'm liking the vibes from the side of Fear. There's a lot of smiles going around, and that's also important. It's all about having fun in the end. And also 60,000 Rand, that's a little bit important.
I would have fun if there's 60 bands.
100%. And of course, there is a lot of camaraderie between the teams as well. I spoke about how there's not as much banter as I would like, but maybe that's still to come. But again, these are the top 16 players in the country, and of course, Mauritius and Reunion included, as we have the Island boys around. But man, there's a reason they're here. They're all very, very gifted Call of Duty players, and now we're sort of separating the best of the best and the legendary players to just the very good players. And that is worth a little bit more than the prize pool in terms of bragging rights, just off merit alone. Because I don't know about you, but there is just something so sweet, like chef's kiss, about saying, I won the LAN.
No,
my
absolutely.
team won the LAN.
Absolutely. And for one of those teams as well, the potential to have it as their first one happening, that right there increases the value of that, increases the shift.
100%. You get in here, you just clean up of your first ever LAN. Yeah, that we'll have to wait and see. I just need to see them play, because man, they were the truth online, and I'm curious to see if they're still the truth here. But like you said, that's going to be it's all on the line right now. These guys are here to prove a point. Top 16 players in the country, and asterisks also Reunion. But yeah, man, it's going to be good. Hopefully we're loading in any second now. Sorry, guys, for the delay. It was on the side of Battle.net. That's just how it rolls. It would not be a cast without a little bit of technical difficulties. Speak English, Trout. Come on. A little bit of technical difficulties.
You need a dictionary, my friend.
I do. I might. I just, low-key, when life gives you melons, you're dyslexic, and that's me. So let's go.
Legitimately threw me off, I'm not going to lie. Legitimately threw me off. I'm sure that there's people that, he gets me.
Yeah, that's exactly right, man. Dyslexia goes hard, let it be known. Anyways, guys, we're going to be loading in any second now. Again, sorry for the delay. It is absolutely out of our hands, and it feels like we are praying to the Call of Duty gods right now, as we need to get this first game underway. I am a believer. If people in the back, believe. Okay, cool. I'll just go find a long walk off a short plank. On to the next.
I mean, I'm sure the players believe.
Yeah, I believe them.
That's one for you.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It's a mutual belief.
100%.
These players believing that they're going to get this first map done very, very soon. I think we're waiting for a couple of players to actually just load back in, 1 or 2 perhaps, and then we will get in a bit. Let's you talk about the players. Look at Fear. We're waiting on 1 actually. That's a confirmation. Look at Fear. Like you talked about the smiles, but on top of that, look at the concentration in their eyes. Look at the focus that they have. Highborn as well. Look at Schemes right now. Not even blinking, just staring at that monitor.
The bro's trying to steer a hole right through it. He's locked in. Somebody definitely called the locksmith, because no one is locked out. They are all in and ready to go. And we are just waiting for 1 player, like you said, before we're getting into it. I don't know if that was directed at us. Okay. Everyone's ready. It looks like we're going to be loading in here any second now, guys. Third time is the charm.
Let's see if we can do it. Of course, just to remind you guys, the scores that need to be achieved right now is Fear needs to get 133. Highborn needs to get 166 to go ahead and get the victory for the first map, as we're back through the fly-through. We're just about to begin.
Nice, true and tested map, at least in the black. What was that? Okay, guys, once the crowd microphones come in, you will hear how much hype there is right now. It is fantastic. It's just straight vibes. We're riding the vibes right now, riding that lightning into Skyline HB once more. Okay, let it be known that this was just a dry run, making sure that everyone can load it in, and then we're going to stick to the fly-throughs as we're doing a nice little aerial tour. We're going to see if we can see Mikhail again. I'm sure he is lying around P2 somewhere. And low-key, we're going to be cooking up in the kitchen at P3 as well.
I mean, if we could see that 3K that happened in the kitchen as well, that would be
Bro
fantastic.
was cooking. Bro was absolutely cooking.
Legitimately was on fire. The stove was left on.
No, somebody forgot to turn the burner off. And that burner is known as Alex No Solutions. Because there is no solution to his app. There he is! I see him! Hey, Mikhail, we see you lying down there, my brother. I got a chuckle. I got a chuckle out of the production.
That wasn't a chuckle. That was a full-out laugh, brother.
Alright, guys. Don't worry, we're in the same boat as you. We're waiting eagerly for the next map to start on out here.
I mean, hopefully the issues are fixed over here. Hopefully all these players can load in. They can get past this first map. And, I mean, there's basically this mountain of content, mountain of games that we're experiencing over here. Because we still have another series after this. Then the elimination. And then, of course, tomorrow we will have the winners bracket, the losers bracket, and then the grand finals as well.
Best of 7, let it be
Best of
known.
7,
Best
baby.
of 7, so there is truly as even as it gets. That's a nice thing. We used to play the bracket reset format, which is 2 best of 5s, which is technically a best of 10 then, or best of 9, but that's okay. One and done best of 7 is also a very, very fair way to go about it. Why am I struggling to speak? Goodness, man!
You're hyped, man.
I'm too excited. I'm too excited. Okay, we're loading it, everybody. Let it be known. Here we go. 5 seconds and counting. Bearing in mind that it is 166 for Highborn, 133 for Fear. Here we go. P1 about to pop.
We get straight into it, ladies and gentlemen, and just like that, eliminations off the board almost instantly, and there's going to be Fear that gets their feet on that point first. You can see hiding behind the pool right now is no solution. I mean, just racking up those points, trying to speed run this point chase down.
100%, but the contest is in, but it doesn't matter. 3 players will fall pretty much instantly here for the side of for Highborn, and it was looking like they were going to be able to get a break there as 2 more players got in for that trade, but it doesn't matter. Around the back we go. Bev's trying to find those spawns for his team here, and he might have done exactly that. It's going to be a huge 1v1 to come on through, but scrap time still going the way. Oh, I was going to say going the way of Fear, but the caster's curse is in. Mage gets taken out, but don't you worry, don't you fear. No solution is here!
Gets that shot, goes out the door, gets the second, peeks the window again. Semtex out, will that connect? Does do a little bit of damage, but not enough to take down Schemes over on site. And the points now going over towards Highborn as we get to the next point.
P2 about to pop, and the work was put in there from No Solutions as he flipped out those spawns. But here we go. From the front, it's gone. Oh my goodness! Mikhail gets sent to the ghoulie, and 2 players on the trade. The breaker's in, but the spawns pretty much all up in the air right now. All eyes on Mage, trying to get a little bit saucy with it. Gives away his position though. So the reinforcements are going to have to come in through, but Schemes and Babes go back to back right now on the point. What's it going to look like? It's going to be No Solutions and Mage who make the entry, but it's going to be trade on trade on trade. Classic Pandemonium style map, and eventually Bevan and Zaza go back to back. They keep it going. All 4 players down. Good break denial, but 1 more player around the back, maybe the one to make it happen.
I mean, that's what they need as well. Zaza gets elimination on their 16 seconds left on that timer, especially when there's that 33-point difference. This is what Highborn needs to close that gap. Mix right now, pushing on to point, getting those few extra points before we move over to P3.
P3 about to pop, and this is where we get to see a bit more of the positional play become important as we have the first bit of time now going the way. We'll see you in the next round, and it's okay. Akshay was there for the 2-piece, and he finds the third with the help of his teammates. It's just Mage. Mage is last alive. He gets taken out. Breaker's back in now. Highborn finding the time. 3 players fall from Fear, but my goodness, this is the caliber of player we need to see right now as they have closed that gap. They are in the lead, 60 to 30 to 60. I'm not going to try and do the actual maths right now. Remember, we're playing to 166 for Highborn and 133 for the side of Fear, but No Solutions, unkillable as the side of Fear break back in with the help of Mage and Coach.
No Solution now on the point. 22 seconds, it's all that's left. Trophies down immediately. 61 to 40 is our cut and score. Bears flying through. Gets taken out. Omni movement not going to be useful over there. But I mean, the trade's coming through fantastically. 10 seconds is all that's left on this point. Schemes maybe just going to back up from this, looking for the elimination. But that point's going all towards Fear. 56 to 61 is where we are as the point's about to switch.
The next point is about to pop on in, like you said. It's going to be Coach and Mage who find 2 in quick succession. Mage is looking for another one for himself. He does exactly that. Into the break we go. Remember, this is still not a full 250 that they're playing towards here, but the back spawns still in favor of Highborn here, but they are on the back foot. If that is the case, it is now even Stevens on the map, but not actually. Here comes Bevan for the trade. He finds the first. He gets taken out immediately, but it doesn't matter. His teammates are close for the contest, but it's going to be Mage who finds 2 before getting traded. Mikhail was there to pick up the pieces, but he gets taken out. 29 seconds of counting. Rotation of the first set of, or technically the second set of rotations about to come through, but man, it is absolute chaos. It's just player after player after player. It seems like the hill is contested at every second, every turn. Look at Mage, 17 and 8. Somebody stop the man.
Mage is so good at pushing through, sliding through, switching between targets effectively, and you can see it on that kill board as we are about to move to the next point. 84-74 is where we stand. Fear in the lead.
Oh, Mick's trying to give him the good old Cape Town special with the butt of the gun, but he couldn't quite finish it off. Doesn't matter. Playing for P2 spawns right now is going to be sort of highborn, but they need to be careful. They only have 50 points between the two of the teams now. They need to make sure that they're going to clear out this point, because every single second is 1 second closer for the side of Fear to close out map number 1. Here comes Zaza from the top ropes. He finds the first. Looking for the spawns now. Is still going to be the side of highborn, but that is a lot of white time. Not ideal, as it's eventually going to be the side of Fear. Back in the point. Backwards and forwards we go. P2 on the horizon.
Fear just need 34 points. Highborn on the point right now, gets taken out. Push off of the point, I should say, but Schemes right there on the stairs.
Getting
three. Gets another one left. Can you go ahead and get it? Gets absolutely beamed and now pushed away from that multi-kill. Unfortunately, Trips is going to go down as well. We do have an update of their Fear actually only needs 123 Trout.
So they can't win it here, but it's going to be very, very close. It is going to come down to 2 seconds. It's effectively a 2:48 situation going over towards P2, and that is a lot of pressure. 2 seconds needed. Zaza with 3. It's triple after triple, but one of the players might have just done the unthinkable and slipped the net. It's going to come down to none other than Mix to see if he can make it happen. He finds 2. That's going to be a bit of a big ball rolling. It's going to be Coach. He's there. The angles are played. It's going to be map number 1 going the way of Fear. All thanks to Mikal, the carpet legend himself, finding that 3-piece.
What a game over there. And we talk about butting heads consistently. That shows it right there. Fear with the first map, taking Skyline, taking Hardpoint, and now we wait to see what's going to happen on that S&D on Rewind.
100%. We're going to be resetting it up there. Finally, we get our first map under the belt here at the Shift Gaming Experience, brought to you by MTN. Map number 1 concluded going the way of Fear, and it was very close. It was backwards and forwards for a while there, but in the end, it came down to the absolute gunny and I would say raw head bashing ability of the SMGs from Fear, as they just kept on running back and back into that point. Mage finding 2 pieces, No Solutions finding 2 pieces, and of course, got to give Mikal a little bit of love. They Mix, the man who found 3-piece after 3-piece, gave a little bit of extra love to Bevs on one of those kills, and I thought that might have come back to bite them, but in the end, it did not. Map number 1 going the way of Highborn, and I love that I didn't have to do that quick maths over there. 250 to 162 was the final score of map number 1.
Final score, insane, so close as well. 90 odd points to go ahead and get that as well, but we now go ahead on to Rewind. Fear in the lead right now in those maps, and of course we will go to Vault after that for Control. What does Highborn need to do now on this S&D?
Reset, find the first bloods. That is going to be so key, because if you can take out a couple of those key players, specifically Mikal again, I know I've been giving him a lot of love, but he's been really putting in the work here for his team. If you are able to cut down those really impactful players, generally you can find Mikal either on the floor, prone, or in a weird corner, because that's what he's known for, and I have to respect that. That's what gets you far, especially in a game mode like S&D. So if you can pick apart the side of Fear 1 player at a time without losing too many players or any at all, that is going to be a fantastic game plan. But again, both of these teams, in my opinion, are still very much lacking map control. And map control is actually worth so much more in S&D, because you want to be able to get that site, get control of it, get the bomb down, and deny the retake, or vice versa. If you are on defense, you want to stop them from getting the bomb down and not have to put yourself in the position for a retake. Bearing in mind, it is a 5-second plant and a 7.5-second defuse. So if we ever start holding our breath around a ninja or around a literal couple of millisecond defuse, you'll know exactly why, because those are the time frames, everybody. Just for everyone who's just joining in now as a new player. Hopefully we get to see a few of those as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, valid to mention Mix over there, the highest kills at LAN as well. We talked about that earlier, so no doubt we're going to be talking about Mix all day, or at least through Fear's games. But of course, if you're just joining in, this is map number 2 right now. Search and Destroy over on the Rewind. Fear taking the hard point over on Skyline in our first series of the day. We still have another one to come out, and then the elimination game later on.
100%. There are three games a day, let it be known. And right now, the first map, and that's broken the ice, right? I feel like that's going to be like a weight off of both the team shoulders, especially for the side of Fears. They are the ones to find their first, well, the first to draw blood, rather, here in the auditorium at Canal Walk. And guys, I want you to know that the audio in this place is insane. It really does work as an amphitheater. Every little bit of hype bounces off one another, and you love to see that. We're all going to be loading in here any second right now. But again, it was just map number 1, and if you're in the shoes of Highborn, you just got to put it behind you, right? There was a reset. There's all these external factors right now. Mikhail managed to get that booger, and we are ready to go.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can't let it affect your mental whatsoever. There's a mountain to climb, especially with that 60,000 Rand prize pool on the line. 30k for first place is what these guys are fighting for. The championship that they want to raise, that trophy that they want to hold high above their heads. I mean, if this is the start of what we're seeing, Trout, if this is the beginning, the first series that we get to see, it's going to be a hell of a weekend.
It's going to be a hell of a weekend. That's an understatement. It's going to be a hell of a weekend. It's going to be a monumental weekend. Because for the first time, we get to see some new faces on LAN as opposed to just a rebrand in terms of whatever teams are playing. We have a full set of players that have never been here, never touched the sticks on LAN in South Africa, and I feel like that is worth its weight in gold. We love to see every single time. It is going to be so good, but they are up next. Right now, we are looking at the classic Highborn versus Fear. First map underway and completed. Fear drawing first blood, like we said. For everyone who is joining in right now, we're getting ready for S&D on Rewind, slowly making it a little bit more tantalizing. But you asked me what you want to see from the side of Highborn, because they're obviously on the back foot, having gone down one map. What do you want to see from them?
I want to see what you're talking about. I want to see Mix go ahead and prone down and get some kills. I want to see that.
Okay.
I want to see that. You've been teasing us with it the entire day so far. I want to see that happen over here in S&D right now. That's what I want to see. And what I want to also see is I want to see you guys come on down over to the auditorium in Canal Walk. If you are in Cape Town, 25 Rand a ticket, 50 for the weekend pass over on acgl.gg to get into the spectating booth and watch these players live. Feel the hype live. I mean, Trout, we're here in this LAN experience. You talked about the audio over there. We are a good distance so far away from all of these players and all of the crowds. We can hear the chants going on like we're right next to it.
100%, especially if they get really hyped. You can feel it in, like, the whole venue feels like it's vibrating. So that is just also, again, guys, we cannot stress the fact that you cannot replicate the feeling of LAN. It is unmatched. It's just like the energy is insane. Every kill that you get on LAN, every map that you win, just feels like it's worth so much more, because you're not just sitting in your room super comfortable right now. You are in a tough position. You've got your teammates next to you. You can throw fist bumps. You can point at the enemy. You can say, "Hey, you! I had you that map." Perhaps with some different language, but we don't talk about that here. We have a good time, but right now it looks like we are going to be loading in here for map number 2. The teams locked in. Are you feeling locked in?
Oh man, for these players also, pressure is their playground right now as well. The pressure of a LAN experience, the pressure of being on that main stage currently. And of course, working through all of these issues that are happening, and of course it's LAN, of course it's COD, those will happen. But that doesn't take away from the nerves of these players. And yes, they've got the crowd to hype them, but whether they have the crowd or not, that still adds a little bit of pressure in your heart, in your soul, in your mind. You can't let that affect you, especially at a LAN experience, especially when that prize pool's on the line.
100%, especially, like, again, it's so different when you're sitting opposite your opponent. They're like right there. You can see them. You know, you can see. I don't know, but I feel like it might check me out if I'm playing and I get absolutely worked. Like, whoever got world starred by No Solutions, Hade. We'll see you on Twitter. But like something like that would be insane. Okay, guys, here we go. I was gonna say check me out because I'd look over and he'd be laughing. I'd be like, damn, I'm cooked on stage. Here we go, map number 2, baby.
Talk about cinema, we're heading to Rewind, ladies and gentlemen. Search and destroy. Map number 2, Fear versus Highborn.
Here we go, everybody. Map number 2. Goodness gracious me, it's going to be a banger.
Of course, the fly showing every single angle. The beauty of this map. I actually love the look of this map. Black Ops 6 came out. Love the campaign. Love the time jump back. It could be back in my day.
Back in my day is crazy. Back in my day
Back in my day, the VCRs, you know, the VHS.
Back in my day. Bro, Loki, AR just revealing his age right now.
No.
It's tough. It's tough.
People are listening? What do you mean? I think it's just us.
No, fair enough. I mean, I didn't realize that there's an entire crowd and an entire stream watching at the same time.
I don't know. I can't hear them right now. I need them to make noise.
Oh, never mind. We got a bit of a reset here, guys. Don't you worry. We're going to be getting it back into it very, very, very shortly. You just have to wait. Be as patient as a saint when it comes to loading into games in Call of Duty, especially in Black Ops 6, guys. You got to roll the punches. You got to be ready to deal with whatever comes your way. But it's going to be a good one. I'm excited. I'm still excited. I feel like we're all still riding that lightning right now. I feel like at the end of the day, we're all going to feel like, man, looking back, that was some insane Call of Duty up for grabs. But again, who else do you want to see pop off? I mean, every single one of these teams have got all-star players, but there are a few, maybe all players are equal, but some players are more equal than others. Who do you think are the more equal players?
I want to see Nines go ahead and get a kill streak again, man. Like, once we get to control, I want to see that kills just back up. I want to see that back up again. That would be so cool to see again at MTNShift. That's what I'm hoping for. And if you can hear me, Trips, do it.
If only they could hear us. Also, guys, if the commentary changes
Feel
up,
my mental.
if the commentary changes up a little bit, remember that we are coming across in the auditorium as well to the crowd, so we won't be giving away positional plays as much as we would in a game mode like HP. And if anyone in the crowd gives away either a plant or a defuse, let it be known you're going to get thrown by Trout, and that is a direct threat. So let's keep it nice and PG. Let's keep it all friendly right now, as we. We are going into the S&D very shortly, and we are going to see which team can be the ones to make it happen. First Blood wins you S&Ds, and I'm going to keep my eyes on Bev, man. He's normally the player that's first to the fray, first to get that first blood, first to get the round. And normally when he pops off, it's either an ace or a 3K.
Well, hopefully we get to see that over at the LAN experience. That's going to hype up the crowd for sure if we actually get to see that. And of course, reminding all of you, one of these teams will be pushed down into that elimination game later today. Like Cloud said earlier on, there will only be 3 teams here. Hey, we got the crowd.
Hey, look at that!
We love to see that.
Alexi on cam, smile. You cannot beat the atmosphere at LAN. Look at the crowd. It's going to be filling up as we go a little bit further on in the day. Of course, this is the first game and the second map. It is a little bit of a grinder when it comes to loading into the map, Scott, but that's just the hand we are dealt. Let it be known.
I mean, props to production for actually getting things like this in the meanwhile.
100%.
Like, just on the fly like that. We're on map 2 and now we've got a crowd cam for everyone to watch. That's insane.
Oh, man. I have to give a huge kudos to good old Reggie behind the sticks. They're making it happen. I swear sometimes it feels like he's got 8 arms like an octopus hitting all the buttons, making sure it all happens. It's insane. The production value that ACGL brings out is always so good. Worth its weight in gold. I believe these are the final fist bumps before we loading in. Could I get a thumbs up? Indeed, everybody. Here we go. Loading back in. Map number 2. S&D on rewind.
And the crowd goes wild, Trout. We can hear them if you want to hear them yourselves. $25 a ticket. Come on down. This still continues tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, with the grand finals. So make sure you come down to Canal Walk. Go to acgl.gg to get your tickets. But now we're in that fly-through one more time over on rewind. Let's hope that there's no issues over here. And let's get into some search and destroy.
Alright, here we go, guys. Map number 2 on the horizon, S&D. I feel like we've loaded in 3 times, and hopefully third time is the charm. And again, shout out to production for these fantastic fly-throughs. It is just a viewing experience in of itself.
Players loading in right now. Trying to get locked and loaded in here. Trying to get their strats about them. And of course, for Highborn, they want to tie this up by winning this map. Push us into control, all tied up. Fear trying to further that lead as we get into some search and destroy, baby.
It is going to be S&D like you said. Slow and steady wins the race. First blood about to be drawn. On board with Trip 9 right now to see if he can find it.
He's sliding around looking for that opportunity. Few shots to go here, stray shots. Bev's just holding angles, waiting for anyone to push into that crosshairs. We are going to see the bomb planted at A. There goes that first blood. Trips gets taken out.
And that's going to be another one falling for the side of Highborn, bearing in mind that the colors have swapped their way around, but Mage at close range is going to be taking out all eyes on Zaza. Left in a 1 versus 4. Oh my goodness, the timing not there. The defuse is in. It is going to be first round going the way of... I know it says Highborn, guys. It's actually Fear. We've got the colors, but we'll have that sorted out by the next map. Don't you worry.
I mean, dominant over there. Very quickly taking out their opponents effectively over there. We look at this kill cam slide through, the adjustment made. I mean, that's talent right in front of us.
I was going to say, man, you cannot take away from Major's mechanical move. Like, he's so mechanically gifted when it comes to Call of Duty. He's the fastest snaker in the West. He plays on one ping normally. If bro is going to be snaking you, he is going to give you one frame to see him, and then you just absolutely go down. But of course, we will not be seeing any of that because we have a good old fair play, good old gentleman's agreement in play at the moment. But again, round number 2 on the horizon with the side of Fear on attack.
We are now on attack and move over to Bevs. Currently, you can see just sliding down, looking for that opportunity, looking for that prime position to actually chill in and wait for that crosshair to line up. Couple nades here and there, go through and cause some explosions. No solution, backing all the way around. Peek slowly through that door as well. And I mean, this is the pacing that you were talking about, Trout. This is the methodicalness of it.
Oh, and that's going to be well read there from, I think it was actually Mix who finds the first blood. Indeed. Bomb now down. 3 versus 4 on the retake. What's this time going to look like? Oh my goodness, check your corners. Capped. Oh my goodness! It's going to be a quick set of trades. Either way, all up to Zaza once more. 1 versus 3. So 1 versus 2. What's the time going to look like? Goodness gracious, he's got 29 seconds. Remember, it's a 7.5 second defuse time.
Here we stand, couple shots connect over there, nothing to write about, no eliminations. Pulls out the pistol and you can see this high-low being held. Almost gets one, but gets taken out, unfortunately, at the end.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I would absolutely freak out if I turn the corner and there's people in the wrong side. Ah, look, it's Mikhail Pro, and you were talking about it. Here he is, carpet cosplayer in the flesh.
The camouflage is good, you didn't even see him.
100%, and that's going to be 2 rounds going the way of Fear. And again, that comes down to that teamwork. These guys clear slowly, get the kills, and that is the adaptability we were talking about. And the S&D right now looking very much in favor of Fear.
Getting to round number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Timer ticks down, and we are off to the races. Zaza going around long over here.
Oh.
Immediately found out over there, and can't even get a shot off in time. Bevs up close, dodging that nade. Peeking corners now, and you can see Semtex is coming through left, right, and center, holding door, wanting to push out, but not doing so nonetheless.
Right now, it is still a 4 versus 4. First blood yet to be drawn. A lot of shots across the map. Still absolutely fighting for that first bit of map control, and it's actually going to be No Solution who draws the first blood right now. 3 versus 4. Again, Highborn on the back foot, and I spoke about how important the first bloods are. It's going to be Bevs with a quick trade. Schemes almost gets away with it, but that is enough done to put the side of Highborn in the lead in terms of lives for the first time.
3v2 is where we stand. 35 seconds is all that's left. Will Mix get an elimination up close over here as we see nades get thrown through. Gets taken out, switches almost immediately and almost takes on Zaza, but
Highborn.
That was close over there.
It came down to the wire, man. That was, it could have gone either which way, but it worked out in favor of Highborn as they find their first round here in the S&D. Currently 2-1, and they got that ball rolling with, well, actually, I think it was No Solutions that drew first blood, and they just weren't able to convert from there because everyone from the side of Highborn eventually grouped up and managed to play each other off of the trades, and I think it came down to Bevs around Hedges finding a massive 2-piece.
Now number 4, ladies and gentlemen, timer ticking down, and we get back into it. Or we get tied up over here for Highborn. Will Fear continue that lead? Of course, best of 5 over in SND. Bevs, couple shots, finds a second player over there. Now goes through, almost gets another. We're down to a 2v2 situation.
There's a 2v2 Thursday night on ACGL. Trying to make it happen. There's going to be No Solutions and Mix versus Zaza and Schemes. Oh man, what is this going to look like? It's going to be terrible timing. First blood now drawn. Mikhail fears no evil. He shall chow, but he almost gets taken out. But here we go, backwards and forwards. Again, it's just literal pixels between life and death here. And again, Zaza seems like he is always the last man alive in these situations. But he knows he's got some good information on him there. Whoa! He finds the first. The movement is in. He gets away. 1v1.
1v1 indeed. Mix, Zaza, the last 2 alive. 33 seconds. Who's going to capitalize on this moment? You can see both players trying to hunt each other out right now.
Oh!
He gets found out over there.
Huge play from good old Zaza. A 1v3? A 1v3 is insane. Ice in the vein, Zaza with the movement. Give him an AR, give him an SMG. It doesn't matter. He will be able to make the play. And again, that just came to him getting a kill, getting away. Sort of in and out. Fantastic stuff there from the boy Zaza.
Turning each fight into a clean 1v1 and then capitalizing on that movement to get around, to go ahead and get that little bit of a reset and find their way all tied up again as we get into our next round.
Next round, indeed, still one ahead to the side of Fear in terms of map count. And I'm liking the aggression. This is what I was talking about, right? You need to be able to play at the correct pace. And it's going to be Trip9 alive, but by the skin of his teeth, he almost gets taken out. It's actually going to be Schemes who falls. Everyone else from the side of Highborn falling like flies around him. Zaza left again in a 1 versus 3. Will Lightning strike twice is the question.
That was insanely fast over there. Now lost alive. Hopes and dreams, unfortunately, getting caught out. Just like that, a third round goes through.
Third round indeed, now lead in favor again once more for the side of Fear. And Mage actually trying to pick up the boots of Mikhail almost gets taken out. But again, it feels like Zaza just always puts himself in a 1 versus insert number here. He's always lost alive for the side of Highborn.
That was really quick the way the entire team got wiped out. Zaza the last alive, and now you gotta be thinking the comms are over there like, let's not do that again, let's find a different way around this. You have to have that communications, especially when Fear's doing this well in SND.
100%, but they are very much evenly matched in terms of first bloods, which is exactly what you want. Trying to pick each other apart as best as possible. Now, like this play, it is something a little bit what you don't expect. Having said that, that's going to be information now gained for either side. Utility, so important in S&D, and that's something I actually didn't touch on. If you're not using your stuns and nades, are you even playing S&D? Here we go. Now, that may be the first bit of map control in favor here for either team. It's going to be Coach who draws the first blood there, as it's going to be Schemes sent to an early grave. But Bev's trying to make it as mixy as possible with the trades just as quick.
Over there.
Oh, no!
Get it!
That's 3. He just gave them 3 while his teammate found the 4th. That is insane. The mythical real pull known as Trip9's little moustache giving him superpowers right now.
You can go ahead and confirm that my jaw is just locked open after that one. Then the easy defuse as well. John, we need to clip that.
That is a Twitter-worthy clip right there. Fantastic stuff from Trip9. He finds the 3-piece. And the fact that he got away with those first 2 is criminal. The third, illegal.
This is why I don't play this game anymore.
That's fair. That's fair, because you got to come up against that. Man, that'll just absolutely chalk up my mental all day. But again, evening up the playing field is going to be Highborn at 3 apiece. And this is the kind of SD we were expecting. No solutions. Fears no evil into the fray. First blood now drawn. The trade
Massive
instant.
over there. Trips over there. Instantly going ahead and trading that out. Now looking to go ahead and get another, perhaps even a 3v3. Minutes still on that timer. Mix just holding out as well right now.
Timing.
Timing did not go too well over there. Zaza gets that elimination. I mean, slowing down is both of these teams after that heated up moment that we witnessed in the last round. You can sort of feel the strategy playing a bit more than just rushing through. Scheme still to rush through and find 2!
That was literal clinical snap right there. That was beautiful gameplay. Fantastic stuff from Schemes. Good timing, good kills either which way. First time it feels like in the map it's going to be Highborn taking the lead. Brother, we're going to need a low-key eye check on him. Bro's got aimbot installed directly into his retina. That was crazy.
That's the talent that we talk about here for COD ZA, for the MTNShift game experience as we get into the next round.
Next round on the horizon, like you said. And for the first time, it feels like for the entire series, it is going to be Highborn in the lead and on defense. Looking for that first blood, though. What is the pacing going to work out to be? Well, giving away his position is going to be Mage, but still playing checkers and chess right now, trying to find a bit of a weakness in the in the armor of Fear is actually going to be Bevan who finds that first blood, picking them apart one at a time. But Mage, what's it going to look like? Even better for him, and it's going to be Coach who finds another. All of a sudden, it is a 3 versus 2.
They play numbers so well as we now get down to that 2v2 situation. Schemes finding that Mage, using that movement to get away as quickly as possible. Getting that reset over there, not one to get eliminated. Still now 2v2 situation. 45 seconds is all that is left on the clock.
Just under a minute, like you said, and that is going to be worth its weight in gold in a second here. But here comes Trip 9. All eyes on Trip 9. Timing perfect. 1 versus 2 now. Coach put in a bit of a tough position. He needs to get some god-tier timing. And what's it going to look like? I was going to say it's not quite there for him, but Schemes is able to pick up the pieces. I almost gave away a huge play. But either... I don't know. At the end of the day, Schemes is there for the clutch. Back-to-back rounds. Final kills going his way. Highborn, 1 round away from evening up the playing field at 1 map apiece.
I mean, that's massive. That's needed over here, especially with what we have going on at the MTNShift gaming experience. And I mean, Highborn looking damn good right now over on Rewind. And like you said, 1 away from tying up. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially last round of SND.
Look, I don't want to be that guy, but are we going to see the 5-3 curse enact itself here? Pre-nades are out. Information trying to be gained. No evil shall be feared. They walk through the shadow of death, and they shall draw first blood, potentially. Well, actually, no need for that, as they're going to be able to... Oh my goodness, that is insane! But it's going to be first blood now drawn for the side of Fear. What is it going to look like? Oh, it's going to be mixed with a 2-piece, and this is where you get that ball rolling. 2 versus 4. Trip 9 manages to even it up, but Mix finds 3, looking for the ace! And it's Trip 9 left now in a very tough position, not able to do it. Onto the bomb we go, and eventually Fear get back into it. 5-4. Oh my goodness. 1 round away from forcing the round 11.
This is what we love to see, John. This is esports right here. This is what we love to witness between 2 teams. Throwing everything that they possibly can into their games. I mean, look at that slide through. The door says, let's make this even more cinematic, and I'm just going to close on it.
100%, and that's going to be the curtain call on the round. Oh, man. Round number 10, guys. Still in the lead with a slight advantage is going to be Highborn here. All they need to do is find a first blood, and they may be able to play around it. But again, it's so tough if you've got someone like Mix who tends to get very good timing, and he has worked out the routes on the map very, very well. But on attack now, Fear doing what they do best. What's it going to look like? Oh! Fantastic there for no solution. First blood now drawn. Again, they get that ball rolling with a slight life advantage. And now Fear on the front foot trying to get the bomb down.
And that's absolutely massive right there. Immediately taking the numbers lead. 4v2 is where we're at, as we are going to go ahead and see bomb get planted. Mage, a few shots coming through, almost taking out Zaza. I mean, the shots are absolutely insane right now, Trout.
No, that's tough. If you're going to be taking a long-range fight like that and almost get absolutely ripped a new one, but it doesn't matter. No solutions is there. Mage is there to pick up the pieces, and just like that, picked apart. Round 11, baby!
Round 11 is where we're at, and we can hear the crowd going wild as we get onto that kill feed, or that kill cam with Mage. Jump around, the shots connecting, pushing us to round 11, baby.
Dude, I'd be... Actually, we didn't actually talk enough about how he got the bomb down, Zaza was pre-aiming, and Zaza backed out of the fight, and he had an AR. That's literal next level shots coming out of Mage. Like I said, Mechanical Warrior, fantastic stuff. His aim is also just as good. Now, forcing the round 11 on attack is going to be Highborn. And this is where that 5-3 curse becomes so tough. You're on the back foot, and now it's your game to lose because you were up 5-3.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can't let that get to you right now. You gotta lock in at this point. You can't make mistakes. Trips taken out. Fear, though, as well, losing their players. All of their players, I should say, Trout.
100%. They got to lock in when it is key, and they do exactly that. They find the rounds, they find the kills, 1 apiece, and that is the level of Call of Duty we expect to see. A little bit of a stern talking from one of the admins, but again, Zaza opens that round with 2, and I have to give a huge kudos to Zaza. He put in the Lord's work. Look at his damage. 1,600. Having said that, though, Mikhail, someone needs to help the brother out. He had 1,780 damage. That's tough.
And this is what we talk about at the MTNShift gaming experience, brought to you by MTN, Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First. Call of Duty weekend is finally here, ladies and gentlemen, and that was just 2 maps out of today. we've still got so much more action for today and even more action tomorrow.
100%. We have at the very least a map number 4 guaranteed, guys. It is obviously between map 2 and 3. There's going to be a short little break here for the players to go get themselves and go and drink some water, get locked in. We'll be back for map number 3 in a second. Don't go anywhere. Still lots of Call of Duty to come. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Shift Gaming LAN experience here. First 2 maps underway in the first game and it is currently 1 apiece. My name is Trout, this is AR Gaming and we are bringing the action live here from Canal. How are we feeling?
That's what we love to see as well, that we're all tied up right now and issues here and there, it's fine. We still have massive action over at the MTNShift Gaming Experience. Absolutely massive thank you to MTN Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Carry First for making this possible. Guys, a 60,000 Rand prize pool is what these players are competing for. 4 of the best teams in COD representing right here at the LAN in Canal Walk. $25 a ticket if you want to come down and witness it all yourself in the auditorium. Trout, we witnessed incredible moments in that first 2 games.
Bro, we saw literal ice in the veins from Zaza 2 rounds in a row where he got a 1v3 and he turned it into clean 1v1s where it is literally perfect clutchable material right there. Then the first game we had a reset, then it was a race to 166 for Highborn and 123 for the side of Fear, which they managed to get. And then it came down to around 11, but of course you can never rule out the side of Highborners. They were just locked in, got the kills, got the round, tied up the series. So we are literally going into control on Vault as even as it gets. Both teams with a game under their belt.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what we were excited for right here. This is what we as casters love to see. When teams like this give it their all, they butt heads like this, they keep the games even as it can possibly get, and they put pressure on each other for the next plays to come as well.
100%. It's just sort of like this energy where they bounce off of one another, and now the pressure is on because whoever loses this goes down into the losers bracket, and then if you lose again, you're going home with 5,000 Rand. I mean, that's still something. You made it this far, but no one wants to be the first team out. And here we go, everybody. We're loading in game number 3 on Vault.
You absolutely don't want to be going out with 5k, especially when there's 30k for that first place. And we now move over to control on Vault. The crowd still going wild over there. We can still hear those chants, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to be part of that crowd that's chanting, but you can't make it today, there's still an entire day tomorrow as well, including the grand finals tomorrow. But like Trout said, today one of these teams will be going home with that 4th place with 5k when we do our elimination game later today.
It is going to be a banger nonetheless. And yes, everybody, let it be known, we have crowd microphones. Woo! So we can hear what is going down in the background. You can hear the teams getting all hyped up right now. On defense, it is going to be Fear, which is a slight advantage in my opinion, because they can set up that spawn trap really quickly. Alright, here we go. First set of kills about to unfold. Normally A is where you go first, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
Absolutely, and of course we are losing a couple of lives for each team right now. We are going to see B starting to get capped over here by Trips, and he's holding angles, unfortunately getting shot at from the other side as well. Schemes just as well trying to find opponent after opponent, and B already at 1 tick.
1 tick indeed, and that's a good amount of pressure being applied here on the lesser contested side. Look at Babs! Almost finds the 2-piece. He gets taken down though, but it doesn't matter. Pressure still on the point as they have 2 bodies finding that 2nd tick as well. Bit of an unusual play to see the teams go up onto this B site, but it doesn't matter even in terms of lives. Rather, it's just 1 between the 2. Eventually, pressure on B now cleared. Fear get the reset, and they are going to be pushing their way into the spawn to see if they can get a bit of a spawn trap to come on through. But look right at your minimap right now. It's ring around the rosy as it's going to be Trip 9 getting that ball rolling and evening up the live count as best as possible. And on to A we go.
I mean, B at 2 ticks extremely quickly and now pushed over to a full capture. A going to be pushed off by Fear right now. 19 to 20 is the lives. B has been secured, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're even Steven on lives and we just have A left.
100%, and that is B secured, extended the clock by a minute, and that is 3 ticks. Guys, for a quick crash course on how control works, you want to be keeping that defense in the back pocket, and the way that you earn it if we push to around 5 is the team with the most ticks, or if they're even ticks, team with the most kills. And right now, that is going to be the 4th tick under the belt of Highborn. Having said that, it's going to be Mage who stops them dead in the tracks, but Bevan still trying to make it as mixy as possible, playing those close angles. The trades are looking alright. 14 to 13, 1 life advantage to Fear. Still a minute and 30 seconds to work with, a lot of time and a lot of space on the map. Anyone's game at this point.
And you saw it pop up with the their mix on a killing spree as well. A pushed up to 1 tick, looking to get a second one on it fairly quickly. 11-13 is where we stand. Schemes getting that kill, even on that drop down. We're down to 10 to 11. A slowing down on progress for that cap, however. Trips looking to maybe get a couple more eliminations here.
Well, good stuff there from Coach, actually coming in at the last second, denying that second ticket. He's going to stay alive. He gets the kills, but the trade is instant. Second set of fights come in. It's going to be no solutions, finding a few more. Now, 6v10. A bit of a severe life disadvantage now for the side of Highborn. Having said that, that's going to be a TK. Unfortunate turn of events, but it doesn't matter. They need one good clean sweep, and they are back in this game. But no solution, doing what he does best, being a bit of a menace in the spawn. And now, no more respawns for Highborn. It's going to be a 3 versus 7. Not unwinnable here, but a tough order nonetheless, bearing in mind they only have 4 ticks here under their name.
Winnable, absolutely, and 2 to 7 is where we stand. Bevs, Trips going up against the entirety of Fear right now. No solution. So low over there, peeks out again, and it's all down to Bevs, who gets taken out.
With a little bit of extra love. You love to see that. But, whoa, he's getting loud. Look at him. Hey.
That's what you were asking for.
Alex, he's talking. You love to see that. It came down to the wire. 4 ticks, though. Not a bad start for the side of Highborn on attack. Now what they're going to be trying to do is deny, well, as many ticks as possible from the side of Fear. But you got to be careful, because if you get overextended, you open up the door for a bit of a flank and maybe even an immediate capture. But let's see how the first break plays out here, as it's going to be Fear on attack.
I mean, B got 2 ticks fairly quickly as well over there. They managed to go ahead and get those ticks up efficiently. Now we move over to Fear's side and see these guys. We are going to move in over with Mage over here. Good shots, does get 1 and immediately taking those lives down. Can there be a second on Bevs? Unfortunately not. No solution on that killing spree as well. And I mean, A starting to get those ticks up as well as we now move over with Trips.
Still a life count advantage now for the side of Fear, but just for a second, as here comes the challenge from Trip 9. But no solutions, going strong. That's 6 in a row now for him. Mage is there to help him out. Maybe we see our first set of streaks on the map, as no solutions finds 7, and that was another defensive kill. He's still playing his life right now. Bro snapped his fingers and he's trying to evaporate the entire team. Second tick about to come on through. Good stuff here from Fear, as they have 1 life in the back pocket. McCall still alive and going. Coach is there to help him out. Schemes and Trip 9 last alive on this push. Everything and the kitchen sink being thrown at A as it's about to be captured.
Trips going through that window as well over there. Zaza Schemes trying to go ahead and find angles over here as A has been captured. B is all that is left. 2 minutes on that clock. B now attempted over there, but Schemes right there to go ahead and say, no, not yet. We are keeping these lives even, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes is left on the clock.
2 minutes on the clock, that's a lot of time, and it's still a lot of respawns for both teams here to make their way over towards B. And now you can see slowly and surely we're trying to find a bit more map control. How is this timing going to work out? Not great for the side of Mix there. He gets taken out 2-on-2 trade. But Trip 9 lurking in the wings. And it's typically in situations like this on control where he makes these massive plays. Because he absolutely just threads the needle every single time. But having said that, it's going to be no solutions on B trying to get that ball rolling. But it's going to be Zaza and Schemes who go back to back. Trip 9 is there to help him out exactly. He appears when you least expect it. But still, half a tick found at A, or B, excuse me. 14v16, slight advantage to the side of Highborn.
I mean, we saw no solution turn around over there and get absolutely yeeted. Bevs gets taken out as well. B still has a little bit on that capture for the first tick. And minute 20 is all that is left.
Oh!
And unfortunately, did all that could have been done over there, but unfortunately not getting that elimination. Schemes now also runs into that battle of that gun. Point blank B passed over on a tick. 1 minute is where we're at.
And Coach proceeds to find another kill. Now the pressure is on. They have taken the lead in terms of ticks. They're about to take the lead in terms of round. It's going to be B secured. No one is close. Goodness gracious me. Fear. Attack, defense, it don't matter. Give them a gap. Give them an inch. They take a mile.
Fear over there just absolutely all uniting over on that final point to push it to its full capture as we watch Coach over here. Beautiful shots. You're standing on the balcony at the wrong time when Coach is there with an AR.
100%. Brother is low-key giving out lead grills for free. Either that or fades, whichever. You could pick your poison. But if you downrange of the human turrets that have, well, everyone, it feels like, from the side of Fear right now, absolutely firing on all cylinders. And that's exactly what you want to see. Now down 2 rounds in control, back on attack is going to be Highborn. not a very favorable position, as No Solutions and Mix absolutely get the ball rolling. No Solution finds 2, that's 3 down. It's just Zaza who's trying to make the play, but he has enemies all around him, as somebody, also known as No Solution, still slipped the net, gets away by some miracle, and his teammates are doing the work, but eventually we get to see a bit of a flank play coming in, but Mage waiting and ready as the side of Highborn bleeding lives second by second.
I mean, you see Fear like a pack of hyenas surrounding their prey over there. Mage now looking to go ahead and maybe get a couple more. No ticks yet on any of these sites, and there's only 45 seconds left. 23 to 26 is where we are. The crowd is chanting for their teams. Bevs doesn't get that elimination. Now looking to go ahead and wrap it out. Goes over onto A, finds the elimination, and I mean, they need to go ahead and start going to get this control on these sites. There's only 30 seconds left.
Only 30 seconds left. They managed to stop the clock there for a second, but not quite long enough, as No Solution still continues to get a few more kills. And this is where I was talking about map control specifically being so important, as they managed to get a couple of kills, this being Highborn, but they don't really capitalize. It feels as though the hill may be lava for them, but eventually they send some players onto the side of A. Remember, there is only one life between the two of them. Zaza still alive for now. First tick now found, second about to come through, but Mix round the back end. Here comes the pinch.
We do manage to get that second tick though. Zaza looking everywhere right now, finds one, but gets shot in the back over there. We are down to 17 seconds, 2 ticks over on A. 15 to 18 is where we are. Fear doing a fantastic job of playing out this time. 9 seconds is all that is left, Trout, and the time slowly ticking away. A is uncapturable, but the time drops over on B. But no. Fear says, we're letting this time come through. Highborn doing all that they can to go ahead and get that, but the time does eventually tick down.
Man, and that was just clinical from the side of Fear. They didn't let any of the pressure get to them. They managed to bat the side of Highborn off of the point every single time. It felt like they were going to make, or even get their foot in the door. It was slammed right in their face. That is the level of control around the map I was talking about. That is obviously where the side of Highborn is struggling, because a lot of the time they would get a couple of those kills, get 3 down, but then they're like, oh goodness, what do we do now? Then no one gets on the point, they don't stop that clock, and then eventually you have an additional player on the field, that being Time. So it's currently 2-1 to the side of Fears. They are putting on a masterclass in control on, at least on Vault. I don't know how they are on the other maps, but that was fantastic.
That was absolutely fantastic to watch, and that means we now go over back to Hardpoint on Rewind, Trouton. I mean, we got to see a little bit of a rewind just a little bit ago before that little intermission for these players, and I mean, what a showing it was over on Rewind. I'm excited to get back into it.
100%, but this is where we speak about how the gunny of Fear is so strong. The respawn game modes are obviously where they're going to be favored, and I was really expecting the side of Highborn to take that control, because they were, in my opinion, they are opting for a bit of a Neslo in this one, which is obviously game 2, 3, and 5, where they can concede in the hard points. But right now the pressure is on, and you can see from the side of Fear, they are feeling it. They got the vibes. They know exactly what they want to do. They are here another day in the office. They have clearly worked out their jitters and are here to go in to drive that final nail in the coffin of Highborn.
Yeah, and you saw when that timer went out and we switched over to the player cams, you saw the smiles over on Fear's faces as well. They know that they are so close to taking the first CDs over here. Here's our scores that we've had for today, ladies and gentlemen. 250 to 162 on the first hardpoint going to Fear. Then Highborn came back over in Rewind in that S&D, a massive comeback over there. And then over here now on Control Vault, a clean 3-0 for Fear.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, as the respawn game modes, like I said, very much in favor of the boys in Fear right now. They are, much like their emblem, they are reaping some souls, especially when it comes to high octane gameplay, because it felt like No Solutions and Mix were able to get double kill, triple kills. They are able to find their 3s, not just their 2s, and that is obviously worth its weight in gold in a game mode like Control, where you're bleeding your opponent for lives and keeping them as far away from the side of the points. And now resetting things over, but we know that the side of Highborn is pretty confident on Rewind. It is a more traditional map, 3 lanes, but it's got a lot of distance between the hardpoints. Rotations are going to be so key, and a lot of the time teams tend to leave it to the last second, especially if they are down a few points. They start to panic, start to fight for scrap time, and then you get to see single Charles. And look guys, you may be the best player, but you cannot consistently get 4 kills every single time you try to break the hill. You need the help of your teammates.
And of course for Highborn, this is do or die right now. They don't want to get pushed over into that elimination game later today. Of course, we will have another series going on to see who will be the second team that goes into that elimination game. And then we'll also have that elimination game as well. And more action tomorrow over here from Canal Walk, the Auditorium, MTNShift Gaming Experience. This is just our first for today. Fear Highborn has been an absolute banger that we've gotten to witness. And now we come to a potential closing of this first one. Will Highborn make their way back and push us into dealership? Or will Fear take this one right here, right now, in our next hardpoint?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? It feels like the 5,000 Rand question, because this could be where your mental is either broken or solidified. If you go down to the losers bracket, bearing in mind that there is a double elimination bracket being played right now, so the potential for you to make a run, even if you lose your first game, is still there. But not to say that Highborn is going to do that. They have the pressure, they have the capability. I mean, all of those players have got absolute gunny. They can shoot so straight, but again, at this level, everyone shoots straight, right? You got to be playing fundamentally better Call of Duty, otherwise you're going to get bullied at every single turn. And in my opinion, rotations have to be so good as we load on in. All the pressure in the world. We don't want to be this. We don't want to see our first team sent to the losers bracket. We want to see a game 5. Will Highborn be able to come back in? It is currently Highborn versus Fear. Map number 4. HP on Rewind.
And you can hear the crowd, the Let's Go Highborn, Let's Go Fear chants. Of course, let us know who you're backing in the chat, in the comments. And if you can, get yourself a ticket. Come on down and tell us yourself. acgl.gg to get your ticket. 25 Rand to go ahead and witness greatness live in person. The gaming experience that you want to be a part of. Of course, $50 for the entire weekend pass, made possible by MTN, Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First.
Thank you to all those magnificent sponsors in the background there. It wouldn't be possible without them, and it wouldn't be possible for without everyone watching either in the chat or in person. You guys are legends. I must give a huge shout out to the COD ZA community, because they always show up no matter what, no matter where. Here we go, guys. P1 about to pop. 2-1 in maps to the side of Fear. This is where it is going to be make or break for Highborn.
Just like this now, a couple wild shots fired. Trip9 is going to get that first blood for the game. But an even Steven trade out is what we see over there. And Highborn still managing to stay on this point right now as well. Zaza being the one to watch angles, finds where Mage is, but gets taken out by Coach nonetheless over there. 12-4 is where we are, 25 seconds.
100%. Just about done with the first hard point here. A good amount of time for hard point number 1 to the side of Highborn here. But you can see it's going to be Fear playing very tactical Call of Duty. Oh, I thought that was going to be the double, but no solution. Too quick on the sticks. Playing for that P2, bearing in mind that it was, I was going to say, spawns were secured for the side of Fear right there, but they are down to one player around the back end, and he's going to stay alive. Mage doing the Lord's work. Still going to be a fight, tooth and nail. He eventually gets taken out. Spawns now flipped in, but it's still the side of Fear on the point. Eventually, Trip9 stops the bleeding, gets onto the point, continues their lead.
So well done over there. Mix gets taken out by Trips9. 26-12 is where we stand. 40 seconds on this point as well. Coach challenging, and you can see Semtex is flying wild stuns as well. And Coach now for the opportunity, unfortunately taken out by one of those nades. 28 seconds before we move on to the next one.
I must say, in terms of holds, this is fantastic from the side of Highborn. Even though it's Zaza staying alive for as long as he did, they managed to flip out the spawns perfectly. Now they're going to be playing for the next hill here, running for those rotations. That was a great hold. Scrap time. Now going the way of Fear, but they have had a bit of an opening to get over towards P3. Bearing in mind, Coach still alive. playing for those P4 spawns, because you always got to be one step ahead on a big map like Rewind.
New point just by the diner, and that means everyone's gonna want some beef over at this place at this point as Bevs gets taken out as well. Trades left, right, and center. Still, Highborn managing to find their way onto the point, locking it down, 55 to 28. We are going to see that explosion go through, get that elimination. But still, Highborn on that point, still Mix. There's Mix prone over there that we go ahead and
100%.
see that. But now we go ahead and see Fear on the point. 30 seconds gets contested. What are we going to see next?
What we're going to see next is the question, and still Bevs with another kill there. Eventually it's still going to be time ticking over for the side of Highborn. As you can see, it's going to be no solution. The unkillable legend himself, some might call him Thanos, as he continues to grow time, but eventually he cannot eat a nade without some repercussion. But he's still alive! He's still alive as he finds another 3! And onto the point we go. 4 seconds and counting. Rotation now won by the side of Fear, and this is where they can swing the map into their favor. It is all or nothing here. You can see from the front we go. First blood now drawn. Second is to follow. 2 players fall. Fear on the back foot, but they are still sort of securing a bit of that time.
It's good in that time indeed. 47 is where that time stands for this point. I mean, Fear doing a fantastic job so far of trying to keep Highborn out, locking them out of this point. You can see them sticking on it, in fact, tying up those points as we speak. 30 seconds is what remains on this point, and I mean, Trips gets taken out by Mix over there as well. Fear now taking the lead and then just gunning down their opponents with ease.
That was a very interesting play there from Zaza. He should have waited a little bit longer. You can see the panic beginning to set in. They didn't get their rotation. They didn't get the break. So this is looking like a full 60 here for the side of Fear, but they licked their wounds, reset, going over to P5, which is absolute pandemonium, trying to check if all the cables can connect, and it does look like the 2 on the rotation do exactly that, and it's going to be the side of Highborn in the point on the pop. But oh my word, the snap is in. Mikhail doing what he does best, but it doesn't matter. The team around him still staying up, and the break is in. This is where you can see Fear beginning to find their stride on the map, not allowing any breathing room for the side of Highborn as they are finding kill after kill after kill, break after break, rotation not even needed.
And it's what they do so well. On top of that, the chemistry between these players to go ahead and move as a unit and lock out their opposition. Trips manages to find that in the stairwell over here. Bevs taken out. Trips now pushing in, but gets gunned down immediately. Fear just absolutely striking down their opposition with ease as they break the 125 mark.
100%, they have just doubled their opponent's score, and every single player that is running towards them is getting cut down. They simply cannot die. Everyone finding 2 pieces and able to get a trade immediately. And from the side of Highborn, you can really start to see them start to panic, as it is just single chell after single chell. And you actually managed to do that. It's going to be Akshay who finds 2 with the help of schemes. Now, the second set of rotations about to come through. Double to double we go, and that's going to be P1 now secured. They can get back into it, but they need to stabilize. A lot of bleeding happening right now, gushing if you will, but no solution, still alive, and here comes the potential flank.
Potential flank indeed. Highborn doing all that they can to get those points up. They need to get it close to what Fear has managed to. We do see Mage though get that trade out, and once again Fear back on that point, even though there is that 30 seconds left, even though that we are about to shift soon. They're getting all the points that they can. Zaza with some beautiful shots to go ahead and tie things up over in that location. Mage though says, nah, we're gonna go ahead and get some eliminations ourselves. Bevs is on a killing spree. Highborn is on the point, and the point is about to shift in 15 seconds.
15 seconds, and it was a huge killing spree. Like you said, I actually heard Bevs shout from the stage, dead! As he is locking in right now, but still rotations about to come on through. Spawns now secured for the side of Highborn, and they can get back into it, but bearing in mind they are down a full 60. Eventually they're able to find a couple kills here, and on the pop, this is where they made the difference in the previous set of rotations. But by some miracle, Mage slips the net with the help of his teammates. He's going to find even more. Eventually he gets taken out, but the contest is still in, fighting for those spawns. It's going to be Highborn, but every second that is contested is not ideal for the side of Highborn, but it's still going to be some miracle that Mikhail was alive. A lot of white time, no control for the side of Highborn. They are getting bled at every single corner. Eventually, sometime being mounted here.
And now Highborn finally crossing that 100 threshold. Still contested on the point. Trips 9 just sliding through, getting a bunch of shots connected. And Highborn now in the last 20 seconds of this point. Gonna try to get every bit of points that they possibly can. Schemes absolutely beaming. Unfortunately gets taken out at the end. 13 seconds is what Fear is going to get as we are waiting the next point.
And that is a crucial bit of scrap time going the way of Fears. That's going to put them ever so close to finding that 200-point mark. And now we get to see the rotation come on through. And of course, it's Major on the back end already flipping out those spawns. It feels like the side of Fears playing chess while Highborn is playing checkers. They are finding that first bit of time right now. But Major's in. Here comes another obtuse route run by No Solutions as he finds 3. No one can take him out. He snapped his fingers once more, carrying the point all by himself. Classic, fine, I'll do it myself, as he has been the man to turn to every single time here for the side of Fear.
You know, there's a new Demon Slayer movie out, but Fear is the ones hunting their opposition right now as they are about to break that 200-point mark with 20 seconds on this point itself. Highborn just getting absolutely held out of this point. No Solution on that killing spree. 15 seconds is where we stand, awaiting the next point.
No Solution against the world right now as he continues to soak that time, eventually gets taken out. Bearing in mind, only 39 seconds needed for the side of Fear, and they have won the rotation. They've got those spawns, and remember, this is where they got their full 60. This is where they are trying to drive that final nail in, like I was talking about. One push is between them and victory, and if they're able to make it happen, Mix trying to give the Cape Town special, unable to connect, but here comes time, still going their way. Only 27 seconds needed. Zaza from the front finds 2, looking for the third. It's going to be Bevan, but he can't find it. Almost the double, but still time ticking over here for the side of Fear. Every single push stopped dead in its tracks.
Highborn doing the best that they can to get those points up, but Fear now back on that point. 24 seconds is all that's needed, and they have the time. If they can hold out their opposition, they can go ahead, do it right now. You can see Mage looking for those shots, looking for those angles. We're at 10 seconds needed for Fear to go ahead and take this first series. Can they do it right here? They just need 7. The contest is coming through to slow them down, and it won't be on this point. Not if Highborn has anything to say about it.
But they need to play some perfect Call of Duty. We have 7 seconds left, and on the pop, it's going to be the side of Fear and the point. Here comes the contest. They have to play as close as possible. The first 2 kills go their way, but the trades are in. No Solution is alive, but it's going to be tripped down. He comes out on top. He finds the 2-piece, but they are still down a significant amount. A bit more map control in their favor now as they push on out of the hill, but time, again, still in favor of Highborn. But it's one break. One break is all that is needed. No Solution gets the ball rolling. Zaza, close range, up close and personal, trying to stay alive, gets stunned. He can't find the kill. The contest is in. No Solution finds 3, including his teammate. Make it 4. He's doing it all. Trip down. The last alive. He's going to try and do a 3-piece of his own, but he can't do it. Coach is there. 2 seconds of counting. No one is close. No one is close. Coach alive. Oh my goodness. He stays alive by some miracle. Mix in the point. Eventually, they can stop the bleeding, but only for a second. Fear close out map number 1.
We're out of breath over here, man.
Woo!
We're out of breath, but that's what we love to see. What a game. Fear absolutely dominant in that.
Dominant indeed. That last hill came backwards and forwards, but eventually it was none other than Coach and No Solutions to do the Lord's work, break the point when they needed to. It just felt like he was unkillable. Unfortunately, it is not a correct showing of the stats, everybody. It is still an insane set from No Solutions there. He had an absolute banger. That is going to be game number 1 under wraps. Fear take the first map, or first game, 3-1. But no stress for Highborn. They're still in it. They just get knocked down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. That elimination game for that losers bracket will be later today, and we still have a lot more action here, Trout, because now we have to go over to the other set of teams to see who from that competition, from that bracket, is going to be pushed down into that lower one. Who will be taking on Highborn for one more chance to get back in this?
100%, guys. Don't go anywhere. Get yourself a beverage. Have yourself a breath. I know that I need that. We'll be back very shortly after this quick break. And after the break, it is going to be Nixa versus the Island Boys in Cage. See you guys in a bit.
Let me plug you real quick. If you don't know about it already, I'm talking about MTN Pulse.
A platform that empowers the youth, teens, and under 25s. We get affordable data that keeps the budget budgeting.
That gives us access to educational platforms, career and lifestyle rewards, and so many more.
With offers that keep us connected to our passions.
We're running the social streets with the MTN Pulse Social Pass bundle, which keeps elevating our hustle.
While staying connected to the whole squad in the chat.
It's giving Blesser. It's giving bundles that keep us online for days and nights. It's giving Don't Worry About It.
There are perks for days, rewards always, monthly and yearly. Just because you're part of the fam.
All I'm saying is, there's a lot to experience with more on the way. So are you down to elevate, to change the game? Let's open it.
Dial star 411 hash to join MTN Pulse.
Let me plug you real quick. If you don't know about it already, I'm talking about MTN Pulse.
A platform that empowers the youth, teens, and under 25s. We get affordable data that keeps the budget budgeting.
That gives us access to educational platforms, career and lifestyle rewards, and so many more.
With offers that keep us connected to our passion.
We're running the social streets with the MTN Pulse.
Let me plug you real quick. If you don't know about it already, I'm talking about MTN Pulse.
A platform that empowers the youth, teens, and under 25s. We get affordable data that keeps the budget budgeting.
That gives us access to educational platforms, career and lifestyle rewards, and so many more.
With offers that keep us connected to our passion.
We're running the social streets with the MTN Pulse Social Pass Bundle, which keeps elevating our hustle.
While staying connected to the whole squad in the chat.
It's giving bless her. It's giving bundles that keep us online for days and nights. It's giving don't worry about it.
There are perks for days, rewards always, monthly and yearly. Just because you're part of the fam.
All I'm saying is, there's a lot to experience with more on the way. So are you down to elevate, to change the game? Let's operate.
Dial star 411 hash to join MTN Pulse.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MTNShift gaming experience. It's been a fantastic day so far, Trout. Myself, Ayod, Captain Trout here, as always on the COD scene. What a banger we had for our first series.
Man, a banger is an understatement. We saw a masterclass in Respawn from the side of Fear, sending Highborn reeling into that lower bracket. But right now, we are here in Canal Walk, guys, where you can come and get involved. 60,000 Rand up for grabs. It is a fantastic one, of course, brought to you by the lovely sponsors, Canal Walk, MTN, Computer Mania, Red Dragon, Carry First, and Toyota. Goodness gracious me, what a spread of sponsors.
Man, making this possible. 30,000 Rand for our first place. Second place getting 15,000. Third with 10. And fourth with 5,000. Like you said, Highborn getting knocked down to that lower now. And we need to figure out which team is going to be taking on Highborn to fight back. And with that, we must move on to our second series, Trout.
Man, the second series is going to be a banger. A lot to prove. We have Nixa, the OGs, the two-time LAN winners. Maybe a different org name, doesn't matter. It is the same core roster. Back-to-back winners against a team that has never been on LAN, at least in South Africa, that being Cage, or as we like to affectionately know them as, the Island Boys, are here to prove a point. They are the truth online. Can they do it on LAN?
That is the question, but you know, we love production over here. We love making cinema, so let's go through that player cameras. Let's go ahead and look at Nixa first, baby.
Man, you can see these guys are locked and loaded. We have Enigma, Magix, Adnan, and Raz. These people are here to reap some souls and potentially send the Island Boys back to their Island reeling in their first series on LAN. But having said that, they have something to prove. And as always, let's have a quick little look at the side of Cage.
I mean, they've said themselves that they've wanted to compete over here. They've seen the LANs happen and they wanted to make a name for themselves. And of course, like you said, the first time for a LAN in South Africa for this team. Can they do that on their first shot?
Absolutely, and of course the roster is made up of Juby, Luna, Ashitaka, and Kawei. These guys, like I said, are the truth online, but the pressure is now on for them to prove it here on the main stage with the, or like we call it, the Passion Pit, as these guys are trying to make it happen. But of course, we need to know where the battle is taking place. We've got the maps and modes coming up for you guys here, and it is a fantastic spread. We've got a good mix of traditional and a little bit out of the box maps. Talk us through them, Mayo.
Absolutely. We start off on our hard point on Rewind. We've seen a lot of this map now in the first series. Let's see what these two teams can make of it. Then we move over to S&D on Protocol. Control gonna stick on Vault though. But then we go to Hacienda over on that hard point. If need be, we're gonna throw up some red cards over for our final search and destroy.
Man, and if we run the distance to Game 5, Red Card is the single biggest map I feel like there's ever been in competitive COD. Maybe Stonehaven, but I suppose I don't think that was in competitive COD. But either way, we have got some fantastic maps up for grabs here. But keeping it tried and true, Vault, we get to see which of the four teams is the best so far. And we know that Fear is fantastic on Vault specifically. But starting things off on where we ended in the previous series, that's going to be Rewind, HP. And we saw how important those rotations become, especially towards the latter stage when there is a lot of pressure on the team, where they feel like they can't get anything going, and they start running single file towards the hill, sort of like a bunch of people jumping into a blender, and that's tough.
Absolutely. Like you said earlier on, the map control is needed for that. And I mean, we take a look at our players right now. You can see the focus on their faces. They know what's on the line. They've seen that first series go through. Now it's their moment to shine.
100%. Everyone right now they've got the passion, we've got the crowd, and obviously, guys, if you are in the vicinity of Canal Walk or in the Cape area in general, please come on down. It is 25 Rand for a ticket, and you can come and get involved and see what it's like in the LAN environment. You cannot replicate it. It is truly unmatched. An insane atmosphere. We've got some crowd mics going out there. You're going to hear how they sound in just a moment when we load on in. But of course, AR, I'm going to put you on the spot again. What's your prediction?
Why do you do this to me, man?
It's the way of the road. It's the way of the road.
Look, Nixa is a dominant force. We know this through and through. But there's always going to be that unpredictability, especially when there's a team where it's their first time in here. I don't think I can call this shot straight down the middle. I don't think I can.
Look, I don't want to be that guy, but we've seen what they could do online, and I am on the side of the fence that may be a little bit doubtful of the LAN performance, but of course I love being proven wrong. You guys have all the pressure in the world now to prove Trout wrong, because the prediction is a 3-0 to Nixa.
Ooh.
That's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling.
Write it down. Write it down, ladies and gentlemen. That is the prediction, but of course, what's not a prediction is what's happening from the 17th to the 21st over here at Canal Walk, Trout.
Absolutely. There is going to, well, a little bit more of that in a second. We're loading in map number 1. Where we ended, we are starting hardpoint on rewind.
Let's see what these two teams can make of it, ladies and gentlemen. We've gotten to see this map twice now over in the first series. Let's see what these two teams can do over here. Hardpoint coming at you live from Canal Walk, the MTNShift gaming experience, a 60,000 Rand prize pool on the line, and the title, the trophy for one of these teams. We've already seen Highborn knocked down to that lower loser bracket. We now need to see who Highborn is going to have a chance against to get back in it. But Trout, here we go, baby.
P1, never mind. We're going to go for a quick reset, as you do. It wouldn't be a codcast without a reset.
I hype things up and then the game's like, no.
Nah, that's correct. that is how it be right now. All right, guys, we're just going to go for a quick reset. We'll be getting back in a moment. Don't worry. There's still lots of Call of Duty to come. This is only the second game of 3. Like we said, first one done, second one on the horizon, and then it is going to be the first elimination bout as the final one today. Man, I want to talk about those maps again. We spoke about rewind and how important rotations are, and now we're looking at protocol S&D, excuse me. That map, oh man, it feels like, because there's so much verticality, it's one of the few maps where I feel like verticality is really utilized well, whether you're looking down at one of the sites from top grannies or from mid-map towards A, and then there's a lot of cover around A. So, I don't know, man. I think that there is a lot of angles that you need to cover, and for only 4 people to do it, it's quite a tall ask.
No, we've seen it in the past. We've seen it in qualifiers as well, Protocol. That height advantage, it proves so advantageous at times. But, I mean, these two teams, they're not here for no reason. These 4 teams, I should say, are not here for no reason. They're here because they are the best. And they want to solidify that by getting to that grand finals and then by winning that grand finals. But now that we have some downtime to actually talk about it, Trout, 17th to 21st, there is more happening here at Canal Walk in the center court. From Beat Saber all the way up to FC, there's a lot of action happening.
Absolutely. You guys want to be getting involved for that. You can be playing for a fantastic, fun pot of prizes in the center court next weekend, like we spoke about. So come on down next weekend and get involved. There is a lot up for grabs, of course, brought to you by the MTNShift gaming experience. This is the final activation of the campaign, and it'll be sad if you miss out on it, let's be honest. But right now, we are here, and we're still waiting to load into the game. But you spoke about how there is the dark horse, the underdog, that being TBK X Cage. I think that's the full name of the team. And what do you think is their X factor? Do you think that because now they're playing on lower ping, obviously they're used to playing on 40 ping and above, they are going to be straight beamers?
Here's the thing. You can see them online. That's its own different thing. Yes, ping plays into stuff. But you can't. It's just a tiny amount, about 120 millisecond amount. But you can't underestimate them.
Sure,
right?
100%.
That's the main thing that Nixa has to do right now. They can't underestimate their competition. Because if you talk about that truth that we've seen online, if it proves prevalent over here,
oh man,
Nixa's got to lock in real quick if they miss out on it.
100%. And we've seen it with no solutions. He had a lot of accusations thrown at him, and he's proven his point time and time and time again. Last series, perfect example. All right, everybody, enough yapping. Map number 1 on the horizon. Second time is the charm.
Absolutely, baby. And now we get to see, like we said, out of the 4 teams that's competed over on Rewind, who's going to do this most effectively, most efficiently? Who's going to be more dominant on this map? Will it be the teams that we've seen in our first series? Will it be this one? I can't wait to get into this, and I can't wait to see what TBK actually has to show, actually has to put on the table over here. Let's see what they can do in this land experience.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a tough one. Bearing in mind that they did play under Nixa Reunion for the qualifier before they got signed by TBK X Cage, and they did have the help of V3 Dylan as well, but right now we are loading in TBK X Cage, and it is currently, the map count is incorrect. It is our first map here, 1-to-1, straight into the firing pit we go. First blood comes in, and it's going to be a good set of trades. Having said that, it does look like the first a little bit is going to be going the way of Cage as they find 4 in a row, and we'll be getting that first bit of time.
Jazz over there hit those shots, didn't see the second, got eliminated. Juby with some good shots, focuses on the second. Personal comes through, cannot get it in a 2v1 situation over there. Adnan moving through as effectively as well, and barely any points on the board so far.
Right now, they're just trying to feel each other out, figure out how the spawn battle is going to come on through, and you can see Adnan already striking the iron while it is hot, as Fastcar is Enigma, let it be known, and he's running around the back end to see if he can secure these spawns. Huge V1 to go, but the timing is not quite there as he gets shot in the back, but Raz may be able to pick up the pieces as he gets that ball rolling. Slight advantage to Nixa, P2 about to pop.
Juby, quick shot over here, does not get that Lemon. I believe that's Enigma. Yes, it is Enigma. And the board right now, Knicks are getting their points up slowly but surely. 25-1 is where we're at. We still have 50 seconds on this point, and now TBK, Cage, they go ahead. They start getting a little bit of points, but almost instantly, Knicks have forced them off.
100%, and that's going to be the battle for spawns won once more for the side of Knicks as they flip them out. But even with all of that control, it didn't look like the side of TBK wanted to get as much time as possible. Now they get caught with their pants down with the scrap time absolutely going the way of Knicks here. The contest is finally coming in, but all the team shots in the world will not save you as the time is still ticking over for the side of Nixa. Rotation coming through, P3 about to pop, but for a change, it does look like the side of TBK is there first.
10 seconds is where we stand at right now. We see Enigma 2 pushing and cannot go ahead and capitalize on. Raz gets taken down as well, and we're about to switch to that next point, ladies and gentlemen, but not without some bloodshed over at that end point.
100%. Now the rotation comes through. Finally, a bit of time going the way of TBK as they are still fighting for those P4 spawns. A nice bit of a spread around the map, but the break is in, and this is something I will critique time and time again. The kills are flashy. They're getting a lot of them. They're getting 3-4 down even, but they've got nobody soaking up that time for the side of TBK, and that is going to come back to bite them as they are already down a solid 60 points as Adnan still soaking that time, because remember, it's points that win you the game, not kills.
Also, Cage has some good shots on them right now. I mean, we saw Raz on that height advantage and just got absolutely beamed as well. Headshot after headshot is the name of the game. Adnan, though, a beam of his own right. Luna gets one, looks for a second, cannot get the second, and Nixa doing so well to stick together, to have that unity and swing together, and 95-15 is where we're going to end off on this point.
And in the chaos that was that rotation as they get 1 second, it was Nixa that bullied their way through the pack, flipped out those spawns, and this is where I was talking about. You can be a straight shooter, but fundamental Call of Duty is going to be worth its weight, as we have already seen an 80-point difference between these two teams. Make it 100-point just about, but eventually a couple of kills are going to start going their way. Never mind, it's going to be Fastcar or Enigma who finds 3 in a row, and that is going to continue climbing that lead for the side of Nixa.
I mean, Nixa shows why they've won previously. They play so well. They have that unity, they have that chemistry, and they're putting it all on the table over here for Cage to witness firsthand for the first time. I mean, look at these shots come through. Kawe actually manages to go ahead and get Adnan over there. Gets taken out, nonetheless, by Raz. And 130-16 is where we are. Raz on a multi-kill currently with 13 seconds on this point.
And that is another full 60 going the way of Nixa. But on the rotation, first to the fray is going to be TBK, as they are going to get at least 5 to 10 seconds before the first push comes in. But here's Raz, close and personal, has the help of his teammates. Adnan gets the ball rolling. First blood now drawn on the break. Still, stopping the bleeding for now is going to be Cage, so they find a bit of time. and are stabilizing. Having said that, the trades have to work on out in their favor. They've got bodies in the hill, but the pressure still being applied. Eventually they get a good clean sweep, and for the first time, a push from Nixa stopped dead in its tracks. Cage finding a bit of time.
But still a long way to go to catch up over here. 100-point difference is where we are at. Still doable, but they have to play it very perfectly over here. We see Ashtika go through, but unfortunately gets taken out nonetheless. Enigma doing so well. Unfortunately, up behind, closest Juby manages to get that. Can they get a second? Pistol shot coming through Astudillo, but the nade comes through. 13 seconds is where we are. 150 broken by Nixa.
Man, the shots are looking so crispy right now. That is the scrap time. Well, I was going to say going the way of TBK, but only for a mere moment as our second set of rotations are about to pop on through. A couple of these rotational kills are going their way. Juby with a nice little turn and burn takes out Magix, and that's going to be the side of Cage finding that first bit of time. Juby almost finds another, but Adon quicker to the draw. Doesn't matter though. His teammates still reeling, waiting for some reinforcements before we attack the point. That being Nixa.
Cage now on the side. There's going to be that contest and immediately taken back by Adnan. Point back over to Nixa, and they are closing in on 200 very shortly. And I mean, look at Juby. The shots are clean. The shots are hitting. The shots going so hard over there. Could not get the third in that point, but Cage still has the captured point over here for the next 19 seconds as they push up to 70 points, forced off of it by Nixa now, taking it up to 164.
100% in the second hill about to come on through. Luna still staying alive for now, and the spawns in favor of Cage going to the next hill, but scrap time still in the back pocket of Nixa as they continue to grow their 100-point lead. Having said that though, there is still some fantastic gameplay on show here from the boys on the island, but that's going to be two that fall, and from the front we go. And again, this is something that you have to critique. They're leaving the point to go look for kills, and that's going to put even more pressure on your players who are spawning out. And onto the mid-map we go. The battle comes through. One more player around the back. It was Kawhi, but he gets taken out. Now time and a perfect break again for the side of Nixa.
I mean, you saw Adnan over there with those drop shots getting almost 2 and getting taken out there, and numbers game proving strong over for Nixa as they get that points up close to 200, and I do believe they will cross that 200 threshold at this point. And I mean, look at that. Getting shot at is at Adnan, but right there Enigma to watch the back, and that's the chemistry that we talk about.
100%. Team play is what makes the gameplay come together. Always more than one person ready to trade. Hardly ever a one-on-one gunfight, and that comes with time. Having said that though, this Cage side has been together for a while, and of course they do come from the 9-7-4 side of things, and they are a pretty strong band, and they try their best to make it happen, but goodness gracious me, Enigma shooting absolute nukes. Only 37 seconds needed for the boys in white, and they break on in. Rotation was one, but of course it's going to be one of your teammates that manages to get the flow stop there. Raz alive by some miracle, but only for a second before getting taken out. Now the pressure on, looking for 100 points. It's got to be Cage.
40 seconds on this point, and they're closing in on that 100, but Nixa together, strong, united, pushing through was Adnan and Enigma over there. They got one, they got taken out over there, but still Nixa doing a fantastic job of capturing the point efficiently and effectively. 22 seconds on the timer, 25 points is all that's needed. They will not win it in this point, but next one they'll just need to tap that point and they will get it.
100%. It is going to come down to about 3 or so seconds, but man, it looks like Enigma is the 3-piece chicken McNugget reaper as he finds another and a 4th to add to the tally as they go towards this rotation. Goodness gracious me, Luna cannot even catch a break right there. Ooh. 4 seconds and counting. Will we see our first 100-point club? But the pressure is now on. From the front we go. And it is just Adnan who was alive, but Raz around the back. This may be the pinch play. No 100-point club this day. But here comes the pinch. The pinch is in. First ball, the first domino has fallen. Raz finds 2, and here comes a more pressure from the front. Raz still alive for a second before getting taken out. Weathering the storm is Luna and Juby as they keep these players further and further away. Bearing in mind, only one break is needed from the side of Nixa. Will they be able to do it, or is Cage finally come to play?
Cage understanding now that they are swimming in shark-infested waters, and those sharks are Nixa, as we do go ahead and see Raz get another kill easily. 10 seconds is all that's left on this point. You can see Nixa moving over to that next one already. They've got that spawn captured. They want to end it right here. The shots are looking beautiful from the team. Raz on a multi-kill. 3, 2, 1, and just like that, Nixa will take the first hard point.
And comfortably at that. I was talking about how important fundamental Call of Duty is. You can see they got the vibes. Another day in the office for the boys in white, and they did exactly that. I mean, it came down to a bit of a gameplay change from the side of TBK there. They started playing a little bit tighter around the hill, looking a little bit less for the kills and more for the time, but that comes at the cost of losing those rotations. And then the moment you start running out of the hill, if you've got so many players stacked, you run straight into the irons of the players who are ready for that rotation, and that is exactly what happened right there. Cut down on the rotation, 250 to 136. Very close to a 100-point club, but again, fantastic stuff from Nixa. But to be expected, the OGs, 3-time land winners. I was wrong. It's not just 2, it is 3 total that they have coined for themselves. And man, a lot of pressure on the boys from Reunion right now. First map down, not a great showing, but it is only the first one now. Going to S&D where things are slightly different pacing. Will they be able to come back into this game?
Yeah, Raz breaking 30 kills in that one as well. So pressure now put onto Cage. They know what they're going up against. And Nixa, of course, solidifying their name. We end off Rewind on 250 to 136 in favor of Nixa.
Loving the spiciness from chat right now as there is a lot of banter going backwards and forwards. At the moment, we are going to go to Protocol S&D, guys. But again, changing up the flow, changing up the gameplay. This is where you can topple the titans of Nixa. If you're going to ever take on the Gunny, it is a very tough time in the respawn game modes because it feels like they are able to find their 2 pieces, their 3 pieces every time. I mean, we got to see a 3-piece after 3-piece from Raz, the ARs. Raz and Enigma going back to back. They're huge stuff. And of course, on a long-range map like Rewind, that's worth its weight in gold. You just cannot allow, well, from the enemy's point of view, you cannot get your SMGs close to the hill to apply more pressure, and then it just snowballs, and that's exactly what happened. But that is respawn. We're going to a non-respawn where your life is only 1 per round, which means it is very, very valuable. And if you can find that first blood, tends to convert to the round.
Now is where the strategy comes through. Now is where the methodical plays come through. And honestly, this is where we see things sort of have their feeling out process now. Yes, we're running through over on hard point. We know that we're going to respawn, we're going to come back, we can get those elims and we can get to the point. But now, like you said, is the point where our lives are limited per round. And I mean, Cage, they have a good aim on them. They have that good shots. They can potentially find themselves getting that oh so important first bloods.
100%. And we always speak about it, right? If you convert your first blood to a round, you've done very well. If you can find at least information if you go down, that may be able to change the flow of the game. But you must remember the side of Nixa, absolute veterans when it comes to S&D, and I don't know of a better team in the scene right now who play the clock and their lives better. 100%. They don't look for the kills unnecessarily, and that is another big downfall from the side of Cages. They tend to go for the ego child, which is good. It's very flashy, but I say it every time, kills don't win you the game. It is absolutely time and points. Here we go. First blood about to come on through. Nice shots are in. Ashitaka draws the first one, and that is the kind of aggression that we need to see. But Adnan gets traded immediately. Still life count advantage for the side of Cage. What are we doing? Oh, Juby gets a nice little tournament. 3 versus 2 right now.
Absolutely 2v1 is where we stand. Enigma the last alive, and bomb is going to go ahead, get planted. Just like that, shots come through, but Cage showing that they can go ahead and hit those shots effectively.
Okay, don't worry guys, this is part of it. There is a bit of a glitch in the game at the moment. The first round will have to run its course. The bomb will explode, and that is going to be Cage with the first blood there. Good stuff. Bearing in mind that the teams have swapped on over, it is Nixa on the right and Cage on the left, but the colors and the round wins will be a little bit incorrect. Obviously guys, the reason it keeps happening is because when we load into the game, the players have to change teams manually because unfortunately the team selection is not doing so good. S&D is a little bit broken at the moment, but it is the game mode that we love.
Just let that round 1 goes through, and I mean the shots were hitting over there. It's hitting so much that Trout is choking on his water over here, guys.
I'm dying.
As he clears his throat and takes a sip, let's talk about those shots. Flicking onto targets effectively. They can shoot, and if they can get those first bloods effectively, it's going to prove prevalent for them.
100%. like you said, we sound like a bit of a broken record at the moment about how important first bloods are, but let's have a look and see if they can do it exactly the same. Nixer trying to do what they do best, almost finds the first blood, but Juby quicker to the fray, gets that first blood. Now advantage to the side of TBK.
Beautiful shots coming through. Raz over there almost getting that first blood as well, but it does go over, and Nixer losing a second in that point as well. There's that height advantage that you spoke about earlier on, Troughton. Last but least is Magic's left alone in this 1v4. Cage looking to go ahead and clean this up. Nixer, or Magic for the side of Nixer, trying to go ahead and even things out over here. Gets spotted out, gets beamed. Just like that, Cage get it around.
2 quick rounds in succession right now, and this is what I was talking about. This, what the hell? I just hit a snort. That's insane. I'm so sorry, chat. That was, I didn't even know how I did that. A little bit of sleep apnea mid conversation is crazy. Either way, it looks like the side of Cage are playing S&D correctly. They've got a lot more map control. They're playing their critty angles, getting their first bloods, and that is what we want to see from a team for their first time on LAN.
Right, as we get into the next round, ladies and gentlemen, Cage up by 2. Nixer trying to go ahead and even that out. Maybe we go to another round 11 over here. That's what I'm sort of seeing.
I reckon it's going to be very, very close, but here comes the first bit of engagements. We are trying to take ourselves out with nades, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Luna, first blood now drawn, but the trade, I was going to say the trade was instant, but not quite. 2 players will fall for the side of, well, TBK make it 3, it is just Ashitaka, but he's got a gunny on him, he rips good old Enigma a new one. Fresh fade in the mid-map, 1 versus 3.
I mean, you don't have that camo for no reason, and there's one.
Okay!
Just like that into a 1v1, but Magix makes sure to clean it up. How close was that, Trout?
Oh, that was literally a second away from being a 1v4. You can never count anyone out. As you can see, these players are locked in on the stage. Almost gets the snap there, but just a little bit too little too late. Doesn't matter though. A good showing from the boys in white. They're supposed to be white, but they're blue at the moment. The Island Noise showing up in the SD. Still 2-1, first round for Nixer.
First round in, that's going to prove massive. That is going to put them on the board. It is going to give them that starting point, that flow in their step to go ahead and tie this up, to get a couple more rounds in here, to maybe go ahead and 2-0 on Search and Destroy. Shots coming from Kawhi over here. Hits a little bit, nade comes through, pushes back. But I mean, we can see Juby up close, well stunned, and that is going to go ahead and get that elimination. But Enigma goes down as well, way in a 3v3.
Quick set of trades there, and I do like how they are playing around each other. A lot of bait and switches happening, and that is very, very good for the side of Koei and Co. That is going to be TBK, but the bomb now planted for Nixer. 45 seconds, the 3v3 retake, and you know how the close quarters engagements tend to go, because you've got to watch so many angles. You've got to be able to clear every single possible head glitch, and there are some devious ones here in the control room on Protocol. Still, first stab at it, unsuccessful.
Luna with a couple shots actually hitting, but nothing to write about. Adnan comes through. Actually, Ashtika comes through and takes out Adnan, I should say. Kills left, right, and center. We're down to a 1v1. Kawhi Magix. Seems like Magic's always in this endgame situation right now. Pushes through. And just like that, ends out again.
Unfortunate, Captain Price would be disappointed. You got to check your corners, and remember, swapping to your secondary is always faster than reloading. And right now, that is going to be the second round for the boys at Nixer. Very close though, definitely coming down to a 1v1 that could have gone either which way, and it feels like the last couple of seconds in every single round is like an eruption of gunfights. But that's how it's supposed to be, right? You're trying to get back onto the side, trying to get a bit more control. But either way, second round for Nixer. But I must say, huge kudos to the side of TBK. They are absolutely surprising me here in the S&D.
Yeah, props to them. They got those 2 rounds very quickly. They managed to always get that first bloods effectively. Now looking to go ahead and perhaps do it again. Enigma, though, big shots over on Luna. Semtex goes out, finds out where another is on Kawhi. Does not get any kills over there. Juby does go down. Raz goes down as well in that kill feed. And up close now. Looking through. Trying to get some shots, and I mean, playing it slower now. You can sort of feel the tempo changing.
100%. They're trying to feel each other out. Don't want to be throwing away lives unnecessarily, and that is exactly what they're going to be doing here. Good start. Both teams trying to apply pressure where they can, and it is still a 3v3 bomb yet to go down, just under a minute's work with 43 seconds. So still a bit of time in the back pocket, but it's going to be Adnan who takes out Ashitaka. It is now a 2 versus 3, and we get to see a little bit of ping pong on the map between sides.
30 seconds is all that is left, and I mean, the tempo changing, but Nyx is still standing strong with this entire tempo change. You can see these angles being sort of cleared. Magix gets stunned over there.
Oh, no way! Oh, I thought it was going to be the body stack of the sentry, but it wasn't quite. Doesn't matter. It looks like the side of Nyx will find another one. But that also came down to, like you said, playing it slow and steady is a very good play, but you can't leave it too little too late, and that's exactly what happened. Then all of a sudden, you put yourself in a very tough position, like sending 2 players down an elevator shaft. And they managed to find the first, but the trade too quick. And that is going to be, for the first time in the S&D at the least, the side of Nyx taking the lead. And remember, that is 3 rounds in a row now.
Yeah, caught up on that zip line there to go up that elevator shaft did go ahead and be a hindrance, and both players dropping down is what caused that. But nonetheless, next round begins, and Nyx in the lead now. Looking to go ahead and further this lead, clean it out. 2-0 this on the maps. Kawhi gets first blood again. Raz taken out and immediately backs up away from that nade.
Well, they've done the work, right? That's going to be an impactful start to the round for the side of TBK. But again, this is something that is interesting to me, that they get first blood and then give up a lot of control. I don't want to give away too much in case they can hear me, but either way, it does look like this is going to get the ball rolling. Still a 4 versus 3. What is this timing going to look like? Well, Foscar's there to get the trade. He knows that there's one nearby at the very least. Still 3 versus 3. Evening out the playing field. Bomb yet to go down.
39 seconds is what's remaining, and now we do see Ashtika go down to Adnan over there as well, which means this is a 2v3 situation. And for Cage right now, you gotta lock in. You had those 2 rounds good, done well, but Nyx just go through and run through their opponents. An interesting swing over there into a 3-man stacked site, but
we tack sprinting into sight like we're going to win a gunfight. That's kind of insane to me. A bit of a panic play again, and that is unfortunate. But first blood drawn for the side of TBK there, but then they backed up. They get the first blood, they get the information, but then they just give up sight for free. It's an interesting play. Unfortunately, it came back to bite them. The bomb went down for the side of Nyx, and now they are 4-2 up, just 2 rounds away from closing out this S&D.
2 rounds, all that they need, and they're looking to go ahead and get that further up right now. Get that 5-2. See if they can actually do it, or will Cage lock in? Will they prevent that from happening? Will they push their own score up and delay Nyx from going through? Adnan, few shots. Nade goes out, doesn't actually go ahead and get a connect of their. Luna does go down. Magix goes down as well, and we're down to 3 apiece. Make that 2v3.
Trades are happening thick and fast. Raz, Foscar, and Adnan now trapping the side of the side of TBK is an understatement, as this has been 5 straight rounds of S&D for the side of Nyx here. Absolutely just picking them apart. But again, something just isn't clicking for TBK at the moment. They just need to find a little bit more of a gel. Everything seeming a little bit staggered. But again, you're facing the Titans. First time on LAN, it could absolutely be just nerves at the moment. 1 round away from closing out the S&D is going to be Nyx.
Yeah, and absolutely, like, giving up control like that is what's costing them as well. So let's see if they can fix that mistake and maybe last a little bit longer. Will Nyx go ahead and close out this S&D as we get into our potential last round. Let's see what will happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh dear.
Comes through. Juby gets taken out. Nades left, right, and center. Stuns on top of that as well. Nigma does go down as well. Few shots up that stairwell, but nothing to write about.
And nothing to write about indeed. Control of the site back in favor of Nyx once more. It feels like a carbon copy. We've seen it before. Deja vu, and here comes the Chal again. Adnan finding another kill. 3 versus 2. Bomb down. The retake. Pressure is on. Slowly and steady, but Kawhi manages to make it happen, but the trade instant now. Luna is there. Can't quite get the snap, but Adnan finds it. It is going to be 6 straight rounds of S&D, and you can see the movement. You can see the comms. The plays are in. That is going to be 2-0 so far to the side of Nyx.
Homie just went John Wick over there.
Loki.
Ran over to that stairwell, got the trade-off, ran back onto this height, gets that head glitch, gets Luna down, ends the round, and gets the SND win for Nixa.
I just want to clarify, that was 6 straight rounds of SND. They went down 2 and they were like, right, fine, I'll do it myself. And then they didn't lose a single round after that. Insane stuff being shown off here by the players. And of course, guys, it is between map 2 and 3 right now. We're going to go to a short little break while the players go get themselves some refreshments, maybe go to the bathroom. You guys could do the same if you're in the building. If not, stick around. We'll see you right after this.
Let me plug you real quick. If you don't know about it already, I'm talking about MTN Pulse.
A platform that empowers the youth, teens, and under 25s. We get affordable data that keeps the budget budgeting.
That gives us access to educational platforms, career and lifestyle rewards, and so many more.
With offers that keep us connected to our passions.
We're running the social street with the MTN Pulse Social Pass Bundle, which keeps elevating our hustle.
While staying connected to the whole squad in the chat.
It's giving Blesser. It's giving bundles that keep us online for days and nights. It's giving don't worry about it.
There are perks for days, rewards always, monthly and yearly. Just because you're part of the fam.
All I'm saying is, there's a lot to experience with more on the way. So are you down to elevate, to change the game? Let's open it.
Dial star 411 hash to join MTN Pulse.
The auditorium in Canal Walk is where we're at for the MTNShift gaming experience. Trout, myself, AR, back at it with more Call of Duty action. And before we went to a break, we saw a clean 2-0 for Nixa.
Clinical work from the Titans looking to secure their 4th LAN W here at the MTNShift gaming experience at Canal Walk. Of course, there's this event, and then there's one next weekend, so you don't want to be missing out at Centre Court, where you can play as many games, win some awesome prizes, everything from Beat Saber to FC25. You guys can come get involved next weekend, but that is in the future. Right now, we are in the present, and it's not looking good for the side of Cage. They are down 2-0, going to Vault Control. Do you think they have it in them to start the ball rolling on a reverse sweep?
They had the ball rolling, is the thing. They had it rolling, and Nixa came in and they stopped that ball from rolling any further. I mean, like you said before we went to break, or after we went to break, 6 rounds in a row for Nixa in that SND to go ahead and clean that up, to get that score to 2-0. I mean, when you're dealing with guys that can stop your momentum just like that, it's tough, man.
Bro, I'm telling you, that ball was rolling. Nixa picked it up and turned it into a square. That's just unfortunate. Okay, guys, we're loading in right now, and we've got a little sneak peek of the Adnan forehead cam right there, which is always fun. Map number 3 about to come on through. It is currently Vault Control. Will we see history repeat itself? Will it be another 3-0?
You said that, and all I could think of was, right, it goes in the square hole.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It goes in the square hole. That's exactly what Nix is doing with all the teams right now. That's right. Goes in the L in the L hole. Let's go, everybody. Next game, next map. Control on Vault. What do you think? We're going to see a repeat of what we saw in the first one?
I mean, Nixa is playing so well. They've locked in. They have that mentality. We talked about the chemistry as well. They can do this easily, but Cage is a force to be reckoned with on that aim. I mean, you can see the damage output from Luna over here, and we can see Kawhi trading out as well. Cage losing a couple of players over there. They're down to 2, and I mean, these guys are playing this like a TDM right now.
100%, and that might actually come back and work for them. Oh, what's the movement? You've got ankles. We'll catch you in the next one. Might need some shin splints. As we get to see more of the kills work their way, but Kawhi having a fantastic start. He found a 3-piece at the start of the game, but no control in the sense of actually getting time for the side of Nixa, as we get to see Juby do Juby-like things. Maybe he is the truth, as these players from the side of Nixa are falling like flies. Not a single progression on either tick, or either point, not tick. No ticks on either point. But here we go. Magic's maybe going to get that ball rolling in a second here. Still 4 lives between the two teams. Cage still on top, at least for the meantime.
And very similar to what we saw in the first series, time down to 28 seconds left, and now being paused. Now there's a few progresses going on to both sides. A, in fact, going to go ahead and get a first tick over there. Now progressing on the second. We see Enigma just backing up from this fight. 16 to 20 is the lives right now. Deficit for Nixa, but I mean, they've gotten B to a tick as well.
So they've got 1 tick apiece, 24 seconds to work with. Pressure is now on, and you can see the side of Cage lurking in the spawn, trying to cut them down before they get on up. But it's going to be Adnan who finds 2, and that's going to open the door over towards B. Stopping the clock across both boards, but 3 will fall as Ashitaka finds 2. It's just Adnan left on B. And that is going to be 15 seconds now. The pressure is on. They are hunting him. They can smell blood in the water. He manages to find 1 before getting taken down. But right now the pressure is on. Fantastic stuff being put on display by Cage, as they have denied at every turn, at least for a little bit, in terms of progression, and they are here to play control. Having said that, we're going to bonk them with the stuns just to rub a little bit of extra salt in the wound. Ashitaka alive for now. 8v12 life count advantage, almost even. A secured at, well, it feels like the 99.com. Doesn't matter, still going.
I mean, down to 7 to 9 lives is where we are. And I mean, we kind of knew that this was going to be more of a TDM style for, I mean, the type of shooters that we have over here on both of these teams. We're down to 5 to 6, and somehow Nixa have evened it up. They were at about a 6 life deficit, and now we're at 5 apiece. Cage, Nixa, and there's only 1 more tick left over on B, but TBK has no more spawns remaining and only 1 life, and just like that,
there is no way Nixa didn't lose a life from P1 all the way over to B. That is insane. They locked in at the last second there. It was looking dire for a moment where they were getting picked apart, but Kawhi starting things off with a 3-piece. Have to respect that. Good stuff. But again, It doesn't matter. 6 ticks in the back pocket for Nixa, and they get the first round. But again, it feels like they're just not able to clench the knot, or clinch the knot, I think is the correct fishing term. I should know, my name's Trout. But they aren't able to finish the rounds when they need to.
We get into the next one, ladies and gentlemen, refreshing that 30 lives apiece, and I mean, we see that gunplay from both of these teams. We see that gunplay coming from Kawhi. Too low over there. Semtex goes out. Enigma, though, getting one, gets taken out as well. And, I mean, if there was ever a chance to see two teams just gun for kills, this is it. Control on Vault. The potential last game of this series where Nixa can go ahead and take it. Force Cage into that loser bracket. That elimination game that we will be seeing later today.
100%, here comes the pinch. This is where it's got to be Dyer, but not able to get the timing he needs. Enigma now sent to an early grave. We'll see you on the respawn. But again, these players are jumping off the point. Guys, control is won by points. I don't understand it. Now control. You can see. Now we got a bit more control, no pun intended, around A. First tick now found. Into the spawn we go. Kills are working out. Cage on the offensive for the first time, what it feels like since the beginning of the previous round, but they're still alive for now. The pistol whip. Stick! Was that going to be it? Not quite. Doesn't matter. A secured. Time extended. 3 life advantage. 2 minutes to work for Cage. Finally get a little bit of momentum on their side.
A little bit of momentum indeed. Just under 2 minutes as Kawhi goes down. 20 to 21. Beautiful shot from Adnan over there. We are so even on these lives. B is the only point that is left. No ticks on it whatsoever. I mean, you can sort of see how Nixa is playing around this. They are playing so carefully, not wanting to drop any more lives. And I mean, we saw that in the first one as well. They kept their 5 lives till the very end. Looking to do it again as Adnan gets one, slides around, looking to maybe go ahead, get a second. On that other side of their Magics gets one. Luna, though, trying to fight back a little bit. Enigma goes down eventually.
I have to respect that, Charles. That's going to be 3 down now for the side of Nixa. That should be enough for them to send some bodies on the hill. Unless Adnan has something to say about it. He finds a fresh 2-piece. Streetwise 2, if you will, around on the street. And it's going to be Enigma to clean up. Now it's 1 player left on the offensive. 1 life between the 2. He gets taken out. And now back to the runners we go. 1 minute to work with. And the pressure beginning to mount for Cage.
How many times have we seen that timer be the extra enemy, the inevitable enemy that no player can beat as Kawhi gets taken down by Magic. Magic actually getting 2 over there. Luna as well. Looking to maybe go ahead and get a third. Sliding around. Finds where another is, but cannot go ahead and get that. Down to 12 to 9 is where we are. 35 seconds. Trout, take it away.
Man, it is coming down to the wire. 4 lives between the 2. 1 full set of respawns, but up onto the point we go. Juby leading the offensive. 26 seconds and counting. It's going to come down to the wire as it always does. But Koei gets taken out, and he was getting a little bit there. We have Lord of Slytherin himself. I'm pretty sure it was more than 1 pump, but I could be wrong. Either way, forwards we fly. The clock now stopped. 9v5. Can they replicate what the side of Nixa did in the previous round? They have 2 bodies in the hill, but they're going to have to weather the storm. No more respawns. Adnan finds another. Magic is there to pick it up. Luna can't find the shots shooting between the players. It's all down to none other than Juby in a 1 versus 8. 5 seconds. That's going to be all she wrote, bearing in mind they only found 3 ticks.
Insane, ladies and gentlemen. And you saw the chemistry at play again over there, not just taking 1v1s, or 1v1s I should say, but swinging out as an entire unit. Even if you go down, I'm there to trade you. That's the mentality of Nixa. That's what won them these lands in the past. And they're looking to go ahead and do it all over again. And I love, by the way, I love that we got to see Enigma over here in this building. Just sit on the couch, wait for enemy to come through, and then drop off and get the limb. Just chilling on that couch for a second.
But again, you need to know where your enemy is at all times. It feels like the comms may be a little bit short there for the side of Cage. But again, it is their first time on land, guys. We might be being a little bit harsh on them, but they are here. They made the qualifiers, and they are trying to put on a good show for us. And they're doing a very good job. They're getting a couple of kills. It's just fundamentals that'll come back to bite you. You got to play for the kills. Once you get control, you start playing for actually the objective, which in this case is to secure the point. You can see that's exactly what the side of Nixa has done. They get the first set of kills. Then they send 1 player out to be a bit of a roamer, a bit of a nuisance, while the teammates are there to collect the time, and that's exactly how they find the first tick. Good stuff on show. Only 1 round away, but Luna gets the ball rolling. We are playing who can shoot the smallest target, and Adnan finds 2.
I mean, this is the difference between a first-timer on LAN and a team that has won before. They know exactly what they need to be doing. They almost have a fully captured A, and they're looking to go ahead and get that out very, very quickly. 25-23 on the lives. Cage doing a fantastic job with their shots to go ahead and take those numbers down just a bit, but I mean, and Adnan just going ham over there. Gets taken out at the end eventually, but what a set of kills.
Goodness gracious me, the three-piece of three pieces right there to keep his team alive and afloat, but 3 lives between the two teams, and it was the side of Cage that managed to stop the bleeding, and that is crucial, but they need to get back onto the point as B is also on its way to being collected right now, but we get to see a nice little short trip to Northern Ireland as a car bomb goes off and takes out Foscar. Insane. Still 3 ticks in the back pocket, and you can't be losing your ones like that right now. It is still 18v18, just under a minute to work with. 1 tick on A, 2 on B.
Now just trying to play this out. Cage looking to go ahead and just waste the time of their opponents. Enigma getting taken down. A couple of shaky shots over there by Juby, but gets the job done nonetheless. Ashtika goes down though, thanks to Adnan, and now it looks like they're just going to go try to end this within this next 30 seconds. You can see going over to A, immediately getting that tick all the way up. Will it go through? Will it be stopped? No, A is completely captured, and the time goes all the way up.
Added a minute to the clock right now, and they're getting a couple of these kills as well. 2 life advantage. Nixa looking to go in for the kill unless there are a few additional kills to work on their way on through for the side of Cage. But right now they are just falling like flies, and that's going to be the second tick now Fawn, and you continue to run into the jaws of Nixa. I can't even speak! Into the jaws of Nixa as the clock continues to be stopped. Kills are flying in 5v12. No one is close. There's going to be one more stab at it. It's just Kawhi, but he's not nearby. It's going to be a 3-0 in the control, 6-2 in the S&D, 250 to 130 in the HP. 3-0 all round. Another day in the office for Nixa, and that is going to be Cage sent to meet Highball in our final game of the day.
Absolutely, Elim games will happen very soon. Highborn versus TBK Cage, fighting to go ahead and stay within this. The team going home will manage to get 5,000 Rand in cash. They will walk away with some prize, but that's not why these players are here. They want that big prize. They want that first place of 30 bands.
Absolutely, that is going to be worth its weight in gold, everybody. I'm going to be signing off from here. I will not be present for the last game. Unfortunately, I have some other commitments, but it has been a blast. The first 2 games went down to the wire when it counted. 3-1 to Fear and 3-0 to Nixa. And that is going to be all she wrote from me, but I appreciate all of you watching and all of you guys in the auditorium. Don't go too far. We've got a short break. We'll be back right after this.
Let me plug you real quick. If you don't know about it already, I'm talking about MTN Pulse.
A platform that empowers the youth, teens, and under 25s. We get affordable data that keeps the budget budgeting.
That gives us access to educational platforms, career and lifestyle rewards, and so many more.
With offers that keep us connected to our passion.
We're running the social streets with the MTN Pulse Social Pass Bundle, which keeps elevating our hustle.
While staying connected to the whole squad in the chat.
It's giving blesser. It's giving bundles that keep us online for days and nights. It's giving don't worry about it.
There are perks for days, rewards always, monthly and yearly. Just because you're part of the fam.
All I'm saying is, there's a lot to experience with more on the way. So are you down to elevate, to change the game? Let's operate.
Dial star 411 hash to join MTN Pulse.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more series for Call of Duty AR, and this time we're joined by the one, the only, the incredible Mr. Nick Holden.
That introduction is way too kind, but Mr. AR, first time casting with you, good sir. Can't wait to be back on the mic, and it's happening. We're here. It's the MTNShift gaming experience, and of course we've got Call of Duty fans in the auditorium, but we've got some huge action as we've got these two massive teams being able to compete up against one another. But this is all a part of a wider experience, an MTNShift gaming experience, and of course with the week ahead, this is almost like the curtain raiser, right? In a lot of ways, is that next week we've got essentially EAFC, some of the best players from around the country all gathering here together to be able to compete for their own share of the spotlight. And then when it comes down to even some Beat Saber, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to play some Beat Saber.
No, I wish I had a VR headset, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, you can pull through to MTNShift next week, good
And if
sir.
you don't have a VR headset, 17th to 21st, that's when it's happening. So make sure you come on down. But Call of Duty action, we still have a whole day tomorrow as well. So make sure you get your tickets, sgl.gg, $25 just for a ticket. But a lot bigger of a prize pool than $25 over there.
Yeah, I wish I had this prize pool in my back pocket, to be honest. First place, 30,000 Rand. Second place, 15K. Third, 10K, 5K, all adding up to an amazing 50,000. No, I'm joking. It's 60,000 Rand prize pool, of course. Sometimes I can do math, especially when it's shown up on the screen.
Yeah, but I can't even do it when that happens. But either way, of course, MTN Toyota Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First making this possible. But now we are in the final series. This is the elimination game. Earlier today, we saw Fear knock down Highborn into this bracket. Just a little bit ago, we saw TBK get pushed down into this bracket by Nixa. This is it now, the last opportunity for them. If you fail here, you go home with that 4th place prize. It's still 5K, but that's not what these players are here for.
No, you don't want 5K. You want to be able to make sure you're making your way into day number 2. It is going to be heartbreak for one of these teams here today, and both teams deservedly, I feel, in a lot of ways need to make it to this day 2, but only one can, and that's what's going to be essentially their test of character, but also test of skills here. Both of these squads, I mean, Highborn in their own right, their entire team just coming out and showing some strength. So, I mean, let's take a look at that Highborn roster from their side of things. I mean, such a great squad.
I mean, we saw this team earlier on. They had their moment, but unfortunately a 3-1 loss pushed them down into this bracket. They have that one more chance to go ahead, make it to tomorrow, have a chance to go ahead and get that bigger prize pool, maybe up to that 30K in the finals. But they have one team that they're standing up against. Let's take a look at TBK Cage.
TBK Cage coming all the way down from Reunion Island to be able to show their force. Stubby, Luna, Ashitaka, and K-Way, just absolute force in their own right. And I think we've seen some amazing moments in terms of going toe-to-toe up against the 2-year defending title defenders in terms of Nixa and now Highborn. I mean, from both these sides, both these teams got to be feeling the nerves. But one of the things I also want to talk about is that 5th player that actually represents Highborn is that audience. They have been phenomenal today.
No, absolutely. We could hear the crowd popping off for Highborn. You can actually hear them right now as we say that, and that's the beauty of this LAN experience. You need to be here to hear these guys live. And let's take a look at our players getting ready, getting warmed up for the final opportunity to stay within this. And we do have our map picks, ladies and gentlemen. Nick, would you be so kind to take us through it?
Absolutely. First, we're going to put on our rubber gloves as we jump into the vault and try to be able to steal this one from the opposition. It is a great map to be able to kick things off, and essentially selected from the TBK side. We jump into essentially our search and destroy, and we're not going to go too far, but we'll go to the days of VCRs. We head over to a rewind.
Yeah, absolutely. We do go over back to Vault for Control. This will be the 3rd time that we see Vault over on Control for today. Hardpoint on Skyline once again, and then that final SND going to be on Protocol. Now, I don't know how this is actually going to go between Cage and Highborn. Both teams now, they have that motivation. They have that need to go ahead and win this, to push that other team off, to eliminate that other team from this entire competition, and even more so to solidify themselves into that final tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think TBK want to try get off to a solid start here. They're the only team thus far that hasn't picked up a map just yet, but obviously going up against the Nexus squad is one hell of a challenge. So, without further delay and without further ado, it's time to be able to put on your gloves, get ready to be able to reload those rifles, and jump on in as we have two teams fighting for their life here at the MTNShift Gaming Experience. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and get ready as we jump into map number 1. We head over to the vault, but one team will walk away with the bag here for this map as we get ready for the start of the series. It's going to be a good one here.
No, absolutely. Hardpoint is obviously relying on those eliminations to go ahead and get yourselves to that next spawn. TBK have fantastic aim within this, but Highborn, we've seen how they've played before. We know that they should be at the top. They need to solidify their moments. So let's see exactly how this goes as we get into it.
Yeah, so this is going to be very, very important early on, especially when it comes down to try to get the rotations through, as at the moment, first 3 kills are going to fall in the back pocket of Highborn. But what's really important here is all about those spawns. In terms of spawn control, you actually are in favor at the moment. If you're on the Highborn side of things, you're spawning quite closer to the pool, so you've been able to pick up those rotations. So they need to make sure that nobody cuts through. Whereas on the opposite side of things, TBK, they're going to try to burst their way through the mid-map, and this is going to be a nice feel out for both of these teams.
Yeah, I honestly feel that we're going to go butting heads here between these two teams. We are going to see Highborn go ahead and take the lead over here, the early lead, and looking to continue to push that even further. Trips actually went ahead and got a couple of eliminations, but we are going to be moving to that next point, and we can see that Cage is moving over to that next point.
Such a big pickup here as watches the backside. There's going to be Zaza opening up the back door, but he gets cranked and shut down, as at the moment it does look like it's going to fall in favor of the TBK squad in towards P2. And player number 4, that Schemes on the right hand side, also has a big job to be able to push forward, but Bevs finds a little bit of a crack in the armor, and it does look like that crack gets solidified as the red shield have to turn this into a spear.
Absolutely, and now Cage taking the lead on that point as well. I mean, they do such a good job of hitting the shots that matter, but Zaza exists in it as well. And now Highborn go ahead and get themselves on that point. 25 seconds is all that is left on this. And Highborn, once again, like we said, butting heads over here, taking the lead, matching it up one more time. And there's 17 seconds until that next point.
Such an important role now. Will the players Zaza and Schemes play on the rotation out? It's going to actually be Zaza that gets knocked down there as player number 5. That's Luna trying to be able to make their way across. Currently holding the anchor position is going to be Schemes. Not going to be able to find the mark just yet, but staying alive is not what he's going to be able to do, as this dancing shoes get put away, as he's going to be left to try again. Rotations once again. TBK, this might be a little bit more of a solid and a little bit more of a contested game compared to what they had before.
Absolutely, we saw them on that point as well, but Highborn doing a fantastic job of killing the 2 on the site and then moving up. But a third player is going to go ahead and prove to be a nuisance. That is going to be KOA over here. Up close and personal, though, manages to turn down and get that elimination on Zaza, however. Trips is going to go ahead, trade that out, but Cage is now on that point. 30 seconds have been forced off it by Highborn, and we're just about to get to the point where the next point is going to be in.
Yeah, that's huge. Actually coming up here from Trip. 9's managed to pick up 2 huge kills, and at the moment now it's all the rotations towards P3. The lockdown is being picked up from Highborn. Now it's all about your resurgence, and we've seen TBK trying to defend, but now on the attacking side, let's see how they're going to try to break this hill with a little bit of an OE potentially, but Schemes shuts down the door for 2 as Schemes picks up the kill.
Highborn locked and loaded in this. They know that it's the final opportunity for them to get there. They know that after this, there is no other opportunities. It's do or die right now. And you can see by the way that they are playing, they are making sure they get those spawns, like you said, Nick, and they're holding it out effectively. Now, on the side of Cage, they're hitting the shots, but they're not managing to take as much space of the map as possible.
I've got to say, at the moment, TBK are dripping through on site, but it's player number 5, Luna, coming around the backside, which is absolutely important, but he gets traded. Essentially, Kway is going to be able to hold that life as they get spawns now. 26 seconds left on the heal. That's still a good amount of heal time, rather, as it's now the question of Highborn. Do we keep on going, or do we preserve ourselves and actually just hold our spaces as things go all the way back to P1.
And it looks like they're trying to go ahead and preserve themselves indeed. You can see them going to P1. A couple of contests over here by Cage, but still they're managing to do a good job of holding out their own. Cage's shots, though, absolutely phenomenal as we get over back to P1. The cycle continues.
Yeah, at the moment, GB with the 2 streak, as it does look like this one will be held by TBK, but Trip9 is trying to change that narrative as he dives towards the hill at the moment. 45 seconds left on. Highborn still in the lead as they cross over that 100-point mark, or at least get close to. As there we go, Juby will get knocked down, and it's Trip9 on heel. Schemes currently with a 3 streak in the back pocket, so let's hold on board with him as we see what he can do on this top of the bridge. You need to be able to try and mark this point, but Luna says, you know what, I got better ideas. Here's a couple bullets in the back.
Man, it's just body for body, and none of them are even sorry about it right here. And we're about to get to the point where we move over to P2, 16 seconds. Highborn have broken the 110 mark. They are close to pushing that lead even further and getting closer to that 250. You can see as they get the final few points, but Cage already waiting by that next point. It's going to be tough for Highborn to get you.
Yeah, but they're giving Ash such a big role to be able to play here on top of Fountain, and unfortunately for him, that Fountain turns into red as Highborn roll their way through. Now it's all angles need to be facing the Cage players as they come off of spawn, but from Highborn's side, they're still in a good position here, but they need to be able to pick up the kills if they want to try hold into this hill. That being said, TBK now come through with the surge, and it's going to be a pickup and a couple of trades out there as Schemes from range will be able to find himself one. And a good trade out there as it does look like this hill will go back and forth between the two, but finally TBK being able to hold some time.
Snappy aim over there as I believe Schemes was on a 6-kill streak nonetheless. 20 seconds left on this point. Cage getting those points up slowly. 127 to 85 is where we currently stand, but we're about to go ahead and get to the next point real soon.
And right now, Scheme's going to be holding that anchor position as it's going to be pivotal when it comes down to the rotations on the way through. At the moment, the entire team from TBK has some movement to be able to pull through, but I also do like the scrap time being picked up in terms of its entirety. Something I preach time and time again, get your time on heel. But right now, 2 big kills coming in from Schemes. He's pulling up a solid one, but it's going to be Cubby essentially as he's not going to be able to find one, and that gets traded out as Bevs holds down the corridor.
Cage finally breaking 100 points over here as well, but the points still being held confidently by Highborn. You can see the kills coming out of Trip9 over here. The peaks come through, but that is going to be Schemes that does take down Luna over there. Dashing and dodging these bullets, Matrix style, Nick.
Ashitaka tried to go with the OE rotation as does look like things going towards P3 is going to be quite a contest. I mean, 150 to 100. I mean, it's literally just separated by one solidly controlled hill. So this really can go either way. Around about 15 seconds being forfeited, I would think, there from Highborn, as it does get essentially picked up by Ash at the last second. But he decides, you know what, he's not going to actually go for it. But Highborn still holding on to point. That being said, they do have the spawns, which is pivotal when it comes down to P3. And now it's player number 7K, where he had such a big role to play there just to be able to hold that top balcony. Unfortunately for him, not being able to do so.
Highborn knows how to get that timing down. You saw at the last second before that point open. Highborn managed to get it. Schemes getting 2. Unfortunately, close left is going to be the death of him. You can see Trip9 just blasting through this door, trying to go ahead and get any lucky shots, but Highborn currently on 175 to 104. 35 seconds left on this timer.
And this is why P3 holding spawns is so crucial. You can keep on spawning those players towards bullside, but it becomes so tricky. At the moment now, it's all about the players coming out of hill with only 20 seconds left on it. This is going to become a decision now for TBK. Are they going to commit? And just in time, they do commit, but now they're leaving pretty much most of the work in the hands of their 2 players, Luna and Juby.
And you can see point about to move again in the next 6 seconds. And the kills coming out of Cage is absolutely phenomenal. You can see 21, 22, 16, 24, 18, 16, 17, 22. They hit their shots, but they need to make sure that they're hitting this point more often than not. As we are seeing Highborn try to go ahead and push now onto this. We do see Cage having a little bit of control, but Trip9 is here. Can't get the second on Kawhi.
Shut down by Kawhi as 2 players going to pick up hill, but there's not enough control around the hill to be able to guarantee points at this end. As Highborn finally find that control and pick up the middle corridors as well as topside, they do find themselves in a little bit of a position to add some points to the tally, and that's going to get them past the 200 point mark.
Absolutely, and now they just need that 50 seconds more to go ahead and get the win. They need to go ahead and play this perfectly, play unified within this, because if you take a 1v1 with Cage, they can hit their shots enough to make you mess up your aim, mess up your rotations, mess up getting those points that you need. But with 7 seconds left, we're about to move to the next point.
So they fight for spawns to TBK, as at the moment they still won't get that in their favor. Still spawning Narnia, or both of these teams seemingly, as it's going to be Luna that clears that area, trying to be the broom essentially to clear the spawn, but won't find any luck as Juby is left to pick up the broom. Unfortunately not going to be able to find any marks at that point, as the heal will finally get found by TBK. They desperately need these points and desperately going to need a hold. Now it's going to be, can the Highborn team push them out? And Schemes has been phenomenal, but unfortunately for him, will get knocked down outside Fountain on that anchor position. And TBK, this is a great position for them to be in. They just need to hold on.
You can sort of see this unity building now between TBK, Cage, and they're swinging off of each other here to get these eliminations, to keep themselves on the point. They just broke the 164 mark currently, but Highborn back on it again. They're going to get as much points as they can from this one. Luna getting an elimination, but getting shot at by Zaza is going to go ahead and get taken down. Highborn 212. A few more seconds needed on this, but next point will have to be the determining factor.
Look at Ash's position. That's player number 6 from TBK in a huge role, but Schemes is there too. And now it's all about trying to find out what they're going to be able to do, and Ash finds his mark, finds his number, and that's going to be one big shot coming in from Zaza at range to be able to take the player off the anchor position. K-Way will be able to say, whatever you can do, I can do better. And at the moment, the heal remains without any player earning some points in the back pocket, as both these teams need to be able to find the kills to clear the site.
228, 166, and counting currently is Cage. You can see the beams coming through from Bevs. Highborn back on the point. 20 seconds is all that they need. Ash, though, managing to clear that point for just a second, but Highborn back on it, baby, and Cone behind the couch is going to go ahead and save Zaza, but a pistol shot from Ash is going to go ahead and take him down. 237, Highborn back on the point right now.
They can win it off of this heal if they jump in within 12 at the moment. No, it's going to be a little too late, as it means that we will go to a P3 after all. And at the moment, it's all about the pickup and the hold. TBK, I mean, this is when you need to go clutch. This is when you need to be able to turn on that fire, and hoping to be able to find some support from their Union Island co-part on that side. But let's see, they do have the early rotations. At the moment, it's all about picking it up, and Luna's going to be dumping down the throat of Trip 9. And at the moment, it's going to be Highborn that gets sent packing to be able to try and make their way in.
Those scrap points from the last hill does mean that only 6 points are needed for Highborn to go ahead and win this. About to break 195 or so is going to be Cage. 30 seconds left on this hill. K-Way just trying to find the angle. Manages to get one. Tries to get a second, but Juby right there to get that second step.
Alright, such a phenomenal hold here coming in from this TBK team. I mean, you've got to be asking yourself the question, where was this a little bit earlier? As it looks like we've got a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. TBK are fighting back with every single second. They know they're playing for their life in terms of this competition, and they will not let that life slip.
But Highborn giving that point off to try to get the next one. They only need that 6 seconds. We need to see 30 on the side of Cage. And there's Highborn with the shots. The contest comes through. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Contested at the last second. But Highborn go ahead and take the first hard point.
Sure, they had us worried there for a second. I mean, the Highborn team really leaving it to the last as they pick it up all the way as we started at P1 to be able to pick up the final points needed. And I got to say, from the TBK, a nice little resurgence from their side, showing that they've got a little bit of a resistance to this ever so powerful red shield at times. But things are going to slow down a little bit now. We head over to Search and Destroy, and obviously, when it comes down to Search, that was interesting in its own right. Nixa taking up against TBK earlier. They actually lost the first 2 rounds up against a team that doesn't really lose any Search and Destroy rounds in terms of Nixa. So Highborn will be tested here, but we're going to have to wait and see. TBK 1-0 down, and I'm sure they've got a lot of fight left in them.
Yeah, that's getting the momentum started for Highborn right now. They just need a couple more of those gameplays, and they can get themselves back into the fight for that prize pool, for that share of 60,000 rand. Of course, 4th place is going to be getting 5,000, but nobody wants to walk away with just 5,000 when there's 30k on the line for first.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when it comes down to these players, if you're going to talk about players that spent the most to be able to be here, it's got to be the Reunion Island team. So they've got some funds to be able to make up on that side of things, and going to be fighting tooth and nail, I'm sure. Will we see this as our first Map 5 match of the day? It's definitely what we want to see, right?
Potentially, we could see it right here, right now. I mean, the way that both of these teams are playing, the fact that it was that close to go ahead and get that point, 30-point difference.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That's insane. We have all the potential in the world to get to that protocol, to get to that 5th map of Search and Destroy. But of course, this is the MTNShift gaming experience, where all of this talent is live in front of your very eyes, brought to you by MTN Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First. That was just the first map of this Elim.
Yeah, first map of the Lim, and setting essentially an exciting start to the story here. We asked the question, and I think it's something us as South African players, as South African community, is like, can we stand toe to toe up against other regions, right? And Reunion Island also asking that question, and it seems like they're having their challenge naturally on that side, but who knows? Highborn also could be facing essentially a very tough competition. I know from the French players chatting to them, they want to be able to make it all the way back into that grand final, but Highborn is no stranger to that too. I'm sure that they're going to want exactly the same. Both these teams fighting for their life in the competition, and it's going to be a big one. I mean, this is actually the first time. I think it's so cool. First time that we've seen the Reunion Island team here in South Africa, and just being able to measure up against skill. I think there's a nice tally there, and it also builds a little bit of a narrative going forward. Oh, even if they're successful and beat everybody on this side of things, or if they're not and they get knocked out first round, you know they're going to want to come back stronger no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and get that next game set up. A couple of technical difficulties here and there, but you know that we get that sorted out as soon as we possibly can. So, we're going to take a short intermission, and when we come back, we will hop into the second map of our elimination bracket. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MTNShift gaming experience, and I'm joined by your favorite pirate, R. Or was it AR? How does that work?
Either way's fine, Nick. Either way's fine. Somehow, someway, I'm gonna get on a ship and get out of here.
Hey, take us with you, man. We love pirate ships, but
That's
for
canon
right now,
fire, by the way.
Easy, Tiger. We've got to let's rewind. Let's take a step back. We're going to map number 2, which is rewind. None other than as we get ourselves set for the Search and Destroy. If you guys are just joining us, this is Highborn taking on TBK, and this is the losers bracket. Essentially, both of these teams finding themselves in losers bracket round 1, which means they are both fighting for their life.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Do or die is where this is right now. The loser of this will be going home. 4th place, 5,000, and the winner of this will get another chance to go ahead and compete to get themselves up to that first place prize pool, 30,000 Rand, a total of 60k over here at the MTNShift gaming experience. Of course, thanks to MTN Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Carry First. But that's not all, Nick, because we still have even more action next week.
We do have a lot of action next week. There's more prize money, there's more activities, there's more things, all for you to be able to do for absolutely free here at Canal Walk. But for right now, you've got to pay the price. You've got to be inside of this auditorium, because this is too intense. It's too hot, it's too heavy, and both of these teams are going to give us some good action, because that map number 1 was already intense. I mean, TBK were fighting back, and I think there was some highborn spectators there on the edge of their seats going, is this happening to us? Please don't let this happen to us. But right now, essentially, they can rest easy with a 1-0 map in their back pocket, so to speak. Whereas essentially our players from Reunion Island, they've flown on down, and they want to be able to essentially take a round of their own. And Search and Destroy, we were chatting before this. That's the one I think, if I'd had to be a betting man, I'd say that TBK are a team to look out for when it comes down to fast forward. Well, fast forwarding into rewind, that is.
No, I mean, absolutely. I mean, they've gotten the 2 rounds against Nixa earlier on. Nixa, of course, they came back with that sweep of 6 rounds in a row. They can definitely do it. They and I think what we discussed earlier on as well, what you just said actually, which stuck with me, is that they don't hold angles enough. They run down, they try to gun the opponents off very, very quickly. And I think that's what's hindering them just a little bit. But we are here in SND, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. Highborn, Cage, going at it in the limb bracket.
Ooh, and Bev's going to be able to up within 2 as he gets real dirty real quickly. As already it's going to be Highborn stepping things up as Bev's trying to shut down the door essentially on his opposition. As at the moment when it comes down to this Highborn roster, Bev's is the player that they're all looking at. And Bev's will be able to find his next opportunity to be able to move on forward here. Once again, we don't want to give away too much information because people can hear us inside of the auditorium. But we are down to a 1v3 situation, and Bev's is everyone. And he's everywhere.
He knows how to go ahead and slay his opposition over here. And I mean, clean up by Bevs over there. Clean up on Isle Rewind. That is going to be the first point over to Highborn. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this bug of Search and Destroy, we have to wait until the timer goes down, but that point will go over to Highborn.
I love when Search and Destroy works for everybody, because this game is always the best with glitches. We love it. For right now, at least we get to talk about the 20 seconds of Bev action as we get to rotate with him around the map. I mean, showing some really great movement at the moment as he makes his way towards a police car, you know, not really going up against anyone, so his movement's been clear and non-nervous. Maybe grab a couple of pieces of chicken on that side of things, or head over and get your local VCR. If you had to go back in time and actually get your own VCR set, what would it be?
Oh, why are you making me think of my age?
I'll show my age. I'm picking up Aladdin.
Actually, not a bad choice.
Yeah, I like Aladdin. Good movie, that. Anyway, now time to unlock the dreams, ultimately, of our players here, and hopefully reach this round number 2 of Search and Destroy without any glitches, because, guys, dealing with our conversations about genies must just be painful. Let's go into the actual action here as we go across to TBK, and they will be on the defensive side, where it's Highborn on the attack.
And you can bet if Highborn wins this one, Cage is going to need that genie in the bottle to make a comeback and push us to map number 5. But we get back into it, ladies and gentlemen, and we know the shots of Cage actually hit, as we see Juby go ahead and get that elimination on Bevs nonetheless. That's going to be a massive advantage over to Cage. We talked about earlier about the first blood and how it gives you that advantage in SME.
100% numerical advantage is absolutely huge, and at the moment Cage essentially standing with 2 kills in the back pocket, and a lot of work to be done here if you Zaza as well as Schemes. And I like TBK in terms of the way that they play, and I don't want to be able to give too much away from that side of things, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing here at the moment.
No, absolutely. The way that they're playing this is fantastic, and in a 4v2 situation, it's kind of what they need. 29 seconds left on the timer as well means that Highborn's going to be put under pressure right now. And pressure is where you make those mistakes. Let's see if those mistakes will be made as Juby gets one. Another one gets caught off in the other side, and that's going to be a round over to TBK.
So yeah, I mean, ultimately now I get to reveal what I wanted to be able to say is that they really group up very well. When you've got a numerical advantage, you don't want to be sending out players solo. Don't give your opposition opportunity just to be able to pick you off. And that's what they did. They all got close together. They made sure that they weren't giving away essentially where they were, and made it really difficult for their opposition to find a pick.
Yeah, absolutely. They held that fort down, and we saw Ash get that final kill as well. But we go ahead, round number 3, ladies and gentlemen, of SND. Remember, this is the final series for today. For one of these teams, they will be going home as we watch Trip9 get the first kill over on Juby, and then immediately back out and get a little bit of a reset.
Yeah, 2-4 at the moment. Highborn looking quite solid as is left down all to Ash, and it looks like his hopes will fall to Ash as well as he gets taken down there, and Highborn essentially find themselves with another round in the back pocket. Schemes loving it.
Absolutely, and I mean, the smiles on their faces show you how badly they want this. The passion behind gameplay like this, the passion behind esports. And that's why we do this, Nick. We love esports. We love witnessing this. And just being able to cast it is a massive blessing for us as well.
Absolutely, letting the passion seep through the veins of both the spectators, everybody at home, everybody in the auditorium, as well as the players here today putting on a show for us, as at the moment it is only 1 round differential between the two, as now we flip across to a Highborn attack, and it's always a little bit more tricky when you've got the bomb to be able to plant, as you need to be able to try push into positions that are being held by your opposition. That being said, Highborn make it look easy seemingly, as the shield, it can convert apparently into the spear. We asked ourselves a little bit earlier, they are spearing their way through their opposition.
I mean, the best weapon, the best defense is a good offense right there. We see it in front of us, and I mean Zaza now as well. The rest of the entire team of Highborn, I should say, playing this out as they should for SND. In a 4v2 situation, 28 seconds left on the timer. It's looking great for Highborn right now.
Yeah, Luna and Kway are going to have a lot of work to be able to do, and he could smell him through the bushes there at that point in time as he picked up the kill. Another one around the corner. Luna disturbing with the 2 as he managed to make a little bit of wiggle room for himself here at the moment, but they're going to have to try to do something. But with 7.5 seconds left on the clock, there's not too much left as they fall down, and Highborn hold it at defense, but I gotta say, TBK and Luna looked like he was suddenly on fire, eclipsing his opposition.
Poquito.
Very,
very close over there. I mean, it got on the plant as well to defuse. Luckily, Schemes was over there to go ahead and stop that defuse from going on. But Highborn now take it up to 3 as we switch sides.
All right, so TBK don't want to let this one slip too far. Juby has been phenomenal. Luna really, really solid. They're going to look towards their teammates now as we flip things up across to the attacking side. And some work to be able to be done here from the TBK squad. They do not want to find themselves 2 maps down. And this is going to be their opportunity, but Schemes is going to say, no easy checkouts for you here today. You got to pay for everything you get. And at the moment, it's going to be Bevs, who was phenomenal in that first round of Search. And has been a little bit heavy for the rest of the rounds on that ult stick, as not necessarily getting as many kills, but currently down to a 2v4 as TBK are staring down the barrel of another round.
Highborn having a 2-for-1 special over here at Rewind as they get these eliminations. Kway the last alive, and can just go ahead and survive just a little bit longer in this 2v1 situation. Kway needs to go ahead and reload though, unfortunately, as Highborn gets a 4th round.
Oh, that's the worst. I just need ammo in my gun and he can't find it in, as unfortunately TBK will lose out on another round there, but it feels like they're living for those clutch moments.
I mean, they want those clip-worthy moments. Even if they get 4th place over here, there's clips that is going to be shared of their team.
100%. As definitely do have the gunny. Now it's all about the follow-through. And At the moment, Highborn are essentially 2 rounds away from clinching this map number 2, whereas, gotta say from TBK, they're leaving themselves quite the uphill battle. But now with Highborn on attack, let's see what TBK can do on defense.
We know that they can get those first bloods effectively. Will they? As we've seen, Highborn hit shots, but they will go ahead and in fact get 2 schemes and chips go down. Tailway right now finds a third over there with the assistance of Ash. 3v1 indeed, Nick, and clean up just like that.
Alright, so nobody's going to be able to get their videos here today, as it looks like TBK will be able to keep the counters clear of their opposition, coming up with a very, very solid defense there. And Zaza, 1v3 situation, unfortunately not being able to go za and take all 3 down. Unfortunately finding himself just on the back foot in main road, will leave himself without the opportunity to essentially take Highborn 1 round away from that W. So they still revert to the 2, and TBK trying to build up a little momentum.
And you gotta wonder at this point in time if fatigue is affecting these players at all. I mean, both of these teams, they've competed already today, and it's been quite a lengthy day, and we're still early on in the day as we go ahead and we see Juby with a kill over on Bevs. Kway gets taken down as well. 4 to 2 is our current score.
All right.
2v3 situation.
Yeah, so 2v3. We've got Trip 9s and Schemes versus Luna, Ash, as well as Juby. At the moment, the bomb gets planted down, and that's going to call into action the Highborn roster to be able to try find their way through. But in a 2v3, the positional advantage does get placed in favor of TBK, who will get the call-outs as towards the dumpsters we find ourselves in the gunfight. Schemes finds one. Schemes now looking for the second. Schemes finds it, but the numerical advantage lies in favor of the TBK squad, as Highborn lose another round of the search, and TBK, it feels like the previous HP, where once again they're having a little bit of a resurgence here.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are playing this more like a TDM. They're playing off of those lives. I don't think I've seen the bomb be planted more than twice over in this game so far. As we switch sides, 4 to 3 is our score, ladies and gentlemen. Will Cage tie us up, or will Highborn continue that lead? 3, 2, 1, let's get in it.
Alright, so Bevs has been phenomenal opening that door for those first bloods, but sitting currently with 8 and 5. Now on the defensive side of things, TBK once again will try lock things down. Both of these teams not being able to find the mark. A couple of shots will get traded between both. At the moment, the video store is where it went down with the first blood. Bevs getting eliminated, and that is huge. If TBK could be asking for any one player to get taken down, it would be Bevs.
What a shot over there on Bevs as well. Someone put that on a VHS, and 3v4 situation is where we stand. Schemes trying to make some happenstance over here, but unfortunately gets caught out in a clean up by TBK Cage as they tie up the score.
I gotta say that rotation, when they came out of the video store, they're all like, okay, cool, main road is where we're going to, and they go up through the trash side, and they just basically break that angle. And there's nothing worse when you see somebody breaking essentially that angle with 3 different POVs, 1 high, 1 low, 1 medium. You're like, who do I actually shoot here? And I've got to say, TBK did phenomenally well to tie things up now. 4-piece.
And at that kill cam, we hear the crowd as well popping off. All the more reason why you guys should be here live tomorrow at the auditorium in Canal Walk to witness the winners finals, the losers finals, and the grand finals. Bevs, though, getting that first blood, immediately traded out.
Immediately traded out, and Luna now sitting on a 5 streak at the moment. Some shots will get fired and towards the back of Trip 9. And we are in a 3v2 in favor of Highborn at the moment, with Luna and Ash Tika with a bit of work to do from their side of things. Ash will give away his position as Zaza tries to hunt him down. At the moment, it is going to be a couple of shots getting fired, but not going to be able to find their mark as Highborn get left to try again. As it is still 3v2, 50 seconds left on the clock of the search and destroy. This next round is pivotal.
Absolutely, and they have the numbers advantage. They need to make their play off of that. They don't need to over-peak anything. A couple of shots over on Trip 9 over there from Ash. Zaza now peeking and getting taken down very, very low over there.
I felt a little bit of a pinch there from my side of things, just because that was tough, like just surviving. I mean, Highborn trying to hold for every single second that they can at this point. 20 seconds left on the clock. The bomb still needing to be planted. Luna stuck literally between a rock and a trash can. And at this point in time, the trash can is where he ends up, as it's going to be Highborn that pick up that 1 round and get 1 round closer to closing off this map. Whereas TBK, they're not going to want to let this one slip that way.
Absolutely not. They want to take us to that round 11. And I mean, the shot over there from Zaza, beautifully done. We saw slid out, went back behind cover, and then slid out again to get the final shots. Exactly what was needed. But we are at game point here, ladies and gentlemen. Will Highborn go ahead and take this, or will Cage tie us all up and push us to a round 11?
All right, so search and destroy. We asked the question, would this be a tight one? Yes, it is the answer at the moment. TBK trying to find a round here, whereas it's Highborn essentially with the bomb plant instructions being sent across the board, and it's time to get out your remote controls, ladies and gentlemen, and pinch. And boom! Ooh. Just like that, Luna finds himself being taken out by a remote control of death as ties up to 3 apiece here. And just like that, the bomb gets planted down, and TBK have some work to do.
Running over the competition with the R60, and
there we go.
Now bomb is planted. A 3v3 situation is where we are. Highborn need to make it or break it at this point in time. Cage need to go ahead, fight back, prolong this search and destroy to stick in it. They do not want to let Highborn get a 2-0 on maps right now. Zaza taken out by Juby though.
Juby finds a 1, and now it's all about how much time can they play for at this point in time. As it's going to be TBK, they need to be able to try and make a move, and they need to be able to do so quite fast. As Trip 9's going to be able to find one. He gets a planter off. It's only 5 seconds left on the clock. It's Juby left alive. It's going to be enough, as it's Highborn who clinch the map and get themselves secured and double their lead here in this losers bracket round 1.
One more map is all that is needed for Highborn, and you could hear the crowd go nuts. All the Highborn fans cheering for their team as they get the 2-0 right now on the map, and that means that it's now do or die for Cage over on Vault.
Ooh, we go back to the bank, and for the reverse sweep that is going to be required from the Cage team, it's got to be a lot of work from their side, whereas Highborn sitting high. I mean, pretty comfortable on their side of things so far. And, I mean, they've been tested, they've been pushed, they've been prodded, but shown resilience in the end. And when it comes down to TBK, not a bunch of happy campers just yet, right? I mean, they're still looking for that first map, but they've shown a good amount of resilience. They just need to be able to get their coordination together, and I think they're a team to be feared in a lot of ways.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see the pressure now on the face for TBK Cage. They know that it's do or die at this moment. Last opportunity to go ahead and make this comeback. Highborn, they just need one more. You can see cool, calm, and collected. They're trying to keep it that way for what to come, but that's a clean 2-0 so far in favor of Highborn. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get that third map set up, so another intermission is where we go, but when we come back, we have the potential wrap-up for our elimination bracket.
MTN Travel eSIM. Stay connected when you travel in over 150 destinations. No high roaming fees. Choose country, regional or global plans. Activate and go. Buy your eSIM today.
Opa made you a bucky.
It's not a bucket. It's a Hilux.
Let me plug you real quick. If you don't know about it already, I'm talking about MTN Pulse.
A platform that empowers the youth, teens, and under 25s. We get affordable data that keeps the budget budgeting.
That gives us access to educational platforms, career and lifestyle rewards, and so many more.
With offers that keep us connected to our passions.
We're running the social streets with the MTN Pulse Social Pass Bundle, which keeps elevating our hustle.
While staying connected to the whole squad in the chat.
It's giving Blesser. It's giving bundles that keep us online for days and nights. It's giving Don't Worry About It.
There are perks for days, rewards always, monthly and yearly. Just because you're part of the fam.
All I'm saying is, there's a lot to experience with more on the way. So are you down to elevate, to change the game? Let's operate.
Dial *411# to join MTN Pulse.
the potential final map for today. Highborn against TBK. Highborn 2-0 currently and looking to go ahead and have a clean slate. AR Nick Holden here to cast the elimination bracket for today.
Yeah, casting the elimination bracket, and I want to see map 5. I've been saying this like 3-0, please. This needs a spectacle. And I think from TBK, they deserve a map somewhere along the line. It has been close. Let's look at the scores. 250 to 220. 6-4. Every single time, they are just missing out by a little tiny bit. Now, when it comes down to the vault, we need to be able to jump on in, and I want to see a resurgence. I know that sounds a bit odd, and I shouldn't be favoring anyone, but I want to be able to climb all the way into the pool that is in Skyline. I want to be able to head over to Gunny on Protocol. I want us to be able to go the distance. That being said, they have everything in their back pocket. Right now, they just need that clinching clutch moment from TBK to be able to hold in. Whereas Highborn, they've been showing that they have the resilience, they have the fortitude to be able to get through after round. They always seem to come up with the lead, so if TBK flip this in terms of control, that's where Highborn will really be tested. And can they stand up to that test? That is a big question that they're going to have to ask.
I mean, you can see TBK locking in compared to how they played a little bit earlier. They're playing it a bit slower here and there, and they're holding off their angles more effectively. They still are gunning through their opponents, and I think that's where the mistake comes through. Like we were talking about, they get a little bit overheated, and mistakes often lead to downfalls, as we see a lot over in esports. But this is the MTNShift gaming experience, ladies and gentlemen, powered by MTN Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Carry First, all come together to have a 60,000 Rand prize pool, which is what these 4 teams are playing for this weekend. First place with 30,000, second place 15, third place 10,000, and fourth place 5,000 Rand.
And of course, a really cool announcement from all the teams a little bit earlier is that they're going to put all that prize pool in, and we get to play AR rock paper scissors for the split of that prize pool.
Best out of thing?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, sure.
Oh no, of course, this is going to go directly to the teams, as at the end of the day, they've been fighting tooth and nail. Essentially 4 qualifiers online to be able to lead in. Top team from each one of those qualifiers. So these teams have won before. They won their respective qualifiers, but now this is where winning matters most. And we got to be able to see who's going to be able to make it into day number 2. Day number 2 is so crucial, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what the teams have been fighting for. And day number 1, this is where your nerves get tested, where essentially you try to build a little bit of comfort, but both of them sitting essentially in the uncomfortable seats where they are at the moment, just in terms of being on the edge of their seats. And now, when it comes down to control, who can hold it? It's going to be Highborn that play for this map for the victory, whereas it's going to be TBK that are going to try essentially pull the heist, pull the reverse sweep, and pull this one into their back pocket. It is Reunion Island up against South Africa in many ways. It is both of these teams going head to head, but it does look like, as is tradition, we will go back out of the lobby and back in to a setup as we get things reset and get ourselves ready for round number 3. As yeah, I mean, when it comes out to both of these squads at the moment, I gotta say, Schemes has been so solid on AR. Bevs has been so good in Search and Destroy, and I think Luna, if I had to say, from TBK has been a standout player.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Luna and Ash as well, going ahead and hitting those shots, creating that openings for the rest of their team to go ahead and push through. Trips as well, going ahead and getting a lot of 3Ks here today throughout the day, because these guys have been playing for a while as well, so fatigue will settle in one way or another, but both teams still pushing strong because they want that opportunity to get 30,000 Rand. And of course, here are all the players. You can see smiles on some of their faces, the concentration on the rest. They want to stay within this. They do not want to be the first team eliminated.
100%, and now it's all about the fight for the road ahead. And gotta say, AR, when it's even setting the scene for tomorrow, right? I mean, that's where the action starts to get really intense, and we do have some fun available for our spectators joining us tomorrow. Just by the way, a little hidden secret, if you will, a little bit of inspiration being drawn from lands around the continent. And gotta be said, if you're going to be here as a spectator, I think you're going to have some fun, and you might even work home with a little bit of merchandise in the back pocket. So make sure, if you are heading through, tomorrow is the day for the grand finals. So if you are in Cape Town, head down to Canal Walk. You can buy your tickets at the door, $25. I mean, and one of the cool things that we're actually doing with this is that we ask you at the door, who are you supporting? And every single one of the votes get tallied over the 2 days. And essentially the one team that gets the most votes, they get all the entry fees. I think that's a cool little bonus.
That's cool. That's really cool. That's not enough reason for you to come down to Canal Walk and enjoy the final day of MTN Shift gaming experience tomorrow. I don't know what to tell you. You guys just need to come down if you are in Cape Town, Canal Walk Auditorium. And then, of course, 17th to 21st, we have even more action over here.
It's non-stop, and I think that's kind of what the ACGL team has been at the moment, just non-stop, as they'll be essentially doing their setup already on Monday and Tuesday, laying the red carpet for everybody to be able to kick off the action on Wednesday. So that's it. The table has been set. The match is ready. I believe we are 2-0 in favor of Highborn. And now with us going into the very next round, I don't know. Can I dare throw in the question to you, Mr. AR?
Oh no.
I'm going to do it. Prediction time. Who do you think is going to win this map number 3?
Look, Highborn looks locked and loaded. I went earlier with my boys Highborn. I gotta go again, okay? They've gotten that 2-0 right now. They know what they need to do. The pressure is on them to stay in here. I think they're just gonna go ahead and clean this up 3-0. Maybe 3-1.
Okay.
I reverse the question to you.
So if it's 3-1, you're basically saying control will then get taken by TBK?
Perhaps. Perhaps they've learned from the mistakes.
I don't like this perhaps. He's a fence sitter, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
He's sitting on the fence.
Yes, well,
I'm going to jump on one side of the fence, and I'm going to make probably a mistake. I'm going to say TBK is going to take this map, then they're going to take the next map, and then we're going to go to map number 5, because that's what I want to see. I want to see round 11 search and destroy. That's what I want. That's what I need. That's what I crave, ladies and gentlemen. For right now, I believe our teams are getting set up and ready, and at the moment, it is going to be Highborn in the high seat. We talked about it. But TBK, I don't know, like, they won't be happy if they just walk away from this without a map win. I mean, they're not only representing themselves here, they're representing the region in a lot of ways. They came off of, I believe, their own Reunion Island tournaments as the team to beat. So, some support in chat. I believe that there's some W's being shared in chat for TBK. So make sure that you're sending your love across to your players, because now is when they need it most to be able to fight for every single opportunity that they can go for going forward. Whereas Highborn, they're not strangers to their fan support, right? I mean, they've got some epic fans in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you hear them from time to time just here. We're sitting like a good distance away from the crowd. We can still hear them through these headsets, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys want to be a part of that tomorrow, then come on down. Like Nick said, you can even get your tickets at the door or acgl.gg if you want to buy it online. But we're loading back into Vault, ladies and gentlemen. Control, potentially the final map that is needed for Highborn. Cage looking to go ahead and keep breathing in these waters. Let's see exactly what happens.
Alright, time to jump on in as we head over to Control. And now, your lives are important, but so are the 2 points of action, as 3 kills going into the back pocket of Highborn, as it does look like they're going to go for that A site nice and early on here. Being able to pick up their first tick. Now it's all about, can they hold on to this hill? Zaza will find that door essentially full of perpetrators making their way into the vault to be able to try break the point itself.
I mean, we've seen these teams on Control go ahead and play this like a TDM. They just try to gun through the opponents. This time around, though, we are getting A confirmed. Locked down. B is all that is next for Highborn. 18 to 19 lives.
Highborn just rolled on in, cleared the site, and said, you know what, we'll take that very much, and good luck as you guys turn to spawn. But now, it's up to TBK. Can they try control these lines of sight? It's going to be absolutely huge at the moment in terms of on-site in mid-map. It is going to be Ash that comes up with an all-important kill. At the moment, it has to be said, they are looking good in terms of some kind of map control, whereas Highborn need to fight their way out of spawns.
14 to 17 lives is where we are. Highborn on the deficit, and I mean, this is the thing. Taking the gunfights against Cage. Cage has that aim. They know how to hit those shots. I mean, they've held off B enough. 10 to 15 is where we are right now, Nick.
So, I mean, this is where I find it very interesting. TBK don't just push lines, they push into their opposition spawn, which is very, very dangerous, but it can be very frustrating if you're unable to get out of those spawns. But it's very much almost a rank style play, is that you wouldn't necessarily do that time and time again, because teams that know their positional plays, that actually have good comms, will be able to clear you quite quickly. That being said, TBK looking to hold a little bit more discipline now in mid, as they don't look to OE too much. And as I say that, it does look like they're going to do exactly that and just say, hey, you know what, commentator? We're going to just ignore you.
Juby heating up over there, almost getting 3. Ash, though, going to take those lives down to 2 over on Highborn. Wow. I mean, this is a tough one right here, right now. Trips, Zaza, Babes. Actually, Trips gets taken out. Zaza and Babes the last alive, but no. TBK, they lock in. They say, not yet. We are not done just yet.
No, they fought their way forward, and you know what? Maybe it is a little bit unconventional how hard they pushed the spawns there from their opposition, but they did find the kills, and that always makes life a little bit easier. And at the moment, we do find TBK 1-0 up, and I honestly thought that was going to be essentially Highborn's round to lose, especially with what a flying start that they had.
No, absolutely, and now obviously we switch sides, and Highborn on that defense now. Will their defense actually be better than what that attack was? Remember, this is all that they need to go ahead and confirm their spot for tomorrow. TBK trying to go ahead and get just enough to push to another map for today. And you can see the way that they're rushing through schemes now. Unfortunately, getting taken out. Luna pushed up against, tried to go for an Omni movement over there and got caught mid-air.
Yeah, caught in trades at the moment is going to be TBK that is holding down the site, and it's going to be Highborn trying to do a little bit of work. Zaza on the OE will be able to find one. Will he go for the retail? At the moment, it is a couple of players going in from TBK. They get cleared out and left to try again, as Luna is the furthest forward for his squad. Highborn hold the heel. They push them away, and now it is all about TBK, how they're going to move as a unit. But it does look a little bit scattered. I mean, pushing towards B, then you're at A. They're leaving up a lot of work to do from an individual standpoint, whereas Highborn seemingly sticking together quite well.
At the same time, they're trying to go ahead and split up Highborn, it seems what it feels like. They're trying to push them between A and B effectively. Bevs, though, managing to get those kills. Now Cage, TBK Cage, at the deficit of lives, 22 to 19. 40 seconds is all that is left, and that timer will get paused for just a second as A gets tapped. But no. Trips is right there to go ahead and stop that. Can they stop this push on the tick? It does not seem like it, though, and that is going to go ahead and remain with 30 seconds left on the time.
30 seconds left on the clock. A lot of work here to be able to get done here for TBK as they try to find their way in, trying to essentially earn even that first tick on the site. At the moment, it is going to be TBK on the back foot. Ash has been doing so well, 13 and 6, but is really looking left and right to his teammates to try offer some kind of support. The heal will get another tick here on A, as it's going to be Highborn that needs to try shut them down, as the next tick will get earned. 15 to 11 in favor of Highborn at this point in time. 21 seconds left on the clock. The player pops up from Vault. Zaza says, get off of my site. But at the moment, it is going to be TBK trying to find their way in as 2 quick kills follow through. The third, Juby trying to find. He finds it and turns around, and Zaza shuts him down. Luna being able to work his way in towards the hill at the moment. This might be their A secure if he's able to hold off. And it's going to be Bevs on the OE at the moment. We'll be able to find one in towards the staircase, and it's going to be Juby that falls down. Yes, A gets picked up, but TBK lost a few lives in the process.
They only have 6 remaining, and Highborn looking to go ahead and clear that out. But Cage looking so fantastic right now on the return fire, taking the lives down to 9. Semtex goes out, but unfortunately gets taken out there as well. We are down to the final 50 seconds, of course.
Wait.
Being paused right now is where we are.
He got stuck with a grenade and he threw out a trophy system and he just completely countered that. Absolutely huge. At the moment, it's going to be TBK only with 2 lives remaining in Highborn. 45 seconds left on the clock. A 7-2 situation. They shouldn't throw this away. They should find their numbers, but Ruby brings it down to 2v6. Ruby finds another. Is he the one to be able to turn this around? 34 seconds left on the clock. A 4v2 situation. You might as well call this search and destroy at the moment, as TBK are doing the most. Juby now needs to find his way in. They know they need to just be able to protect the bomb site. Well, I'm calling it a bomb site. It is the B site at this point in time. 4-2, and it's Luna and Juby with work to be able to try find their way forward. They only have 13 seconds to try pause out this clock here, as it is going to be a rotation on the way through. Bevs finds the door. He finds a man. It's Highborn picking up another round.
And we're tied up just like that, Nick. And Highborn had to play down to the last few seconds over there to get that. Luna with the best play over here. Let's look at these eliminations. There's one. Slides through, goes upstairs, and peeks the balcony, gets a second, gets a third as well on top of that. I mean, these are the shots that we're talking about right now.
Yeah, it's the shots that we ultimately need to be able to see from both of these sides. But I honestly thought that Luna was going to pull that one rabbit out of the hat, as working his magic down that balcony, being able to find the two. And now when it comes down to control, as you mentioned, tied up at 1 apiece. This one really can go either way. This is the one that, once again, we asked the question, was this going to just blow out 3-0? It looks like it is a tightly contested game. And at the moment, last time, Highborn rolled in with a whole bunch of kills in the back pocket, but still TBK managed to hold on solid.
Stuns and Semtexes going out left, right, and center, and bullets flying across the map. Highborn in the deficit of lives, currently 25-28, and no control yet, no caps on any of those points. And I mean, Cage just looking to go ahead and spray down the opponents as effectively as possible.
Oh, becoming such a nuisance is Ash down the side at the moment. Once again, the super OE coming out from here, the TBK squad, as Luna picks himself up too. And just like that, they have left to be spawned once again. Schemes coming out the pool side, not being able to find his marks, as Ash also trying to be able to corner them at this point in time. Trying to put Baby in the corner right now. That Baby that is trying to find its way out is the Highborn squad, but Bez finds one. Will he find two? No, unfortunately not for him. As 25 seconds, and it looks like the B site is going to be the angle of attack.
25 seconds, they need to go ahead and get this tick, get this site itself. But Schemes, last one on it. Schemes on that killing spree as well.
Yeah.
Almost getting to that second tick. Bevs now cooking. Kill through the window, jumps out, but unfortunately couldn't get the third over there. And we actually see a little bit of clearing go on as well. Progress at A for the first tick as well.
Yeah, it's big play, being able to come up with the eliminations. They were behind quite a bit there. Highborn now being able to find the momentum that they need, as they do pick up the site. Going to be able to get a little bit more time on the clock is exactly what they needed to be able to find. 1 minute 20 seconds, and they still have that single tick on B. So now it's all about the clearing of the site and making sure that they remove those pockets of players that could become a little bit of a thorn in the side of the Highborn squad.
11-14 is our lives currently. Juby balcony gonna spray down with that jackal, but gets absolutely beamed over there by Bevs. 10-11 is the lives so close over here, Nick.
This is a huge position here for Zaza at the moment on the backside of the truck, as it does look like he'll get flashed out, but no trophy system. Somebody's going to need to be able to contest. Zaza comes out the back door, but they slide through. Highborn pick up the round. And that they desperately needed. They were on the back foot there for most of that round there, and turned around on its head.
Absolutely insane over there. It seems like the first half of this round was just fighting each other, just going ahead and firing at each other's heads. That second half was all Highborn getting those points, getting those ticks on sight, and they walk away with that. And that brings us to match point now, and that brings us to CD's point as well, Nick.
Series point, match point, all the points in the back pocket of Highborn at the moment, and it's up to DBK to surmount essentially this mountain of a task to be able to come up with the reverse, not only in control, but as a series of overall. Now, let's see what they can do on their side of things. First kill's going to open up the door for Highborn, as it all rains in red, as it is going to be Highborn now with the opportunity to pressure the opposition's Ruby, as well as his teammate in terms of K-Way, going to be able to open up a little bit of breathing room as they try to jump towards this A site.
I mean, the fact that TBK can go so quickly and switch to that pistol and confirm the kill without even firing at that person with the SMG is insane. 25-26 is our lives right now. A about to get its second tick on. Insane progress over on that side.
Yeah, TBK essentially found themselves on the back foot early on, but now looks like the site will get regained here from Highborn, trying to be able to find out the numbers. Tied up at 23 apiece. We have 57 seconds left on the clock. Neither site being secured just yet, with that A sending itself so close, but Highborn tried to protect it with every life possible.
Dave sliding through this door, spotted 2 over there. Schemes, big shots over on 1, but gets shot from the left as well. Babes hops out, gets 1. Oh.
Ashtika is in a huge position here with that big top anchor balcony position at the moment, and that is a huge place to be able to try find the numbers here. Going to make it really difficult on his opposite numbers as everything is raining in blue. It is TBK finding their mark when they need to, and it's going to be Zaza trying to fight his way out of a precarious position as they try to hold back to the A site. TBK finding a little bit of wiggle room to try secure at least one of these sites.
A getting confirmed over there. B is all that's left. 1:45 left on that time of 14-18 deficit to Highborn in the lives. And I mean, TBK doing a fantastic job, but Zaza wanting no part of that, going ahead and getting that kill, and now clearing this site, the last site that is needed. Schemes with elimination as well on top of that.
13-14 at the moment with this B site up for grabs. It's going to be Luna spotting out the player on the lower balcony, or lower passage side. Luna in a big gunfight up there against Trip 9's. Neither player going to be able to 100% find their mark as with tied to 11. Oh, the heist! Zaza finds himself with 2.
Crucial. That is crucial right there to get the lives down. We are at 10-11. That's way more doable than having 16-10. Bevs goes ahead and ties those lives up. 1:07 is left on the timer. 1 tick over on B for TBK. Can Highborn clutch this out in the next minute?
So Highborn doing a great job in actually spreading themselves wide here. You want to have multiple levels. You don't want to be left towards just one line of sight to be able to try protect the site at this point. Whereas TBK need to be able to try filter themselves through without facing the damage coming in from all the angles. TBK looking great at the moment as they find their marks. They look to be able to pick up the tick here, and all they need to be able to do is keep the shield away from walking its way forward. That shield, however, will not fall down that easy. That shield will be able to hold tight, but it's only 1 player left. It's Zaza with most work to be able to do on the top side. Will not be able to find his mark, and it's TBK who fight their way back in.
Cinema.
Absolute cinema here today.
Absolute cinema at the MTNShift gaming experience. The elimination bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Highborn, TBK Cage. They don't want to be the first ones out here today.
Now, it's all about who got the most ticks in the back pocket to be able to be the ones that get to defend the sites. At this point, let's see who the math favors. It is going to be Highborn on the attacking side, whereas TBK on the defensive. And, this one really can go either way. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a map 3 on our hands as we go to essentially our round number 5 of this control. And it's going to be Highborn moving their way forward, getting a little bit of time on A. But the kills also favoring Highborn early on here. That being said, we know that this one can really split.
I mean, we've seen Highborn on the attack. They've capitalized on being on the attacking side. And you can see B already with its first tick and progressing to the second. Ash now going to go ahead and clear that out. A couple of stray shots landing close by, but manages to dodge all of it.
All right, GB now dancing and diving around this A site. Not going to be able to find his mark just yet. At the moment, they do a good job of keeping the sites clear. B, however, sitting with 1 tick at the moment, and it is Trip 9 finding himself in a good position here on the flanking side of things. We'll be able to find 1, but it does look like it's a flank for flank trade at this point, as Trip 9 has a little bit of work to do. Oh, and that's what they do well. TBK coming up with the trades when they need to, keeping their players solidly together when they do go into those gunfights. And at the moment, still can swing either way. 47 seconds it gets paused at, as it is going to be Bevs jumping on towards them.
Ooh, slides in, gets that elimination as well, then back onto the point to capture it. Plays through this little van, but has to go ahead and take cover. Luckily, the rest of the team is there as Bevs with that Omni movement shot to go ahead and clear that up, and they are so close to getting B. B has been secured, ladies and gentlemen. 1:40 on the timer, and A is all that's left.
That's a big site at the moment. Look at player number 1. This is Trip 9 sitting on statue. It is such a big, critical role that he needs to be able to play, but it gets knocked down. But Bevs is going to be able to come up the trade there when he needs to. 1:37 seconds left on the clock. 19-17 in favor of this Highborn roster. Bevs trying to be able to work upward towards the top passage side, but now it's all about the spread and the pickup of points. They hold down A, looking for the second tick. The pressure will keep on building here for TBK as they try to be able to find their mark in. It is going to be Highborn's game to lose.
Bev's on a killing spree as well. One tick is all that remains. That is all that Highborn needs. Juby trying to prevent that right here, right now, gets taken out. 15 to 12 is where our lives are currently. A minute 18 on that timer. Schemes just broke through 30. Bev's on 34 kills as well. These teams do not want to go ahead and go out without a fight.
Oh, Bev's just picks it up when he needs to, just to be able to build some breathing room when you thought TBK were going to be able to sweep that one back. We tied up at 10 apiece. Both of these teams, both with a minute and 5 seconds left. But as the clock keeps on ticking, the pressure builds for TBK. As the door gets shut down, finally they find their way in just to be able to bring some life back into A.
Less than 60 seconds on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got a missile inbound as well. Schemes going to go ahead and use that. No hit on it whatsoever, though. 8 to 8 is our lives. 40 seconds is all that remains. Zaza getting shot in the back. 5 to 7 is where we are. 37 seconds. Will Cage go ahead and push us over to Skyline? Will Highborn go ahead and get the victory right here? Schemes with a couple of kills. 5 to 5. 27 seconds is all that's left. Juby with a great spray to get 1. Gets 2. Can't get a third over there. 3 to 5 is where we stand. The tick is going through over on A.
And just like that, it's TBK that come out big when they need to turn this match on its head. It really could have gone either way, and TBK turn on the heat. They turn on the fire, and Reunion Island is in the house with their very first map.
I'm lightheaded.
Ooh, I'm lightheaded too, but what a great amount of action the team's giving us there as, wow, we asked the question, could TBK pull it up? And I got to say, when it came down to Ash, he was holding the line for them early on, but Jujubi, wow. Huge amount of damage, a huge amount of skill. I mean, the man was walking around with a pistol at one point in time and just taking numbers and names. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to get ready for Hardpoint. Skyline. And ladies and gentlemen, I can only imagine how heated that auditorium is, because people must have been so close to celebrating a Highborn win inside of that space. But guess what? TBK shut down the door. They say, not today. We have a map of our own, and we're only starting to heat up. Let's see what's going to happen in Skyline on this Hardpoint, because damn, we have a series on our hand.
I mean, the logo says it all, a Phoenix from the Flames right there, and look how close all of these games are. 250 to 220, 6 to 4, 3 to 2. This is what esports is, ladies and gentlemen. This is how these guys made it to the 4 best teams over here at the MTNShift gaming experience.
And the momentum can be such a game changer. I mean, if you're sitting there in the seats of the Highborn players, you're right there, the disappointment now, losing a little bit of momentum. Whereas if you're on the side of TBK, who knows, this could be a little bit of a momentum shift. You're facing essentially powerhouse teams time and time again, getting knocked down, discouraged, and then finally a little bit of positivity to work with. Now with that positivity, who knows what can change ahead on the road ahead for them. This might be their resurgence. Aptly, they do have that logo, as you pointed out, of the Phoenix. Will this be the time that they break the shield, that they break essentially their shell, and the Phoenix starts to rise?
Absolutely. It's what they need at this point. They have to. There is no other option for them. If they want to go ahead and confirm their spot for tomorrow, they need to. Because this is the final chance for today. This is elimination brackets. The losers go home over here. They go home with 5,000, but who wants that when first place is worth 30?
Nobody wants to go home today, but it is going to be one that will fall down into the void. That is that 4th place finish. That means that you don't go into day number 2. Now, talking about the void, we've got essentially Skyline. And you're surrounded by spaces where we've seen even some of the most talented players fall off the map into the void and getting themselves taken out. Now, got to keep your edges safe. You've got to keep yourself secured as you get yourself ready maybe for a luxury tour towards Skyline, for a battle that is going to be intense. This P1 heal is going to be all important, but you might find yourself playing on the keys, tapping on the piano as you make your way towards P2 to try and pick up those anchor positions. And and then we get ourselves a little bit messy as we jump in towards the kitchen. It's going to be intense, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you, each and every single one of you, for being here today. Those that are in venue, those that are joining us online, and of course to the fantastic commentators that joined us before, and of course to yourself, AR, for the action, as well as the ACGL team putting on all this action for your faces to be able to enjoy. Let's jump in. It is going to be map number 4. It is TBK taking on Highborn.
And Highborn have already played on Skyline today on a hard point nonetheless as well. And Juby immediately taken out over there. Highborn not wasting any time to go ahead and get that point. You can see that they want to get as much as they possibly can. Zaza with that first blood.
Finding first blood and getting some early points on the board at the moment. We do have a little bit of a flip in terms of scoreboard, but we're good, we're good, we're good. We can follow with Highborn and seeing what they're up to at the moment, being able to get the early points. And got to be said, they're looking quite confident here. However, not necessarily spawning on the correct side that they want to be, as K-Way going to be holding on piano side. As it is going to be, you know, a little bit of a decision-making time here for TBK. Do we actually push forward into P1, or do we hold our spawning positions? At the moment, it does look like they're going to be going with the latter.
Absolutely, Bev's hitting that reload. 3 seconds on as we move over to P2 currently.
Ooh, Juby! Coming up with the moves, dancing around in terms of on-site as well, getting finally some points on the board here for the TBK roster as Luna holds on in terms of P2. The back end gets fought off as Bevs will be able to do some dancing of his own outside the piano as they hold on to the hill, and Highborn edging a little bit further forward, but this is going to be heavily contested as Juby gets traded out. Schemes falls down, and once again Highborn hold on to some much needed points.
This aim absolutely insane for these players. Zaza spots out one, could not get the kill on that player. Juby finds one, however. Not going to slow down on those eliminations. 56 to 13 is where we stand. 17 seconds, and we're about to go ahead and move over to P3, Nick.
P3 now. As we take a look at those rotations, it does look like the Highborn roster will get themselves set up and comfy. You always want to be comfy when you're close to a fireplace, and at the moment it does look like the squad is going to be able to get themselves nice and set for dinner to be able to get served inside the kitchen, as it's going to be Juby. He's been so good. I mean, just the aim alone on Juby has been phenomenal, and when it comes down to the rest of his teammates, he'll look across and say, you know what, Luna has been firing on all cylinders. He wants to see a little bit more of him, whereas on the other side of things, Scheme's a little bit of a slower start than from what he used to from him.
Absolutely. The P3 over here by the kitchen. The question is, which team is actually going to cook over here? Zaza cooking with those shots, however, on that killing spree of 5. Make that 6. No, could not get the 6th one over on Luna. But 91 to 28 is where we stand on our score. And TBK managing to just get a single point off of that and then immediately forced off. We're about to move into the next point.
Yeah, and you can already see the setup coming in here from TBK at the moment. Fantastic rotations all the way through, being able to get themselves ready. Now they just need to be able to hold these AR fights, and that's really the trick here. At the moment they did get a trickier rotation in towards P2, so not too worried, but they need these points desperately. But as soon as you turn your back and you're on the umbrella side of that anchor position, you're going to find yourself with some bullets, and just like that, it's going to be TBK losing out, as this bathroom is not going to be a one that they're going to be gathering too many points on.
Highborn passing that 120 mark currently, almost where they need to be in terms of those points, looking to go ahead and win this out. I mean, the shots coming from TBK as well. They're doing their damnedest to go through and stay alive within this. Scheme is popping out. Spots 2, goes back up these stairs, and the patience is what is needed over here. There's 1. Second, it does get taken out as well. There's a 3rd coming through. And staying alive somehow.
Absolute beast of a player when it came down to that AR, and it does look like Luna's going to be able to come down with the Cape Town special there on trip 9 as the knife comes out. And at this point in time, it is going to be us reverting to P1 once again, as it's going to be Juby trying to get some points in the back pocket, which they oh so desperately need. They're almost 100 points behind.
Absolutely, and I mean, getting as much points as they possibly can, that is definitely what is needed right now. And of course, 4 minutes on that timer, but that timer doesn't even matter when Highborn has that lead. You're focusing on that points currently, and 37 seconds left on this point itself. We can even see Beeves on 15 and 9 currently.
Oof, Bev's finding his way forward at the moment. It's going to be Juby that gets shot in the back. Ashtika will be able to find another. And Ash picks up the 3. Ashtika, call him Paprika, because the man is just spicing things up inside of this lobby at the moment. As it does look like he's going to be able to find 3 quick succession now. Just being able to jump on top of Jacuzzi. And at the moment, man is looking cool, calm, collected, because damn, he's got some gunny when he unlocks.
Yeah, absolutely. But Highborn back on there just for that scrap points, and we are about to shift over. Bev's already here and now having to fight for his life. Luna, though, manages to go ahead and take that life, but back and forth, that's the name of the game.
Yeah, at the moment it's going to be Juby jumping up and towards the side. We'll get essentially a couple of shots fired out, and it is going to be TBK with a little bit of a resurgence here. They were 100 points deficit, now bringing that closer to 50 as they pick up side, and it does look like Scheme's going to try work his way in, finds 2, but really looking towards his teammate. Bev's on the top side. We'll be able to find out one. Bev's trying to find just if they can make their way towards the P3. Staircase gets found out, and it does look like the heal will still remain contested between both of these teams, as both teams won't submit points too easily to their opposition.
166 to 102, 13 seconds on this hill, about to shift one more time, ladies and gentlemen. And I mean, the score's closing in. We've seen this happen already. These two teams play so well that they just keep butting heads with the scores.
Alright, at the moment rotations this time in towards Kitchen going in favor of TBK. Previously it was a fantastic hold coming in from the Highborn roster. Let's see now what they can do on the break, where it does look like the squad from TBK are going to be able to keep them away, and Juby holding on to some angles there just to be able to keep them away from the site at the moment. Outside of the dining room table, they do some chopping up of their owners. It's going to be Luna still earning points. A huge hold here from TBK.
Good shots as well from Luna. On top of that, 28 seconds is where we stand, 130 to 177. Highborn, they haven't been able to get onto that point pretty much at all over their trips, getting eliminations upon eliminations, and you can see that they're trying to play right now for that next point perhaps. They do get a little bit of points over here in the last 15 or so seconds, but we are about to shift.
K-Way was in such an important position there, but Highborn actually being able to hold the rotations, hold the line of sight, as now we're going towards our next kill, and it's going to be outside a bathroom that they're going to need to try hold. This position behind bathroom is a key favorite of many, as at the moment Highborn have shown such resilience, especially towards us as we hit on P4, and at the moment, gotta say, Highborn, they're doing well, but they just lost it at the end there. A full-on surgeons coming from TBK, forced them on their way out, and now it is K-Way that is just trying to hold this activity.
47 seconds is all that Highborn needs, and you can see that they know that as they're trying to push through all of this. Nades coming out of bathroom right now. Luna gets taken out by Schemes, but unfortunately Schemes gets taken out in the return fire. 150 has been passed over by TBK. They are making fantastic progress right here, right now, over on Skyline. Trips, though, getting those kills. Last 10 seconds before we go ahead and shift over to another point.
They're heating up. This is the closest differential that we've actually had in recent times between these two when it comes down to hard point on Skyline. 33 points is the difference, and it's going to be Highborn that try to be able to hold onto this P1 to be able to earn some points. Ash has a big dance to be able to work forward, and it looks like he's going to be the king of the tub at the bottom of the hill in terms of P1 as he picks up the one. Zaza now trying to be able to come up with the trades. TBK keep on edging a little bit closer, second by second, clawing their way back in.
I mean, Ash plays that stairs so well. Bibbs up close and personal on that stairs, gets one, but Luna on the side manages to go ahead and take down Bibbs, holding that side for as long as possible. 27 seconds is all that's left. Trips gets taken out on the flank of sorts. Juby now back on contest going through, but manages to go ahead and get these last few points over for TBK.
Spawns are going really far out here for Highborn, so they've got a bit of work to be able to do. Bev's in a fantastic position to be able to wait for some teammates, but those teammates don't seem to be coming as they get pushed away from spawn. At the moment, Bev's will be the thorn in the side as he finds into Bev's now with a big role to be able to play. If there was going to be a moment for them to be able to come up clutch, it's right here, right now. 216 to 200. Now, can Trip 9 secure themselves this position? At the moment, it is going to be the opposition trying to fight their way forward, but it's Luna that shuts him down. Heal remains contested. At the moment, it's TBK that regains some kind of control as it's the dance around Heal. Schemes loses the anchor position, and Juby comes up with the kills needed. He comes up with another. It's Juby! Huge plays coming in here from TBK as he comes up with 4 in quick succession.
Beautifully done, and that's going to get their points up to 216. This is how close this game is right now. Ladies and gentlemen, will we be going to a map number 5? Ash looking for a close-up kill over here. He cannot find it, finds another. No, Zaza goes ahead and takes it down. 225 is what TBK is at. They have surpassed, but that scrap points is being fought for currently. I mean, we have to wait for that next point.
K-Way sitting in a huge position at the moment. Early rotations going over to TBK as they look to hold down the kitchen, but the kitchen is too hot to handle for K-Way. As at the moment, the players are going to be able to move on the side, but it's going to be player number 6 and 5 coming in from TBK that shuts down the door. Highborn now need to be able to make rotations. They don't have a lot of time left on the clock. There's only 14 seconds left of heal time to be able to gain. At the moment, the flanking position from Trip 9 finds its mark. They turn to face, but they face the gunfire as Highborn work their way through and shut them out as Zaza picks up 2. Highborn now being able to fight back in as TBK with 8 points left on the clock. They try to work their way in through the gym, but it is going to be a full-on surge coming on from the Reunion Island players as the site will get picked up. Zaza with 5. K-Way falls down. Zaza still on a streak. Highborn with the resurgence coming out of nowhere. They seemingly taking them down at will at this point in time as Luna will be able to change the momentum in his favor. At the moment, Highborn 3 seconds, 2 seconds away from clinching it, and Highborn take it to game, and they will make it to day number 2. I'm losing my mind. That was crazy.
Y'all don't see it, but Nick is almost falling out of the chair, ladies and gentlemen. That's how hot that game actually was. Highborn managed to go ahead and clutch it up in the closest hardpoint game that we have seen today.
I really thought TBK were pulling that one back. They clawed slowly but surely, step by step. And I gotta say, a huge performance from them. I gotta say, big love to the Reunion Island team that made it all the way down here and showed a proper performance here at the last. I wish they were here more, just so we could see more of them and see them grow in terms of the competition. But I gotta say, well done once again to the Highborn roster, and nothing but love being shown across both of these teams is what we like to be able to see here. And I like to think that the community is growing, regions are growing. We're getting a wider spread here of players, more talent across the board. And a big love to the Reunion Island players. I know it's got to be so difficult staring down that barrel of defeat, but they put on a show that I think they can be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. They walk away with that 5,000 as well. And they've made a name for themselves here at the MTNShift gaming experience. But ladies and gentlemen, moving on to tomorrow is Highborn. They have one more chance now to go ahead and get to that prize of 30,000 Rand for first place. They have an opportunity to push further, to push higher, and that's all happening tomorrow.
100% tomorrow. It's going to be opening up the day with Nixa taking on Fear as our game number 1, and Highborn is waiting for the loser of that match with blades ready and guns loaded as we get ready for that day number 2. But once again, I will say that the Phoenix maybe rised a little bit too late on the Reunion Island team TBK cage, but gotta say they put in a valiant effort. And once again, the effort just alone to be here is something I applaud. Absolutely huge from them. A lot of love, and a lot of love obviously across the board to all those from the Reunion Island side of things, both online but also here today, to be able to support and show your love for the growing scene that is African esports. And I gotta say, it's been a pleasure. AR, first time commentating together, man. It was a lot of fun. And when it comes down to the action here for tomorrow, our plates are going to be full.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that all happens over here at Canal Walk in the auditorium. Get your ticket, come on down, because if this was the action today, y'all know that it's going to be big Championship Sunday energy. So from Nick, from myself, from Broadcast, we hope to see you here for day number 2 at the MTNShift Gaming Experience, of course, brought to you by MTN, Toyota, Computer Mania, PC Builder, and Caddy First. But that is it for us today, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you all tomorrow for the continuation.